Awesome. 12 members are present in the meeting. Now please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for an invocation offered by Alder Hutchison. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alder Hutchison.
You may be seated. May the city of Green Bay welcome with open arms and eyes the fans from all over the world who are excited about learning who may be joining their team for 2025 season next week. In case you haven't heard, there's a little thing going on in our city. May parents and guardians of children in Green Bay and surrounding areas know who their children are communicating with through telephones and on the internet, especially this week and next week, to keep them safe. May those living and staying in Green Bay investigate the available transportation alternatives from downtown and other parts of the city to the NFL campus around Lambeau Field. And may we support our safety officials, police and fire, to use best judgments based on experience and training to keep all safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Now we'll move on to approval of the minutes.
Recording in progress.
Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any changes there? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it. The minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any discussion on the agenda or any amendments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda has been approved. Just a few things under my report tonight. We've got a number of development items before us. A lot of really worthwhile projects, hoping that council sees the wisdom in what the developers are moving forward and what our staff have recommended. But also just wanted to read a note. I've shared this note with staff, but wanted to share it with council. I think Alder Johnson's aware of it because it was on LinkedIn, and he's a power user of LinkedIn. So I know he's been on there. But just real quickly, this is from Tim Gockman, who's the managing director at Newland. So just to kind of summarize or get to the meat of it, he says, in 12 months, the GB team delivered the land, zoning, a financing assistance package, and negotiated with the Packers to relocate a major sculpture. That in turn allowed us to work full speed in earnest on a design with 2 redesigns to get costs down, raise the equity, debt, and start construction last year. The result, we started construction late last fall, a $77 million investment, the second largest in the city that the city has seen in recent history. A project that will add 269 apartments to help attract and retain new talent and nearby residents, support nearby retail, and create hundreds of jobs. The speed with which they moved also saved us collectively serious money. While others waited for construction costs to come down, they didn't, or rates, they didn't. GB moved ahead. Most cities don't do this, but it's not impossible, and Green Bay is proof. Very unique, but not the only one. Government is not a business, but it does business and impacts business with speed, ease of transaction, clarity, and reliability. The cities and states who win the housing battle are ones who team up with private enterprise to solve the housing problems together. The rest will be perpetually behind. So really just wanted to read that to all of our council members, to give kudos to all of our city staff who made this happen. Obviously community and economic development, but it really was a whole of city effort with DPW and law department and really everybody lending a hand to make it happen. Ultimately, council, of course, saw the wisdom and supported the proposal. So really just wanted to give kudos to our staff for all the great work and the recognition that this developer has seen. So kudos to everybody. Let's keep the ball moving forward. Development doesn't happen easily or naturally. It requires private developers to move forward in partnership with the city to do good things. Also just wanted to kind of reiterate what Alder Hutchison touched on in the invocation. We've got a little bit of an event coming to town next week. A lot of really cool events at the Draft Campus, of course, but then also here in our downtown and on Military Avenue. So really just encouraging folks to hop on Touchdown Downtown and find out all about the events that the city's been collaborating with on Broadway, downtown Green Bay, Military Ave, and a bunch of other local partners. So check all that cool stuff out. The other thing that I've been, of course, mentioning repeatedly is, the thing that comes most naturally, I think, to Green Bay citizens is to be open and welcoming and really serve as ambassadors to people who are in town for whatever reason, but obviously oftentimes for Packer games and things. And so just, calling out on our citizenry to be the great ambassadors that they are. And if people look lost, point them in the right direction. So I'm, obviously very excited about the draft. I know our council is as well, but that's true, I think, of the citizenry too. So looking forward to a great week next week. Finally, we've got a good number of consequential items before us tonight. I think a lot of public testimony to expect. So just, encouraging people to keep things quick and concise, especially if you've made the point previously or someone else has made it. I think Bill Shakespeare said brevity is the soul of wit. So yeah, let's keep it quick and keep things moving. But really appreciate all those who are in attendance tonight and looking forward to the testimony. So with that, we're going to move along to announcements from council. And I think Alder Hutchison has something.
Thank you, Mayor. On Wednesday night next week, there's an important event at East High School. It's the City of Green Bay, in partnership with the Greater Green Bay YMCA, is hosting the Field Fest at Historic City Stadium. That's East High School. We've rounded up at least 6, probably more, alders who will be there staffing some of the stations. And it's a number of things: 40-yard dash, 20-yard shuttle run, catch competition, push-up, standing broad jump, obstacle course, QB challenge, long throw. There may be some surprises there. Apparently, Randy Mahomes, who is the mother of some quarterback in Kansas City, is going to be on the site. So that'll be fun. So everyone's invited. If you have relatives or maybe yourself are allegiance to another team other than the Packers, bring them along, have them wear their colors. We want to have fun with this. So everyone's invited. Again, it's 11 till 2 p.m. Wednesday next week. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. And how many alders are participating in the 40-yard dash? Do you have that confirmed yet?
You're right. Maybe 39-yard. I don't know.
Excellent. Thank you. I think Alder Prophet, then Alder Eck.
I know others have touched on it, and I'm sure some more may touch on the big event we have next week, but I just wanted to recognize and thank all city staff. I know it's been more than a year, likely, that they've dedicated numerous hours to planning the event Alder Hutchinson just touched on, but others. There are major big events that the city has never done before, and I'm looking forward to attending as many as possible, but also the businesses that have adjusted, work from home next week potentially, and nonprofits who have stepped up to help the NFL as well. So I just want to thank everyone who's been involved in that, to welcome all of our visitors into our community, and there's still opportunities to volunteer for lots of these events, so be sure to check that out. And then lastly, just wanted to remind residents about the change in garbage pickup. There are some major changes next week to that. I know my neighborhood is deeply affected, all of our neighborhoods are, so just be sure to double check that, and appreciate Director Grenier being on top of that to make sure we didn't have trucks trying to navigate Titletown during those busy days. So thanks.
Well said. Thanks, Alder. Alder Eck.
Okay, I know. Big events next week, but I had to go ahead and promote one that's in my district. Get the party started, and I know you touched on it, but on Military Avenue. So join the Draft Energy Wisconsin-style breakfast served all day, beer and beverage tent, live entertainment, food trucks with family-friendly prices. It'll start every day at 9 o'clock of the draft. Everyone's welcome, and I will be there manning the Everything Green Bay table. So come on out and visit me.
Excellent. Well, thanks for that, Alder. And just so folks know, that's in very close proximity to sort of one of the major gates.
Yes,
into the
you'll
draft,
have to
so-
pass this to get in on the one end.
Yeah, so it's going to be a really convenient location for visitors.
For
Cool.
sure.
Other announcements, Alder Morgan.
I hate to switch subjects in Green Bay, Wisconsin, but most people that know me know that I'm a baseball nut trapped in a football city. I just wanted to acknowledge today, 78 years ago, April 15th, 1947, Jackie Robinson took the field to be the first man of color to play Major League Baseball. And with that, because of the date, if you get to go home and watch part of any of the games, or if you see any of the highlights, you're going to see everybody in baseball today is wearing number 42 in recognition of that. If you watch the movie 42, I don't know if it really happened that way, but they showed a scene where Pee Wee Reese came up and hugged Jackie when everybody was booing him and said, maybe someday everybody will be wearing 42. Well, that actually did happen a few years ago now, and it's a tradition. And with that, one of the players I coached about 4 years ago died last year in a tragic motorcycle accident. But on his prayer card that I picked up, he left one of Jackie Robinson was a quite intelligent man and said a lot of great things. But one of his greatest quotes that I use all the time now is a life is not important except in the impact it has on other lives. I hope we take that into consideration for all of us, one and all. And as a side note, I'd like to say I'm proud my Preble Hornets are 5-0 at this point in baseball. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Alder. Any other announcements? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to, I don't believe we have any recognitions and awards tonight, so on to appointments. Motion to approve has been made on the new appointment by Alder Stevens. There's a second. Was that Alder Hutchison? Yeah. So there's a motion and a second there. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And then reappointments. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any discussion here? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next, we have public hearings, but I don't believe we have any there. So ordinance's second reading for adoption is up here. Alder Prophet makes a motion to suspend the rules and take these items up with one roll call vote. That was seconded by Alder Hinkvis. Discussion there? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended.
Motion to open the floor.
Motion to open the floor made by Alder Prophet. Seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. So this is on ordinance's second reading for adoption. And you know the drill, Mr. Brennan.
I do. Chris Brennan, Georgia Pacific Public Affairs Manager. I first want to thank the council. The last time I was here speaking, I was unable to provide too many specifics, but I do appreciate your consideration and your belief that we would come back with some answers. And tonight I wanted to provide more specifics related to this. Georgia Pacific has signed a letter of intent with Green Bay-based McDonald Companies regarding our 500 Day Street site. We are enthusiastic about the opportunity to support McDonald Companies in the next stages of this collaboration and extend our gratitude to the city for their assistance and support throughout this process. As part of the collaboration, McDonald Companies is also requesting for the city to defer the rezoning as they prepare and collaborate on our future uses. We and McDonald are committed to continuing to provide updates to the city as we go through this process. So again, the last time I was here, I wasn't able to provide specifics, and I did want to come back and provide specifics because I believe I owe that to you. So I am happy to stand for any questions related to Georgia Pacific. If not, I will step down.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for the testimony and for all the communication between GP and the city. It's been really helpful.
You're welcome.
Any questions from council? All right. Thanks, sir. Anyone else want to testify on this item?
Hello, Brad Piet with the Fox Valley and Lake Superior Rail System. 1890 East Johnson Street, Madison, Wisconsin is our regional office. So in our previous letters, kind of outlined safety planning, environmental concerns, and ability to engage early on in this change just due to our notice getting lost. So here now again, and what I heard at the last meeting was, there's a lot of want to redevelop this site, more waterfront development. There's a want, and I understand that want. What I just want to make sure the committee, the council realizes is there also needs to be a need. And it's when those wants and those needs align that you will see the redevelopment. This site is still a fairly industrial site. And what I would hate to see, and I would hate to have the city see, is a site that changes over, restricts the zoning so that what it could be is not allowed to be, and then it becomes a vacant industrial site. And I think the concern that the council may have about this turning into something atrocious, another coal pile, I think is pretty distant and remote, especially with how industry is developed and heavy industrial uses are kind of probably not what's going to happen long term. So we'd ask the council to please vote no on the rezoning. Whether or not you want to vote yes on the planning land use long term, I don't know. The two can be different, but would love that the new owner has the option to figure out what they could do with this property and to keep it occupied, because an occupied property is probably the best interest of the city at this time. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir. Any questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony. Anyone else?
I just wanted to quickly, and taking your words of wisdom for the brevity, I'll try to stay that way. Worked with many of you in the past and would
Just,
like.
Name and address.
Oh, yeah.
Quick. Yeah.
Chip McDonald, 1032 Bay Beach Road, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Want to thank you all for the opportunity and extend the thanks for working with both Georgia Pacific and us on the future development of the site. We absolutely think there's an opportunity to work in collaboration, as you've expressed other partners have in the past, and we hope to in the future. Thank you.
Excellent. Any questions for Mr. McDonald? All right. Alder Eck.
I know this is early in the planning stages, but do you have any thoughts, I guess, about the future use of, say, what's there, like the buildings?
No, just trying to do as much as we can with them in the current state. We think there's a lot of opportunity to use what's there in a productive means.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thanks for your testimony and
Thank
all
you.
the work on this project. All right. Anyone else who'd like to testify? Seeing none. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Alder Prophet.
So I first just want to thank both GP and McDonald companies for almost immediately after that letter of intent was signed, pulling us together and bringing us up to speed on those conversations. So I deeply appreciate that. But not only that letter of intent, my understanding initially signed for 30 days and they went back kind of at my request to extend that out to 120 days. So I think from what I've seen, there's definitely a willingness here to continue to work with us at the city. This is a huge site. The waterfront location. I think this site matters to the entirety of this council, and it's not just a rezone because it's a want and a wish and a pipe dream. It's a rezone because this is a huge opportunity, this site, and what it could become. So I'm excited and hope to see continued conversation, which I know will occur. I know it's already occurring. And with that, there may be other comments, but I do have a motion. We've already suspended the rules to take up both items, but I have a motion to hold them both until our July 15th council meeting and direct our staff to work with the developers of the property on a development concept and legal description for a final zone change.
All right. Alder Prophet makes that motion, seconded by Alder Eck. Discussion on the motion. Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to echo Alder Prophet's comments. I know at the last meeting we lost a few votes on the referral to staff, and I would just encourage everybody to get on board with this because I do think that this is it's been mutually agreed upon. There was a meeting last week. I know I spent a few hours with Chip a couple weeks ago, and I think he's got the community's best interests at heart. He's got some really great ideas for that site, but more importantly, he shares the same vision with wanting to protect sort of that East River entryway into our community, and he's very willing to have those conversations. The challenge that we had before was the legal description. We can only put the zone change on the entire parcel, and GP didn't want to put in a legal description because until they have a buyer, right, that can change. So, but Chip is willing to do that. So I'm more than comfortable referring this back and letting that process play out, get the right zoning in place. It protects some of the industrial uses too that Mr. Piat had brought up, and some of the rail opportunities that might exist on the other end of that lot too. So I think it kind of gets what everybody wants out of this. So I would implore, that everybody see the wisdom of the patience that has occurred with this process, and hopefully then support the referral, and we'll see it in 90 days.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else on that motion? Alder Hutchison.
Okay, I think it's very important to me that there is communication between the developer and the city. If there was no communication in the last 2 weeks, I would have changed my mind, because I was I was the only one on the plan commission that wanted to wait. The whole plan commission voted to rezone. Okay, so I wanted to wait to give the owner time. We gave the owner time, and it seems like there's process involved where there's communication with the city. It's extremely important this continue. If this doesn't continue and we get to July and there's no change, then I will be in favor of rezoning as stated, as the staff has recommended. So I would hope all parties are committed for this to be communicated and proceed, because here we have a chance on the river, not only the Fox River, but the East River, to make a change from industrial to something different. And it would be a shame if we lose that through non-communication or whatever. So I just want to make that point. Let's keep it going forward and let's do something good. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that motion passes. On to the report of the Redevelopment Authority. Motion to approve made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any items here to be handled separately? Number one. Any others to be handled separately? Seeing none. Item 1 will be handled separately, but all in favor of approving the remainder of the report will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of item 1. Your wishes on that, Alder Johnson?
I'll get a motion on the floor. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Profit. You have the floor, Alder.
Thank you. So this property does lie in my district, and I've received a number of inquiries from nearby residents. And so there's one thing in particular, I just want to be able to publicly get clarity on. I know we've privately talked about it, Director Benierwig or Deputy Director Buchanan. And that's related to the Cash Street right-of-way that exists. And right now the site plan shows a parking lot that's part of this development going over that city right-of-way. So could you please just share with the public what we had discussed in terms of that parking lot being that is publicly accessible? Is that correct?
So that section of CAS that comes down there would remain public right of way, and it would be a multiple use of public use as well as the developer use. I just got the nod.
Okay, and I just wanted to verify that and be sure
Yep.
that was the case. So,
Yep.
So think about people who come to the trails right now that oftentimes have to park along that street. They'll be able to park here, and if at any time in the future the city were to want to do something with that right of way, do we have the ability to exercise that right, or does? Okay, so there's nothing in this development agreement that would bind us to leave this as a parking lot for the private developer.
No, it stays. I believe it stays as right of way.
Okay, just wanted to verify that.
We didn't
Thank
give
you.
that up.
Director Grenier, do you have anything to add on that?
This portion of right of way is similar to many streets that we have, especially those out in District 6 that we refer to collectively as the Lake Streets coming off of East Shore Drive.
There's a requirement through state that we have to maintain public access to the river, the waterfront, which is why we cannot get rid of that right of way, and it has to remain open for public. So that's a requirement in perpetuity for that right of way.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then, is the developer here? Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to open the floor.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to open the floor. That was seconded by Alder Prophet. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. So if you just want to state your name and address for the council, and then you can begin your testimony.
Derek Liebhauser, 3027 Ridgeway Drive for the project at 100 East Mason.
Okay. I just want to give you an opportunity to share a little bit about the project. I know I've got a question for you, but I want to give you an opportunity if you want to provide an overview at all.
Sure. So it's a 125 unit multifamily development at 100 East Mason Street. It's a 4-story multifamily building above 1 story of parking. We're really trying to alleviate some of this housing demand that was referenced earlier with a vibrant new offering to the city. It's a mixture. It's a really healthy mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms to basically satisfy the market for everything that we're seeing for a big demand in this area. We really want to utilize the trail that's there, as well as plenty of green space on our property to integrate well with that, to really showcase what that property is and the beauty that it has. We've been working on this project, doing due diligence on it for about a year now. This is very similar to the site plan and the design that was brought forth by Mr. Dean Miller about four or 5 years ago. As everyone's probably aware, he passed away, and we're continuing on with a very similar plan to what he put forth. One of the biggest things we really focused on was making sure we didn't stress the surrounding areas and that the site was fully self-sufficient. We're planning on getting a 1-to-1 ratio of parking all indoor, and then another 50 to 75 surface level parking as well. So we're well in excess of a 1-to-1 parking ratio, closer to about 1.6. So our goal with this was to make sure that we could create this supply, create a vibrant new community, but also not stress the surrounding neighborhoods. Make sure that we had good access to the trail, make sure we had plenty of parking and plenty of amenities as well to really attract all different types of residents to this area and hopefully retain some talent in this market. So it's a beautiful site. It's a project that we're really excited about, and looking forward to working in collaboration with the city.
Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Question, Alder?
Yeah. And again, I know you tried calling me earlier today. Apologize. I was in meetings all afternoon, and I got a last minute scramble call here with staff. So appreciate you being here. The one, sort of question that I had for staff, and I just want to be able to ask you directly. Waterfront development's obviously been a priority for me, a big chunk of my district. Follows Fox and East River. I think it's something as a community we would benefit from. I know we're prioritizing it in our comp plan as well. I think back to the mall where the city deck used to be. We used to have a lot of parking lots on the waterfront. And I've seen a lot of people say, gosh, what were we thinking putting parking lots on the waterfront? And we put a lot of time and effort into removing those parking lots to put in, whether it be the city deck, right? World-class boardwalk, or some other amenities, even restaurants, bike shop that's down there. So when I look at the site plan, the only thing that really kind of caught my attention was getting clarity on the Cash Street side. That helps, but we've got another parking lot on the waterfront on the north side of the property. So could you, the question I had for staff, and I'm going to ask you directly again, is just my inquiry was if the city, as part of this development agreement, could put air rights over that lot, that would then in turn allow us the ability to prompt redevelopment on that site if we replace the loss of parking stalls in a 1-to-1 ratio. And I think as part of that would also be the willingness to let you have the right of first refusal on the exercise of that option. But essentially what it does is gives us the ability to, at some point in the future, prompt redevelopment, especially after the Mason Street Bridge is done. So just what's your feel on that?
I guess I would have to give that a little bit more thought and discuss it with my partners. I think when we look at this site, we're trying to accomplish a number of goals. We look at, what is the best and highest use of the site, and it's certainly a great question. We're sensitive of the prime real estate that's on the waterfront property. When we're trying to get to the density that we're at, we look at things like trying to create a self-sufficient site. We're parking the maximum amount of stalls that we can indoors, but we're in order to get to an adequate number of parks to accommodate not just the residents but also family, guests of the residents, and also the people that are using the trail. It's a tight site, right? So we're trying to maximize green space, minimize the building footprint, and then also accommodate with the additional parking stalls. So it certainly is a good question. I think the give and take is we discussed the potential first right of refusal on acquiring the property in the future, and that's definitely something that we would be open to. As far as air rights or anything like that, I wouldn't really be able to comment on it this time, so I don't understand how that mechanism might work. But as far as the parking goes, I think we've achieved a good give and take, a good compromise site plan that accomplishes all goals while, again, really not stressing the surrounding community.
Yeah, and I thank you for that answer. And I appreciate that I wouldn't necessarily expect you to have the answer right away. And sometimes government, these processes work quickly and don't always give you the opportunity to respond to those things on the fly. But, of course, when we talk about air rights, I think what I'm trying to achieve is not necessarily what's there today, but what might be there 10, 20, 30 years from now, right? Without the air rights, there's really no incentive for you to do anything other than leave that as a parking lot forever, right? You have a parking solution then. But in 20 years, who knows what other development around that area might look like, and there might be other ways to solve that challenge. And we've done air rights. Lot U downtown was an example. Now, talking with Director Bernier Wig, she explained to me that it was a little different because it was an RDA-owned parcel prior, so it was easier to kind of impose that. But what it does is for those who are not familiar with air rights, right, there's an approval mechanism that can't go above into the air, right, without some kind of approval mechanism. So it just ensures that you're getting the right type of development, and by giving the city the ability to exercise the option, that we can actually proceed with a development on that site. And not have to wait for you, to perhaps come up with an idea, right? So that way we don't have to commit to a forever use of that site as a parking lot. So I at least want everyone to understand why I'm asking the question. Sure. I understand your thoughts were that your lender may not go along with that, and that might have some challenges.
Certainly, if there are other air rights or encumbrances or any other further complications on the site that restrict ownership, they might also look at what the back end might be as well, and what the exit might look like. Now, we're not developing this to buy it and sell it right away. We plan on, as a group, holding this long term and being a part of the community here. But just briefly speaking with the lender, I think that would complicate things in general. That's why we thought the good middle ground was some sort of first right of refusal on the property in its entirety.
Okay. Yeah,
and one more comment on that. I think
please.
That space between the bridge and the building as well isn't a ton of space, right? So what we're trying to achieve is get the building as close to the bridge as possible to maximize the footprint and the density, but also far enough away that we're not impacting the citizens that are living there, right? And we also understand the redevelopment of that bridge may make the site much more attractive in the future, and that would be the hope, right? But it's definitely it's a tricky site that we've put a lot of thought into.
Yeah, that's definitely what's prompting the inquiry, right? Because we don't know exactly what the reconstruction of that bridge was going to look like, but I would anticipate it's going to look different and would likely create an opportunity there. And so, and that's why I said, hey, if we have the right of first refusal even on top of the air rights, it still gives you the ability to do it. It doesn't have to be us.
Sure.
Right? We understand, we're not trying to take away that privilege from you, but I don't want it to sit as a vacant lot forever either. So I'm willing to, I think what I would, and I appreciate the right of first refusal, right? It doesn't solve necessarily the challenges that I'm looking for, but it gives us some, type of mechanism to continue to have those conversations with you in the future. So I'm willing to go along with that, but I'd like us to continue to explore, because for those, again, not familiar, it's a little bit like the GP site, where if you put the air rights in place, it's on the whole parcel. It's not just that parking lot, right? So without a legal description or a splitting of the parcels, it kind of puts us in a similar bind there. So I'm good with the development agreement. I am going to propose an amendment for that right of first refusal, which sounds like you're okay with. We'll let the attorneys hash that out, and then I would like to reach out to you after and talk a little bit more about air rights and if that's a possibility outside of this mechanism.
Yeah, I'm happy to have the discussion.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your investment in Green Bay too.
Thank you.
Any other questions for our guest? All right. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Anyone else on this item? Seeing none.
Motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. There's a motion on the floor from Alder Johnson.
Yeah, I would just make the motion to amend to include a right of first refusal for the city. Legal department can work out the language on exactly what that needs to look like.
Okay, so Alder Johnson makes a motion to include a right of first refusal, deferring to the law department on the specific language. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Alder Galvin. Discussion on that, Alder Johnson?
Yeah, actually, Mayor, I'm going to reword this. No, just, sorry, forget it. I'm good with it. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
All right, any questions or comments from council on that? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that amendment is approved.
one more.
Alder Johnson?
Yep. So this is why I was confused. I was trying to, I didn't want to rescind the amendment and then offer it up. So I'm going to offer one more amendment, and because I want to have the council support for it, but it would be a motion to allow the council to have air rights if mutual consent can be achieved by both parties prior to the signing of the agreement. So if conversations prior to the signing don't yield a possibility for that, then it just goes away, right? But I at least want the council, I think we need the council consent to even allow us to put that in there if this party, if the developer would agree to it later. So it's very loose, but I want to preserve the option.
This is a novel one, Alder Johnson.
is.
We didn't think we'd have too many complicated questions tonight, but we've got
You're
one.
just amending to allow, approve with the allowance that council will accept it if we can obtain them from the developer.
Yeah,
So
essentially what it would
it's a
do.
substantive change, but you're just saying that you're approving it ahead of time if we can get that agreement in place.
Correct. It would allow staff to execute the agreement if the developer agrees to including air rights. Because otherwise, if we try to do that after, then it's got to come back. And I'm trying to avoid that. Right.
So just not deferring, but essentially giving authority to staff to execute the agreement without council approval on air rights. Is that?
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have the authority to execute it anyway. Right. So I'm just saying, hey, if we can come to an agreement on air rights, we'll include it. If not, no big deal.
Okay. Alder Eck?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to clarify because I want to really understand it. And I know you explained it, but by air rights, so is it that you're looking for possibly a future parking ramp to be put there instead of a parking lot? I just want to
No,
understand it.
air rights don't dictate that it has to be a parking ramp. Though,
Well, something built up, but
Anything that
right now
goes
it's a
up,
parking
yeah.
lot and they need the parking. So that's what I guess why I'm thinking that.
yeah, I don't think you don't have to define what that future use will be, right? Because again, that could be 30 years in the future. We're all long gone, right? But it's giving the city some options to sort of pull a lever at a certain point in the future if the developer doesn't voluntarily do something with that. Because again, we don't want a parking lot there forever. I mean, we didn't, right? I mean, we're giving public assistance to a project to put more parking on the waterfront when we were condemning ourselves for doing it in a different location, right? So that's what I'm trying to correct here. If
I suppose
there's
I'm
a way
supposed
to
to
do it.
ask the mayor this and
Oh, yeah,
whatever.
sorry.
Kind of going. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
That's what I'm
Just trying to get
fix.
clarification on that,
Yeah.
just because I know there's a certain requirement for parking, so just wanting to make sure that that's being met. So,
Right.
thank you.
Any other questions? Alder Presley?
I'm not sure who this question is for, but does it make more sense to hold this until a following meeting? I'm just, the contingencies on contingencies are confusing to me.
It's only one.
Nice.
I mean, it's really like if the body thinks that air rights are a good idea and we can get there, that's all I'm asking for you to say is, yep, we're good with that.
Any other questions on the amendment or comments? No, that's a good point. Seconded by Alder Profit. Any other comments? All right, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that amendment is approved.
Motion to approve is amended.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to approve as amended, seconded by Alder Profit. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved as amended. On to report of the Improvement and Services Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Eck, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any items here to be handled separately? Which one is this? 9. Any others? 9 will be handled separately. All in favor of approving the remainder of that agenda, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The agenda is approved, with the exception of item 9. Your wishes on that? Alder Profit.
Well, motion to approve first.
Motion to approve. Seconded by Alder DeLee. Back to Alder Profit.
We had earlier tonight received comment forms, and this was one of the items that a resident wanted to speak on behalf, so I'm pulling for that. I'm trying to pull up the name, but if there's someone here, if you want to stand, that submitted in advance, or maybe someone online, that was the only reason I pulled it, is because we received that request.
Okay, so this is to approve the request from DPW to adopt a resolution to increase parking rates in the public parking ramps during the 2025 NFL draft from $1 an hour, $12 a day maximum, to $2 an hour, $24 a day maximum. And it looks like we do have somebody here.
Motion to open the floor.
Motion on the floor made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder Hinkfist. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. If you could just state your name and address, sir.
Frank Torres, 1490 Capitol Drive. Thank you for allowing me to speak. In the interest of time, I will waive in support.
I'm sorry?
I'll waive the remainder of my time in support.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder DeLee. Alder Profit. Motion. Yeah, we've got the motion to approve. Any comments on that? Alder Johnson.
Perhaps a question for Director Grenier. Do we have a sense of user demand, I guess, during this period of time, and what kind of additional revenue that this would potentially generate?
Our expectation is demand is going to be extremely high. This has been highly promoted as use the downtown to Titletown, and the expectation is to utilize the ramps for that parking demand with with crowds in excess of 200,000 people for over the weekend. That could create a huge demand for that parking in the downtown. In order to satisfy that demand, not only at the ramps, but parking system wide, we are going to have additional staff on, not only parking enforcement staff, but parking liaison staff and additional security. So those additional expenses are not part of our budget for 2025. Again, the parking division is a special revenue fund, so we take no taxpayer support. We're 100% self-funded. There are limited opportunities for us to generate the revenue necessary to cover those extra expenses. One of the things we did look at was in addition to the hourly rates, and this only impacts the hourly rate, parkers, anyone who has monthly parking passes, will be completely unchanged. We did take a look at whether or not we could do something with our meter rates as well. However, with over 700 meters in operation, each of the meters takes both the Passport app for payment or coin at the meter head. We would have to go out into the field and physically reprogram all 700 plus meters prior to, and then 3 days later go back and reprogram them back to the original rates. Cost effective, it just wasn't there. The only place that we had that opportunity to create that additional revenue stream was at the hourly rates in the ramps. And that's going to cover, again, parking enforcement, not only in the downtown at the ramps, but across all 46 square miles of the city. If the ramps are utilized to an 80%, 85% occupancy rate during the ramps, or during the 3 days of the draft, and again, this is only for the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, it automatically goes back to its normal rate that following Monday. We expect approximately $6,000 a day in revenue.
Okay. And then are the same rules in place in terms of the times that it's enforced, which I think is 6 p.m.?
Correct. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. After 6 p.m., there is no charge, unless, of course, you parked prior to 6. If you parked at 4 p.m., for instance, you would be charged for those 2 hours. But after 6 p.m. and on Saturdays and Sundays, there is no charge for parking.
Okay. Thank you. And sorry, one more. Just I want to clarify because it's in here, right? And the resolution, I believe, to change the meters. I mean, is that something that can be removed then?
In the resolution itself, Alder?
Well, it's in
Or in the
the
report?
agenda report. Maybe the resolution was already modified.
My read is that the resolution has no reference whatsoever to meters.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the
ramps only.
report. So resolution was modified before it came into the packet then. Yep.
Okay. Anything else, Alder?
Yeah, and I'm kind of torn on this one, admittedly, right? Because we try to do a lot of programming efforts to bring people downtown, and this seems to have the counterproductive effect of that. But I also appreciate the added expenses, and if it's the long-term parkers that migrate to a ramp, which is historically what you want to encourage and see, and if the hourly meters kind of stay in place as they are, it gives me a little bit more comfort knowing that visitors can still come in and have that easy access and aren't being penalized for visiting downtown. So appreciate the info. I'm going to noodle on where I vote.
All right. Thanks, Alder. Alder Morgan and then Alder Presley.
I was kind of glad to hear the monthly parking people won't be affected. I still question some people that do use it on a daily basis, how they'll be affected. I, for one, have been selected for jury duty the whole week, so I know there's going to be probably 20, 30 other people that are selected before they're picked or not use these parking ramps. And I don't know if the county's going to reimburse them for the extra costs and stuff like that. So I understand we got to recover some of the money it's going to cost us, but I kind of wish we could have kept it as it was.
Okay. Thanks, Alder. Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I supported this on Improvement and Services Committee. I'm going to support it again, just because, as Director Grenier pointed out, this is a very limited scope. This is a total of 36 hours. I know doubling is, that sounds scary, but it is a $1 per hour to $2 per hour increase. I think that's going to be fully understandable for especially people traveling in from other cities. I'll say anecdotally, I went on Friday to Madison and I went to a parking garage and I paid $10 for 2 hours for event parking, and I don't know what the event was.
Was it fun?
No, I don't know. I was just wandering around. But they said there's an event and they handed me a red ticket. Anyway, I think this is going to be an understandable expense for people, at least I hope it will. And the fact that it is not affecting the long-term parking, it's not affecting the meters on the street parking, I think it is an understandable thing to cover the costs. And many of these, the costs we don't think about is being incurred for our staff working overtime to meet the demands of the draft. So I'm in favor of it.
Okay. Thanks, Alder. Alder.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to point out, I know it hasn't been brought up tonight, but, and I know you know this, but just so that everybody knows that there's free transportation from downtown to the draft. So I look at this as the bargain of the week because the parking close by is going to be outrageous. So this will be reasonable. You go down, you can park your car, take the bus to the draft, and then come back downtown and hop in your car and go. So I think it's reasonable, and we're providing free transportation and a lot of free entertainment as well.
Right. Absolutely. The other option is parking at Alder Weary's house. I hear he's pretty close. So, any other comments? All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. Next, report of the Protection and Policy Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Prophet. Items here to be handled separately. Seeing none, all in favor of that report will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved. Next we have, Yes, we have two reports from Protection Policy. The next one is from the April 7th meeting. Motion to approve made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any items here to be handled separately?
2, 4, 7, 8, 9.
Whoa. 2, 4, 7, 8, and 9 will be handled separately. Any others? Okay. Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of the report will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved with the exception of the items pulled by Alder Stevens. On those items? Alder Stevens, on those items?
Yep, just clarification. I'm going to wait a deadline for today, and we would need to know if these safety plans have been approved. So, attorney or the chief, if they could answer the question on that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Attorney Kocher, go ahead.
So I think we're still working on that process. So the reason for these conditional approvals from PMP is because there wasn't another meeting. These are all temporary expansions for the draft event. So we approved them subject to the safety plan, which some of them had fencing issues. PD and the clerk's office have been working on those. They're still in progress. So if you wish, I would recommend extending them to Friday as a final deadline, and we can continue working with them to formalize the documents.
So how would you like that worded? But you would need common council's final approval too. So approval
No, we would
for future.
It is to approve subject to the approval of a safety plan by the police department.
Okay.
So that process, that doesn't need to change. It's just if you want to extend from April 15th, which is today, to perhaps Friday.
Okay. Yeah, if we can make that a motion to change these until Friday.
All right. Is there a way?
You want to take them up at once
Yeah. Can we suspend the rules?
for those numbers?
Yeah. Okay.
Suspend the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules and take up these items with one roll call vote made by Alder Stevens and seconded by Alder Profit. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended.
Okay. Motion to hold these until Friday for final approval.
You wanted to amend
Amend,
them to be April 18th?
Yeah. Okay. Alder Stevens makes a motion to amend April 15th date on all of those items to April 18th. Seconded by Alder Profit. Discussion on that. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is approved.
All right, thank you.
Motion to approve is amended made by Alder Profit and seconded by Alder DeLee. Discussion here. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that those items have been approved as amended. Alder Johnson.
Motion to reconsider 04.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to reconsider item 04, seconded by Alder Profit. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been reconsidered. Alder Johnson.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson.
Well, you got to get the motion on the floor.
Seconded by Alder Profit. Alder Johnson, you have the floor.
Yeah, Director Renierwig, I apologize. This one I didn't eat my Wheaties this morning, so the mayor ran faster than me. There wasn't an agenda report in here just to receive and place on file. Can you tell me what the outcome of that was? Do we have a new application coming?
Attorney Kochart.
Yes. So I'm sorry, Alder Johnson, I did provide an updated PNP, and the reason why we did receive a place on file here is there's an ordinance amendment coming to the next planning commission meeting that relates to signs and sign permits in the process, and then a couple of other procedural, and Mr. Leroy maybe could say more about that, and then the procedure itself in terms of a point of contact and a number of other changes were made and updates were given, which I can send along to you, or perhaps the director can as well.
So long as I know that there's something being done, it's coming back, I'm good with that. Just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments on that? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved. Next, we're on to Protection Policy Committee granting operator licenses. Motion to approve made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any abstentions or names for separate consideration? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Plan Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder Hutchison. Any items here to be handled separately? 2 and 3. Any others?
Mayor.
Alder Johnson.
If I could just show an abstention on item R6. the applicants on my executive committee.
All right, so noted. So 2 and 3 are going to be handled separately. Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of items 2 and 3. On item 2, any motion or? Yeah. Yep. First, we'll take a motion. Motion to approve made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder Presley. Alder Grant, pull that item.
Just wanted to start by motioning to open the floor to see if there's any new testament from last time.
Sounds good.
Or testimony, sorry.
Alder Grant makes a motion to open the floor. That was seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. We do have one individual that submitted an interest or a form that they would like to speak. So we've got Kent Bond, if he's here and like to speak.
Mine was for a different topic.
Oh. Are you sure? This is the Sussex Road, Algoma Road. Yeah. And then I don't know if we had the opportunity to circulate any forms. No. So if you'd like to speak on this item, just feel free to approach the podium and state your name and address at when Mr. Bond is completed. Floor is
Thank you.
yours.
My name is Kent Bond. I live at 3505 Edinburgh Road. I hope you all taken the time to read the open letter that was sent to you. I come before you tonight as not just a concerned resident of Red Smith, but actually representing hundreds of families that live in this neighborhood. The Smart Growth Plan states that city growth should, and I'll quote, involve both the city and neighborhoods in the planning of the types, appearance, and location of new housing best suited for each neighborhood. The Red Smith community invested with this understanding that this land was zoned R1. And in the last 2 decades, nothing has indicated otherwise. And now we're faced with a PUD to squeeze in R2 lots, high-density apartments, commercial buildings, none of which our neighborhood asks for or that we support. So ask yourself this: who is asking for this zoning change other than the developer who stands to profit? It is clear that this is a profit-driven decision because the developer has stated that they won't develop the houses if they don't get the apartments. The Smart Growth Plan calls for a low-density development in our area designed to preserve our neighborhood character and prevent exactly this type of sprawl. Beyond that, there are significant environmental concerns that have remained unaddressed. So as of March 21st, the developer had no conversation with the only DNR person who does wetland permitting in Brown County. After those conversations, the DNR reached out to the developer because they were concerned, and I've since received an update that, and I will quote, the developer is now aware that some changes to the preliminary plan will be needed in order to obtain a permit. Let me reread that. The developer is now aware that some changes to the preliminary plan will likely be needed in order to obtain a permit. So what we're seeing is not necessarily what we're going to get. There was no coordination with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife regarding endangered species. There is no confirmed stormwater plan with the DNR resources. And yet we're being asked to trust this developer, the same developer who has this property for sale. Green Bay does not need more apartments. If you look at the 2020 census, combine that with apartments.com and Zillow, apartments are 5 times easier to find than homes. We need more homes in Green Bay. Your constituents have spoken clearly, and as you can see by how many are here supporting the opposition of this particular zoning ordinance. We're not against growth, but we are against the rezoning. The growth plan states, and I'll quote, Green Bay has a history of liberal zoning that has resulted in situations where some land uses or developments are incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood in terms of intensity, scale, and appearance. We ask you to listen to your own guidance. This zoning is incompatible, and thus our community requests that you reject this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions for our guest? Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Bond, for your testimony. I appreciated, I've been corresponding with you by email, and I've appreciated all of the thorough work that you and your neighbors have put into researching this issue. I did want to ask you about the wetland permitting and the endangered species that you brought up, or the endangered species permits. To your knowledge, is this something that is necessary for this development? Is it something required by those agencies?
So the wetland permits are required, yes. So they are required to go through the wetland permitting process, and that there's, like I said, there's one person in Brown County that does that process. They have to review the plans and then approve that. As far as the wildlife, there is a voluntary process that goes through from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. It's called the IPAC process. The developer fills out that form. Now, the developer is responsible for complying with any legal, both federal and state, related to endangered species. There is no requirement per se to go through this process, but if they are found in any violation, then they have to mitigate that. And a lot of developers will not go through this process on the front end because it's quicker to just push it through and pay the fines on the back end. So that's concerning from an environmental perspective.
Okay, thank you. To your knowledge, is this something that has to be completed before a PUD?
It does not have to be completed before the PUD, but I think what's important to note is that the PUD is designating certain zones on that property, and that we are, as constituents, seeing that this is where these apartments are going to go, or this is where the commercial space is going to be. If that wetland permitting process goes through, and as the person said, there's likely changes that will need to be made in order to obtain a permit, it might not be where those apartments actually have to go. So I think it's in our best interest to understand what is the DNR trying to tell us of what is incompatible with this current process before we make a zoning change.
Okay. And I mean, I'll ask the developers this later as well, but do you have any reason to believe that these developers wouldn't go through the necessary processes, as people have done development in this area in the past, presumably with DNR specifications, have worked with those agencies? What is your reasoning behind thinking that they wouldn't go through with it?
I don't think I've indicated I don't think they will go through that. What I'm trying to relay is that in front of us, we are getting put a plan of what the rezoning will look like, right? With certain areas that are going to be designated R2, certain ones that are R3, and certain ones that are commercial. If that wetland permitting process, as they go through that review and they designate that those areas are not allowed to have that type of thing, like for example, the way that the developer is where they're putting the apartments, they would have to put normally a private road because of the wetlands, right? So we're assuming that's going to be concrete space. If that's not allowed, changes will have to be made, and that impacts what we're going to have in our community. So I think it's of the community's best interest that we truly understand what is this development going to look like and where are these structures going to be.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks, sir.
All right, thanks.
Good evening. John Shelton, 1045 South Webster Avenue, and I am a member of the city's Equal Rights Commission. I just wanted to speak up in support of this proposal. I definitely appreciate other citizens coming in and talking about some of their concerns. This is absolutely something that, we as citizens should do. We should hear folks' concerns. But I want to remind people of just a couple of things. It may very well be true that it's 5 times more likely to get access to apartments than it is to housing, to own a home. But we are facing a dramatic shortfall of housing in this city. As we talked about in the Equal Rights Commission report in 2023, which, we presented that here. I know Alder Stoyer isn't here. We had a nice exchange about FDR. Some of y'all probably remember that. That has gotten a little bit better. I mean, our city has made some really good strides in a number of different places, but this is an all hands on deck situation. And we have to make sure that there's enough affordable housing for people. It's a right that everybody should have access to. And, I don't love the fact that we have to think about developers as our saviors in this situation, but I do think we have to figure out ways that we can create more housing. From everything I've heard about this proposal, this would do that. It would create significantly more housing, both homes, single family homes, and apartments. And I think we should support it. I think we really should support this. So I just wanted to go on record saying that and hope folks will consider that.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Alder Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. You speak about affordable housing. Do you think buying a single family home right now is affordable?
No, absolutely not. I don't think single family homes are affordable, nor do I think apartments are affordable in our community.
Okay. So do you think producing more single family homes would help potentially turn that market around a little bit?
I think this is an all hands on deck situation. We called for all of those things in the Equal Rights Commission report.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Steve Beta with Beerbecker, 400 Security Boulevard, working for the Kosmosky family. Just wanted to run through a few things real quick. You know, there's a process we have to follow when we do this. You know, Kosmoskys have owned this land since 2001. I personally laid this out in 1992, a long time ago, and it's been vacant ever since. But there's been a road pattern established for a long, long time. But part of the process is that we go look at the environmental features. We locate the navigable streams. We shoot the topography. We locate the wetlands. We prepare a plan. We prepare a zoning map. We prepare the concept as all part of this. Then we come and request the zoning, which is the stage that we're at. Have we applied for all the permits? No, we already even passed the zoning yet. So we have a concept plan, the things we want to do. We followed your comprehensive plan, which says we need to have a certain amount of units per acre. We followed that. We're below that. We have a large chunk of land. We're hoping someday the trail gets put in and all these other things happen and more people come. We've talked about all the other things that go along with this. There's going to be more people, more traffic, more kids to the schools, and all those things have all been addressed. But we've done our homework on this piece of property for a long time. And of course, following the comprehensive plan is important to us and it's important to you. That's why you approve the comprehensive plan. But I have to follow comprehensive plans everywhere in the city, everywhere in the county, every other township that's around here. I have to follow that. That's what I have to go by when I start this process. So that's what we did. We have a good plan. There are mixed-use housing in this plan, and we are under your density requirements that you want us to follow. So thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any questions? Alder Grant and Alder Galvin.
Thank you. Just to kind of reiterate a little bit about that water pressure valve, can you just brief description again what that's going to accomplish?
So what the situation we have right now is as we move up the hill from the North-South Street is Sussex, as we move up the hill and develop houses, we don't have enough water pressure to continue to develop all this property. So the Kosmosky family has purchased it's called a PRV valve. It's going to be installed down south a little bit farther towards the bay. But actually what it's going to do is increase the pressure to allow us to have pressure to service all the way up the ledge. So that's really what it is.
I know right now that pressure, it would help the development that's currently in front of us. If there's future development nearby, would it also help nearby developments potentially as well?
Only if it's above that elevation or in that elevation range. So everything that's developed out there right now, as you move up the hill and the last houses are up against our project, they don't have the highest water pressure that there is, but they're not going to be connected to our system because there are issues with the pressure as you go back down the hill. If we increase it too much, they will have issues with leaks and all kinds of other things. So if there was someone else further to the be north or south of this that had vacant land that could hook up to it, yes, it could help them, sure.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of hear that area is very open right now, and if that water pressure valve is something that other people benefit from, I just wanted to disclose that.
Yeah, it could be extended.
Okay,
the city will own the system. The Kosmoskys are paying for the PRV valve just so they can develop their land, but eventually the city's just going to own it and be part of their system.
Perfect. And I apologize. Are you the only one that's going to speak on behalf, or will the developers come up at all? Okay, perfect. I'll save my other question. Thank you.
Okay, good.
I'll actually say my questions also.
Okay. Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on the wetland permitting and the endangered species, the IPAC that the gentleman mentioned before, are those things that you have dealt with before with the
Every day.
developments?
That's
Okay,
what I do.
right.
Yep.
Can you tell me a little bit about the timeline, the process of
Well,
that?
we haven't applied for any road permits, any building permits, or anything yet. So we would apply for. We don't need a permit unless we're crossing a wetland. We don't plan on our first phase of development. We're not really crossing any wetlands, so there's no permit to apply for. As we move through the development, there are some things that we'll need to do to get to some of the larger chunks of vacant property that is free and clear of any of the wetlands. But that's not in our first phase. But yeah, it's normal with any development. There's always some issues, challenges we have to deal with.
And can you remind me if you have taken any steps with wetland delineation?
It's done, 100%. It has been done, and the plan fully shows all the wetlands on the whole 167 acres. And then on top of that, the DNR has buffers, and the city has buffers that we're required to adhere to. Those buffers are all shown on the plan as well. We adhere to all those right now.
And then final question here. Is it assumed with developments like this that there are going to be changes along the way as you go through those various permitting processes?
Say that again?
Sorry, is it assumed that there are going to be small changes to the
There always
the plan?
is. This project is planned to probably take 7 to 10 years. Things will change. We're laying down the best thing we can today, but like anything, go back 10 years, and was that what we planned on doing? No. But for today, this is the only way we want. This is the way we want to proceed. And
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of all of you tonight. Just want to give a little history. Our family's been in this community for over 100 years. What started as a chicken hatchery in the 20s by my great-grandfather later turned into a lumber yard in the 40s through the 70s by my grandfather, who had 3 boys, including my father, who's 3rd generation. And then my cousin Ryan and I are 4th generation to be able to proudly serve the family company. So with that being said, we want to maintain our status in the community and continue to help grow the community as we have over the past 100 years. My name is Connor Kosmowski. I live at 3555 Glen Oaks Pass in the Red Smith neighborhood. So that's something else I wanted to point out. So as we're proposing this development to all of you tonight, it's not a developer that's just coming in here and ready to pack ship, sell it, and move on. I look to be here for the rest of my life. My wife and I will be eventually starting a family in that house as well, which we're very excited to do in the future. And one more thing I want to note, we hear the importance of a diverse ecosystem and how that's very healthy to our planet. Well, you can make that same argument for the importance of a diverse community and having different types of housing and ultimately just having a healthy community as a whole. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll gladly answer any questions to the best of my ability.
All right. Thanks, sir. Alder Grant. And then Galvin.
Thank you, Connor, for your testimony. Just want to first of all say thank you guys very much. Publicly want to state that Alder Johnson and I have been in communication with the whole team, and we really appreciate it. I'm not sure I've experienced another developer that took my call at 9:50 at night. So thank you guys. I do want to question: will you commit to continuing to work with us like we have been with whatever decision gets voted on tonight?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say working with us on alternative housing ideas or options, I want to, I guess, be more direct with what I mean with working with us.
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, sorry. I just want to.
Depending on how tonight goes, we are definitely open to figuring out what type of housing we can provide in that area.
Perfect. And then I know you guys are starting on the south end of the development. Can you tell me what is specifically phase 1? I know you mentioned how is the single family homes and that like U shape. Is that phase 1? And what does that look like and
Yeah,
how
so
long?
the true southwest corner actually has 5 acres slated for commercial. That would probably be towards the end of what would be developed. So the first part just above that to the north is a roughly 30 single family lots, 30, 40 single family lots. That would really be where we start. So we have to put all the infrastructure in, the utilities, which includes storm, sewer, water, that all has to come in first. Then you go with the infrastructure for the roads, and then we would do the lots. After that first phase, which that alone could take, let's say 2 years, maybe more, then it would naturally lead into that 16 acres that we are proposing for multifamily, because then we have to continue the utilities to go in that area to be able to access it. And again, none of that can be done without the pressure reducing valve, because currently there's just not enough pressure to service that whole property.
Okay. And then, so the multifamily would be potentially phase 2.
Phase 2, phase 3, somewhere in that, because we could either just keep going north with the single family before going east, I believe, to where the multifamily is. So call it 2 or 3. Somewhere.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect.
So at least 3 years, 4 years before we can get to that piece.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Alder Galvin. Thank you. Looking at the commercial property, what was the decision behind making that commercial in this area, which is predominantly residential?
Sure. Me being a resident in that neighborhood as well, and you have UWGB with a lot of college students in that area, there's just very limited commercial services in that whole area. So we've completed roughly 300 homes to the west of that development where I currently live. And then with the addition of another, let's say 200 plus homes and however many units of apartments that are allowed to go there, I just don't think you have a lot of commercial neighborhood services. You have to either go downtown, which some people may prefer, but I think having some type of neighborhood services in that community could just help benefit that whole area.
But you're not able to dictate what goes in there. I mean, it could end up being, like you see some of these developments and they end up with liquor stores, tattoo parlors, things like that. I mean, you have no way of selecting who ends up in there, do you?
Right. I mean, it wouldn't be like a gas station or something like that. You're not wrong. I just don't think that's what we would intend to do in that space. But those options will obviously have to be explored.
All right. Looking at the multifamily, there's that single road that is listed as a private road. What was the reasoning behind that?
Sure. So Steve can get more into the details of that, but from my understanding, with the wetlands that are in that area, we wouldn't be able to put a public road to be deeded back to the city. It would have to be some type of private infrastructure that the developer or the management group would have to continue to maintain throughout the entirety. So private road would just allow building on both sides of that road, whereas if you did a public road, and again, Steve can speak more to this, but I don't believe you'd be able to get buildings on both sides of the road. So you'd be hindering that development as a whole. And it just frankly wouldn't be financially feasible.
So you're saying, so I guess my question would be, so if there could be a public road there, would that change at all your plans for multifamily development in that area there?
It's possibly. It just depends on what would be approved and accepted.
Okay.
I'll defer to Steve on that.
Yeah, let me speak a little bit more to that. So, whenever we look at those sites or those areas, they're less accessible. So we end up putting in public road through these areas that are less accessible, I'll call it, or environmentally friendly. We have to be environmentally friendly with them. It's cost prohibitive to do it. We have to take a 60 or 70 foot wide swath just for the road right away. Then we need to take your 25 foot setbacks on both sides of the road. So you end up with a swath cutting out of there of 125 feet, and you just don't get enough lots in that area to make it economically feasible to do. Connor said that, but that's the problem is when you put a public road into these smaller developable areas, it just doesn't work.
Okay, thank you.
Too much land and not develop it, but it's also not enough land to put a road through the middle because we can't recoup the cost to put that road through those areas.
So this road here, this private road, is that there because there's really no other access?
Yeah, we got to build a private road to get there. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Okay. And what you're saying is you would need something 2 to 3 times as wide if it was a public road?
Correct.
Which would take out either of the lots on either side?
Correct. And we have to build it to a different standard. We have setbacks that are off those roads. Public sidewalks typically have to go in with those things. So that you take the cost from about $900 a foot, which is what a city public street would cost, down to probably $400, $500 a foot. Cuts it in half. And if I can't take lots, you're talking about lots possibly, but if I can't take a lot on both sides of the road, it doesn't make sense to put it in. I just can't recoup the money. Every lot right now that we put in, I'll just quote some stuff we're doing over in Bellevue. when we develop a lot, put it in, engineer it, and all the things that go along with it, it costs about 55 to 60,000 per lot just to put that in. Without selling, it doesn't include your land costs either. You know, you have so much input, or that doesn't include your land costs. Sorry, about 60,000 per lot just to do that. But if I can't sell a lot on both sides of that, that's 120,000 every time. You know, and that doesn't include profit. That's just to make that lot. So I can't sell the lots for enough to pay for land roadway that goes through areas that are inaccessible. When it's public infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. And if I could, sir, I have one more question to you. So I'm looking at the multifamily, the two areas that you have designated that. I'm looking at the commercial. If you were to make the commercial multifamily and reduce some of the density in the larger area that comes off the private road, would that reduce some of the traffic that we've heard concerns about, the increased traffic coming into and out of? And would that be more feasible for your company to, you know, find that spot that it needs to find with this development?
Are you reducing traffic or shifting it?
Shifting it. So
the-
if you look at the commercial lot, all that would go directly onto Algoma Road instead of going into the subdivision and then out onto Algoma Road.
Right.
So I'm just wondering if that's something you considered, and if so, why did you end up going with the commercial instead of that?
Do we know the comp plan? I would just say the comp plan designated originally when we were looking at this lot. I think the city had looked at maybe doing 12 acres of commercial in that corner, which then we reduced to 5 years ago before I got involved in the project. But in terms of the traffic, I just wouldn't be able to speak too much about how that's going to change traffic patterns. I just feel like you're just shifting it away. But I remember in the first meeting a month ago, they brought up, I'm forgetting that street name, but possibly a Durham. So I could see that possibly helping alleviate some of the traffic concerns. But in this situation, I don't think you're really alleviating traffic. I think you're just shifting it to another area that's going to get very concentrated.
Okay. So was this the city's idea that this be commercial instead of housing?
Was that at one point? Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other questions? Oh, sorry. Alder Johnson.
Connor, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Brian.
My question is not for you.
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
It just wanted to go back to that private road for a moment. How wide is that private road that
Typically,
you
you can do 24 feet wide, and then you have to, slope it down depending if you elevate it or not. But
Okay.
24 feet of pavement usually.
24 feet. And so you mentioned if it's a city road, I just want to understand 60
City
feet
road,
plus 25 on each side, so 110 feet
You need that swath to adhere to your city standards. Yes.
to city standards.
Yes.
Okay.
Public road.
Right.
Yep.
It just seems like an exceedingly wide road.
That's how all of them are in
for
every
that
city.
area. You don't have to give me an opinion or a plan on that, but okay. I just wanted to understand the width of the private road, 24 feet.
Yeah, correct. So
Okay.
then we lose the. So I'll just give you the quick rundown. So if you do a 60-foot wide right of way, and you typically put a 32 to 37-foot piece of pavement in the center of that, you have sidewalks out at your 60 feet. Then you have a 25-foot setback on each side of that. So depending on how you do the math on that, that could be 115 or 120, whatever the math is on that swath. And that's typically what we do in any municipality. Some have wider right of way, some have. Typically, you don't see less than 60 feet though anywhere we go.
Okay.
So I have to adhere to all those setbacks. That's why you take such a wide swath. If I go down to my typical 24-foot wide roadway that's private, I don't necessarily have the same setbacks off that 24 feet. Although I would set back, say, 20 feet off of there, and all of a sudden you've taken it from 110 down to, 24 plus 70, 60, 75 feet, somewhere in there.
Okay. And I know you mentioned installation of sidewalks, and admittedly, and maybe you know the answer, it could be a question for Director Grenier as well, but do we, because this is brand new, have we established the ordinance yet that would require whether or not sidewalks are required in this area? I mean, are you planning for sidewalks?
Whatever the city code would require.
Okay. And so you just don't know what that is right now?
So typically, cul-de-sacs, maybe Steve can answer, but typically your cul-de-sac in the city don't need sidewalks, but your other streets all require sidewalks if they go
Okay.
through.
I don't know if Director Grenier would want to.
It's going to be based off of the lot density. So the number of lots per acre, you cross-reference that against the subdivision zoning ordinances, and that will tell you whether sidewalks are required on one side or both.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Anything else from council? All right. Thanks for your testimony. We've got somebody coming.
Hi, good evening. My name is Margie Rakewald. I live on 2988 Durham Road. I've lived out on Durham Road since 2000, and we built out there because of the quietness and the safety of our children. And through the years, the traffic has gotten crazy. And the dangerous situations right now, we only have Algoma and we have Church, and then there's Durham. So I would like to know from the developers how they plan to handle the increased traffic that will be brought around Red Smith School, around the neighborhood, around the park that we have, the hockey fields, all the area. I would just like to know how they plan on, excuse me, diverting that traffic in a safe way. Thank you.
Any questions? Alder Grant?
Apologize, not really a question, but just to address that, I have already submitted a communication for a traffic study for starting on Scottwood and Sussex, just because that is the start of the development. And as the development progresses, we can continue to do traffic calming studies and things like that. So just wanted to kind of answer that.
Thanks, Alder.
Good evening. My name is Pat Castor, and I'm with River City Realtors. My address is 2170 Velp Avenue, Suite 106. I've been a longtime developer in Brown County, and in fact, have worked with the Kosmoskis on many occasions. And I just want to say that as far I know, the Realtors Association was here and talked to you about the housing shortage that we have. It is desperate, and Green Bay has the opportunity to have a really nice development by the Kosmoski family. They do a good job. This is a big investment on their part to work with the city to get this developed, and they will do a good job for you and be something that you can be proud of. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Just real quick, and don't mean to put you on the spot, but I in conversations with the realtors, I know that Jennifer had commented on really the scarcity of lots that are kind of in the pipeline for development.
Right.
And I was just wondering if you could kind of comment on that situation and how critical it is to develop what we have.
The lot situation in Brown County is usually I actually do an inventory for the county and all the municipalities. There are not, normally we have about 240 lots at this time going into the year. That is probably down to about 120. So there isn't, the lots aren't being developed. The lots are much more costly, as Steve mentioned. We're looking at somewhere around $540, $550 running foot for the frontage of the lots. So that's why it's very important to have variable lot sizes so that you can get as much density. And I know the people back there don't like that, but we have to try to make it affordable because, yes, a developer does have to make money when they're doing a project, because if they don't, they're not going to do the project. And there hasn't been a lot of development in Green Bay, and Green Bay's a nice place to live. It's a beautiful community, and the county is great, but there's a shortage right now. There's even a shortage of the houses that are built. I mean, we probably have about 70 in inventory right now that are saleable. So that isn't what normally we would have, and it's not gonna last. Usually we like to have a year and a half at least in inventory. We don't have that. We probably have about 6 months. And so there is a shortage. And one thing that you have to think about with the rentals, when the younger people come up and they need a place to live and they're not ready to do a purchase yet, but they get into that rental and then they go to the shops that are around, they go to the churches that are there, they put their roots in that development, and eventually they end up buying basically in the same area that they started renting in. So it's something for the future of Green Bay. And like I said, you couldn't have a better developer doing the project for you.
Thanks so much for that. Any questions for our guest? All right. Thanks again. Anyone else on this item?
My name's Lisa Lauzern. I live at 3549 Black Wolf Run in the neighborhood, Broadsmith neighborhood. I've had a little correspondence with Jennifer Grant about how we were supposed to compromise with the developer on how to find a solution that would work for everyone. I really haven't, I guess, so far heard much of the word compromise yet coming from either party. But I guess this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to read exactly what I sent to Jennifer because this comes from exactly a place that I care about. It says, I'm most opposed to the apartments because they both increase enrollment and traffic on Sussex, especially around peak school times. I have 2 girls that are 5-year-olds, and I'm just afraid, honestly, for their safety. That's the biggest, and my biggest concern is just making sure that they're okay. Both education and safety are important to me. My family selected this neighborhood because we wanted our children to go to Red Smith, and we wanted to be surrounded by other families that go to Red Smith, so then they can kind of grow up together. That's kind of how I was raised. If condos with HOAs are not an option, I'd prefer a multifamily apartment be for 55 and older. I don't know why. I mean, it sounds weird that I'm targeting that demographic. I wasn't at the last meeting because my girls had a dance recital, but I do want to point out that I guess age demographic and people talking about downsizing and housing and stuff, needing more places to live, that was something that was considered important. So I don't know why that can't be considered, basically potentially limiting the apartments to 55 and older. Another thing, I think they have kind of talked on it, but I still don't exactly understand why there can't be, because for 2 of the 10 apartments buildings, they have direct access to Algoma Road. But for the other 8, they don't. They're going to come right out into the Sussex Road, right in front of the school, most of them, and they're going to cause a lot of traffic issues. I don't really understand why there can't be a private road or another type of option that could connect to that commercial property or connect to that. I mean, obviously I'm not a builder, but it's just something that I really think that we need to consider. I basically said in general, I'm all right with the pros of smaller lots, as long as the developer can confirm the retention ponds are enough to hold storm water. So there's a compromise there. I'm actually okay with it. Yeah. And then in terms of the commercial property, I believe it was actually already in the development. And so I'm okay with the commercial property as long as there's some way to limit it, like they said, to what could be in there for operating. So like you're not going to have your gas stations. You're not going to have your liquor stores. You're going to have something that's maybe reasonable to a neighborhood for hours of operation, because there are families that are directly right across the street and right next door.
Thanks, ma'am. Your 3 minutes
Okay.
has expired. Thanks so much. Any questions for? I think we got a question. Alder Prophet.
So thank you for coming to speak tonight. I can appreciate, I have a 4 and 6-year-old, so I understand that lens that you're looking at it with, but I'm just seeking clarification. You mentioned at the start of your remarks, your biggest concern was the multifamily, and then you associated that with the safety of your kids. So can you
Yes.
clarify what, I mean, we definitely want to work with that neighborhood, absolutely. So outside of Elder Grant's traffic study that's already been proposed, are there other things in relation specifically to the safety of your kids you're concerned about?
Well, the big thing is obviously the traffic that we're talking about. And most of it is they're all coming out on the cul-de-sacs. I think there's 3 different areas, but they're all going to be coming out in Sussex. And I'm okay with the idea of having the 2 of the 10 apartments come out of Algoma, but I just don't get why the other 8 can't also come out onto that road too, because that would honestly alleviate the heavy traffic. And also with the 55 and older that I forgot to mention, that would also deal with the enrollment issues too, because we're afraid that with the schools, they're going to continue to get crowded. And honestly, people seek Red Smith neighborhood for basically to go to that school. And so it's just something to consider.
Thanks. Anything else? Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else on this item?
Hello, my name is Stephanie Guzman. I live in 2711 Melcourt Drive. As I'm sitting there and I'm listening, I am somebody who's literally raised in Green Bay, right? I hear the words that some of the people from Red Smith are saying. I think all the lenses are important, right? But somebody who is a young adult in this community, who is looking forward to moving up, who's looking forward to invest, who's looking forward to potentially, hopefully, someday be able to afford to live in a nice neighborhood, like they just said, with a hockey field and a bunch of other stuff that I can't even imagine, right? Them bringing up enrollment. Hi, I live across the street from Edison. Shall we talk about that? Do we care about that, right? So I think that we need to declutter some of the areas that we have, and we would love to go join the Red Smith community. I don't see it as a minus. I think we should see it as a plus. Diversity is a word that was used by the developers. I love it because it also includes people like me, right? I can go off about how I am different than a lot of the people that live in Red Smith. I can go based on color. I can go based on sexuality. I'm very different, right? That doesn't mean that I don't bring something to this community. I can bring, I'm sorry, but music, I got a band, yo. I promise I will throw a party back there and I will invite you. And it's called a carne asada, by the way. It is not a bad thing to bring change, okay? And so I just want to make sure that we're very careful with how we say, I'm scared for the children. I think I don't have children, but I have a big family, and I literally can agree with you on that. But I really just want to be careful for everybody and anybody who wants to invest someday in some of these awesome developments. Not everybody that's going to apply is coming with intentions to hurt the community. I think we're trying to grow the community. So we have to be really careful with how we phrase that, because we almost make it seem like we're trying to not welcome some people, right? And we need to be really careful with the wording on that. I think we need to welcome all people to these developments. I myself am so excited because maybe I'll be able to invest in some of that over there, right? But yeah, I just want to be very conscientious of that. As someone of color sitting there and who hopefully one day moves down there, I want to be feeling like I'm welcome there. And right now, it doesn't really feel like that. So I just want to make sure that we note that. That's all.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Anyone else in the audience? Going once? Going twice? Yeah, you bet. Alder Prophet has a question for...
Question for the developer, just to follow up on one of the comments. I think I may know the answer, and I think it may relate to the wetlands, but if someone could speak to the feasibility or possibility of connecting that private drive from the top multifamily to the lower section, has that been considered, or is there wetland concerns there?
I'm going to defer.
Yeah. So whenever we're dealing with wetlands, we are required to cross any kind of wetlands at our narrowest point. And typically I'm not allowed to cross it 2 or 3 or 4 times. So they will limit the number of times I can cross, but there's a large enough area there that we're proposing to cross it twice to get in and get out so we can meet requirements of the city for access and all that other kind of stuff. But to go, that would be basically straight south. That is just too big and too wide to even consider.
Got it. Thank you.
Looks like we're all done with testimony. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Profit and seconded by Alder DeLee. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. We do have a motion on the floor. On the motion, Alder Grant.
Just have some questions for staff really quick to address some of the concerns with us with the C1 zoning. What are some of the general restrictions of things you can't see there? I know gas station was brought up as being a restriction. Is there any other quick things you can throw out there that we can confirm with that?
Mr. Buck.
Thank you. Sure. Well, so we have three types of zoning districts. C1 is referred to as a general commercial district. C2 is a highway commercial. C3 is community center. So C2 is really your auto-oriented. What's being proposed here is C1. So, I mean, there's a lot of uses in the table, but general offices, banks, medical clinics, artist studios, personal service businesses like hairdressers or something like that, business services like a copy center, catering services, dog grooming centers, small appliance repair shops. I mean, it's a long list. General retail sales. What it wouldn't allow is any automobile rental, no automobile sales, no car washes, no convenience stores, no fueling, gas, or service stations, no major auto repair, and it would require council approval for like an oil change place or a surface parking lot. So it's really designed as a general retail or commercial district without an auto focus.
Okay, thank you. And of the 14 acres that's being proposed as R3, roughly what is the maximum amount of units they potentially could put there due to our code?
Sure, our code would allow 1 unit per 2,000 square feet of area. However, that is a gross, as in gross and net number, a gross number. So it doesn't include removing areas for stormwater detention, for buffers to wetlands or environmentally sensitive areas, roadways, anything like that. So if you took just that gross number, about 300 units in 14 acres.
Okay, thank you. And if whatever we approve tonight, am I correct that the developer can come forward at any time with any amendment? It could be at the next plan commission meeting. It could be a year from now. They could come to us with any changes, correct?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. And without the support of the developer, can we as a city force an amendment?
It depends. I can't give you a straight yes or no.
Okay.
Depends what you're trying to amend.
Okay. Those are it for my questions. I do have an amendment. I know we talked about compromise. We heard the concerns by the residents, and myself and Alder Johnson have had a lot of productive conversations with the developers. The issue is a lot of the ideas don't fall within the scope of the PUD. Therefore, at this time, the developers have indicated they are not open to making any amendments to the current PUD. I do want to address the smart growth plan. I understand it outlines a broad vision for District 6 that includes a variety of housing types. When we look at the map, there is a mix represented within this district. Currently, the Shores, Woodland Park Apartments, Mount Mary Apartments, Pheasant Run, Brook Park, Mossy Oak, Ontario Road, Huron Grove, Terrace Lake, and then there's 2 more units on Humboldt that are all currently within this District 6 of high density. And when you look at the map close up, I know you guys can't see it, but I looked at where those apartments are located, and it is actually very in line with the comprehensive plan of how it's colored on this map. The only difference is the area that's being proposed, that is yellow, which is R1. There is no brown medium to high density housing in that area. The reality is there are other options for this development, and amendments can be brought forward at any time by the developer. The current plan already includes smaller lots, duplexes, offering a degree of housing diversity. It offers commercial. Additionally, the developer is aware of a process in which a variance for the road width can be brought forward for approval by us. This would allow for the private road to become public and therefore open the door to potentially owner-occupied townhomes, which are currently a rarity in our city. We have one opportunity to get this development right. Today, there are 1,561 apartment units listed available on apartments.com across the entire city of Green Bay. On the other hand, the demand for single-family homes is so high that property values have doubled in the past 10 years. That clearly signals a shortage in this type of housing, and it's a need we cannot ignore. Concerns of the R3 overlay were vocalized since the neighborhood meeting, yet no changes were made with a formal submission to the city. What's unique about this 167-acre property is that there, for the most part, is one access point, which is Sussex Road, which brings up the safety concerns that people are bringing forward. This isn't a normal development. There are 3 alternative roads with very limited portions of it going to those roads. One of the 4 roads isn't being accessed. We are allowing negotiations to move forward. Supporting the removal of R3 is just us saying this isn't the right fit for the way this layout is with the roads provided. The developer has stated they are willing to work with us. Whatever we approve tonight can always be amended by the developer, but we as a city, without the support of the developer, cannot force any changes. I want to ensure the city is in a good position to ensure options continue to be discussed with the developer. As they do their permitting, they are going to potentially see things added and come back to us throughout that. I'm not surprised if there are changes throughout this, and I hope we can continue that. But what I want to make sure is that we have leverage as a city to make sure that conversation continues. Like Director Buck stated, if we approve an R3, they potentially could do up to 300 units and not come back to us. The plan could change, and because the code allows for it, they could put in 300 units. If you say yes to the PUD as it is. I just want everybody aware of that. They're proposing 160, but code allows to go up to 300. So with that, I want to make a motion to amend the PUD to remove the R3 zoning. That would keep commercial, that would keep the smaller lots, that would keep duplexes. So when we talk about compromise, I feel that it is a start. The biggest issue is the density when you're limited to one main road. So if we remove that tonight, the developer can alter it and come back to us, or change the plan and come back to us, but they have control over that. So something to think about. So just motioning to amend to remove the R3 zoning.
Is there a second for that? Second by Alder Weary. Just a clarification, Alder, what are you replacing it with?
R1, which is what it's currently, so just the overlay would be removed.
Okay, got it. All right, there's a motion and a second on that. Discussion on the motion. Alders? Alder Prophet.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at that. I'm not in favor of removing the R3. I too want to thank the Kosmosky family, specifically Connor, who took the time to show us some current developments that they've worked on, particularly a recent one where there was a lot of wetland. It was a beautiful development, including standing on the deck and hearing ducks, which I would love to hear at my house. I don't get that. And also hearing that there are fish actively living in the wetlands where those apartments are, but also the single family. I think what we have before us is really impactful and going to make a really powerful change in our community. I've been on this council for, I think, a year and 3 days, somewhere in there, not counting. But after our last meeting, that was the most feedback I've ever received from my comments that we had at our last meeting. I received feedback from residents and neighbors in Red Smith who wanted to remain anonymous out of fear for their neighbors who are against multifamily. It makes me sad that there are neighbors out there who want this, who want to welcome and expand their neighborhood. Sorry, gonna try not to get emotional. This is a really powerful decision before us. It's going to change the framework of that neighborhood and continue to diversify our housing stock, which is so needed. I've heard from a lot of nonprofits involved with housing locally who speak very frankly about how we lack affordable housing. I know we don't claim this to be an affordable housing development, but the price points that we were told at our last meeting are comfortable. I wouldn't say they're market, I mean, they're being listed as market rate, but they're comfortable. I can live with that. We need to diversify our housing stock. So I'm not in favor of removing R3. I think in my conversations with the developer, they are very happy with what they've proposed to us. I'm very happy with it. I have seen collaboration and a willingness for them to listen, particularly one being a neighbor himself in that community, and he plans to remain one. So I'm in favor of diversifying this neighborhood and welcoming more neighbors and expanding Red Smith.
Additional comments on the motion, Alder Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I seconded it, and I didn't bring my glasses. I have to wear it more now that I'm getting a little older, right? But yeah, thanks. Some sunglasses. All right, but that doesn't help at all. But if you, thank you. But if you look at the map, of the 2022 plan, which I voted for back in my early days, it's all single family and it's all yellow, as Alder Grant pointed out. And if you were going to plan your family and your neighborhood around what the city said is going to be there, which for those at home is all yellow, without the sunglasses and with them, it's kind of a bait and switch really of what we're doing. I understand we need a mix, but if you look at the rest of the map, there's a large mix, just not here. We don't have to force things in where we didn't call for it. That is retro, whatever you want to call it, hurting the people who had planned their lives around that. I'm not saying what's proposed would be good or bad. It's just saying they planned on this being all single family homes. That's what the city said it was going to be. Well, city lied. I guess that never happens. So I'm voting for it. This will still be a great development. Without it, we'll find a way to move forward. We have so many, and under your leadership, Mr. Mayor, we have a lot of great housing units going up around the city. We just talked about a couple tonight, and we've talked about it for the past year plus. So a lot is going on as far as apartments. Let's keep it the way we said it was going to be. Let's just stay to our word. Thanks.
Any other comments on the amendment? The Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am fully opposed to getting rid of the multifamily element of this proposed development. I want to say what others have said in their testimony and what we know to be true, that we have a shortage of housing in Green Bay. We have a shortage of multifamily. We have a shortage of single-family homes. I've heard it from my constituents. A lot of my constituents live in apartments, in trailer parks. I live in an apartment. And the thing I hear a lot is that we feel stuck. We're stuck because in 2018, I had an apartment that was $400 a month, and now I have an apartment that is $1,000 a month, and it is not that much better. It's in the same city, same general region, but it is more than twice the price. And so I can't go anywhere else because rents keep on going up. And this is something I hear time and time again. And it's very difficult for me to look at a development like this, which is what our city needs, really. Variable development where we have single family homes, where we have duplexes, and where we have multifamily apartments. It's hard for me to look at that and say that that is a bad idea. I'm not afraid of developers. I don't think it's good to, I'm not always on the side of developers. In fact, two developers, local developers, donated to my campaign, my opposition in my campaign last year, because I guess I have a reputation for being a jerk to developers, which is fine. I'll take that. But in this case, we have a good developer. We've heard that from everybody who's spoken about them, that they are a good developer, that they are rooted in this community, and that they are doing something that this community needs. We've had the environmental issues have been brought up. That's something I take very, very seriously. I've had a lot of email correspondences. I've had calls to the various agencies. I've talked to people who are opposed to it, people who are for it. And it seems to me, and I think this is backed up by all the evidence we have from their past, what they've done in the past and what they're doing now, is that they are following all of the recommendations to make sure that these environmental issues are, they're not encroaching on wildlife habitat, that they're doing the right thing here. So yeah, the plan was a comprehensive plan was opposed to zoning that is too permissive. It stresses the neighborhood cohesion, but it also says, as Director Renier Wig said at the last meeting, that it says that large residential areas like this should include townhomes, duplexes, and apartments, not just the quarter-acre lots. I think this development does what we want our comprehensive plan to tell us to do when we're looking at it broadly. So I can't say that we should just get rid of the multifamily because it's unpopular. I know that people are upset, and I know this is a hard decision. And I respect that Alder Grant has to listen to her constituents here. Her constituents are crying out saying they don't want this, but I have to listen to my constituents too. And my constituents, most of them are living in apartments, are living in trailer parks, and they want that potential for mobility. They want to have options. They don't want this scarcity of units putting a upward force on the rent. We want abundance. We want the ability to have options. I don't want people coming up to me saying that they feel stuck in my district. As much as I love them in my district, they shouldn't feel stuck there. So I just can't. I can't in good conscience say get rid of the multifamily. I think the multifamily is what we need. So as much as I respect Alder Grant for doing and proposing this amendment because she thinks it's what's right for her constituents, I have to listen to mine, and we all have to listen to ours. So thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Other comments on the amendment? Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's really important that we frame this isn't about housing affordability, though that will create, obviously, the downstream impact, right? It's not about judging site plans per se, because that will come during the permitting process. It's not about environmental concerns. There's a path for that to be addressed, and permits won't be issued if certain standards aren't met. It's not about school capacity, right? That's not something we regulate, and the schools will react accordingly, and they've given us the information that they need, and it's not about traffic. There's a path to address that. I do want to commend the developers because they have been we need lots, right? We've heard that from a lot of folks, and for the most part, I haven't heard any objection to that. Zero, really, right? So I think that's very encouraging, and I do appreciate with the developers that we've had a lot of really productive conversations, about their willingness to look at different options and different things. They've got experience, of course, doing subdivisions, but also different types of units. And I'm very grateful for that investment in our community and, of course, the stability that they bring as century-long investors here in the city of Green Bay. And I have no doubt that that's going to continue for another century, and I would never want to do anything that would compromise that. And so when I look at the PUD, though, there's probably 90% of the stuff that's contained within the PUD that is broadly supported by everybody. I mean, if you look at most of the things in there, there's no contending some of the things that are in there. The thing that is causing, I think, the most consternation is whether or not the multifamily use is the appropriate use. I think there's a lot of ways, and we've seen both ends of the spectrum argued on this, right? And so I don't necessarily want to land on one end or the other, but what I do want to do is make sure that we are focused on the discussion around use, because that is what zoning is. Is this an appropriate use? And so we're looking, again, all the single lots, even the duplexes, heard really no concerns about that. It really is focused around whether or not a high concentration of multifamily units is what's appropriate within this particular section, that 17-ish acre section within that area. And I appreciate the complexity around the wetlands, having to navigate and work around some of those things. to really kind of maximize the use of the land, because that's important. We want to be able to achieve that. And that's why I do support the PUD and everything that's in there in terms of impervious surface and restricting widths and others, a lot of those other provisions that allow this to be a little bit more buildable. In our conversations with the developer, they were also very receptive and open to a number of other alternatives. And we talked about a lot of those. We talked about, could the commercial lot look a little differently? We talked about maybe even a little bit more density on the multifamily site along Algoma Road. But I want to talk about what's oftentimes referred to as the missing middle housing. And I know most, if not all of us, are familiar with that term. And of course, what they're proposing back there is one version of it. But I think we've kind of fallen into this trap of accepting that what is proposed is the only possible solution. When I look at missing middle housing, it includes duplexes, which is side by side or stacked, a fourplex, which is stacked, a courtyard building, a cottage court, a townhouse, a multiplex medium, a triplex stacked, or live work. So there's a lot of different types. And we even had this conversation around the GP site, right? When you go from P&G down to the GP site, and it's about how do you appropriately scale that in to what eventually will be mixed use development. We don't want to go from heavy intensity, general industrial use right into mixed use. And that's why we are looking at rezoning the GP site. It's use. So I think the thing, though, that for me that resonates the most is that the developer has the ability to come back at any time to request an amendment. And I think that there's place here for us to continue to have conversations around some of these other alternatives that we've discussed to make sure that this financially works for the developer, but also works for the neighborhood. Because at the end of the day, we're asking to deviate from what's in place right now, which is R1. We are asking for that deviation. I think we owe it to the neighborhood to be conscientious of that fact, to make sure that we're putting the right missing middle housing in there. We've talked about a private road converting to a city street. It's possible. We'd have to make that decision yet, right? Talked about other zoning options. We talked about other types of things in here that could make this work. And I appreciate the developer's concern, right? That we can say, hey, you can come back and amend this, but there's no guarantee that we would give that to them. But there's no guarantee we give it to them today either, right? So, but if this amendment passes, there's space there for the city to continue to have this conversation. And I think that's what's important. I want to be clear that I'm going to support the amendment, but if we cannot in the next few months, if this were to pass over the next few months, come up with some alternative solutions that meet the developer's needs on this, I'll be the first in line to vote for an amendment that reverts it back to the proposal that's in front of us. But I want to make sure that we have the space to at least allow some alternatives before we lose all that opportunity and ability to have that conversation, because they've expressed a desire, at least to me and Alder Grant, to have that conversation. But if we approve this with the amendment, I think it still gives the assurances that they need to proceed with the water pressure valve, with all the other things. Again, 90% of the things that are in here that they really need. So some of my comments are kind of flown over into the agenda item as a whole, but I think it's important to capture that right now, because I don't want us to lose all of our opportunity to have that discussion. But I also want to be very clear that my commitment is to continue to have the conversation, to find some solutions. And if those solutions cannot be found, I'll revert it back. I will. And they said it's not 2 years at least before they get to the development of that multifamily. Now, there's probably planning that has to occur before that, and I'll give them that courtesy, right? So I have zero interest in taking 2 years to come to that solution, but I do think there's some space there for the city to continue to find alternatives.
All right, Alder Hutchison.
Thank you. I think tonight some good information came before us, both sides of the issue. I think meeting environmental permit requirements is very important. It's brought up. One thing that is going to have to be dealt with regardless if we have R3 or not, if the R3 is removed, I don't see why the developer wouldn't just make a lot more smaller lots in there. So we're going to have a lot more traffic just from single lots, okay, to make up for that. And looking at where this development is, looking at surrounding mile around it, we're going to have to do some significant traffic studies. I noticed there's 2 studies already later on tonight, I think initiated by Alder Grant, which are right on. And this is regardless of the development or not. I mean, we need to deal with the traffic in this area. It's common. So I think because this, I see traffic as the major issue here, because the others, as others have said, are going to be covered. And the notion that R3 may have more traffic related to it, I think is kind of true, but it's outweighed by the fact, again, that more lots may be developed if R3 is not there. Okay, so it's almost tit for tat, more or less. So I'm for this development, but I'm also for negotiating, like the president said, regarding moving forward. Is there something better that can be done? Someone suggested a roadway to the south. That is a great idea, okay, from this development going south. Can it be done? I don't know, but I'm hopeful that the developer can look at that. There's probably tons of reasons they're saying he can't do it, but I would definitely look at it, because we're going to have to deal with the traffic issues and coming up regardless. So that's my point. And I guess all things being equal, I'm for the development as planned.
Alder Grant for a second time.
Just want to kind of respond to that a little bit. Removing the apartments in that area, you would not fit 160 lots. So it's not even swapping. So you actually would reduce traffic in that area by removing that. Thank you.
Anything else on the amendment from council? Seeing none, and just a reminder, so Alder Grant's amendment is to remove R3 from the PUD, remove the multifamily from the PUD. So all in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Board vote has been requested, so we will do that. Again, this is on the amendment. The amendment to remove multifamily. Can you display? What's that? We just need to display it. It would fail, but we just need to. So that vote fails on a 6-6 vote. Underlying motion is for passage or for approval. Comments on that? Alder Grant.
Offer up another amendment then. Then again, kind of going back to compromise and limiting. If you approve the PUD as is, they can do up to 300 units. So I would like to, we can within the PUD limit the amount of units. So a motion to limit that amount of units to 100 units within the R3 zoning or overlay. Apologize.
Alder Grant makes a motion to limit to 100 units.
Yes, right now it's proposed 160, so it's over half, but meeting more in the middle.
Is there a second for that? Second by Alder Weary on that, Alder Prophet?
Yeah, I would not be in favor of limiting. Again, we've had lots of conversations with these developers. I have no fear that they will not move forward with adding 300 units. If the proposal were to be 175, I'd be comfortable with that, but I'm not comfortable limiting to them to 100. Again, if this developer were to come to my neighborhood, being a resident of my neighborhood, With all the work they've done on this project over the past 30 years, I'm comfortable with the 160 that's proposed. I have no fear. When I spoke with them earlier today, they're very passionate about 2.25 stalls per unit, even though our code only requires 1.5. So with that in mind, they wouldn't be able to fit 300 units. I also asked them a lot of these questions, and they reiterated to me they want this project passed as is. And there is nothing glaring in this PUD that I feel I can't support. In fact, I don't think any of us would be doing our jobs here if we didn't lose sleep over the votes we take. And gosh, if I vote in favor of limiting this, I would lose a lot of sleep, and I'd have a lot of angry neighbors to respond to from my neighborhood and all across the city, like I did last time for the neighbors who were in favor of this development as is. So again, not in favor of this amendment.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Additional comments on that, Alder Presley?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Alder Prophet said. I'm trying to explain this to my constituents in my head that there's a potential for 160 units, and we are taking away 60 units with this amendment, and I just can't justify that. I can't justify yoinking that when that's a potential for growth for our city, for people to get unstuck, for people to have a place. Take 60 away, it doesn't jive with me.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Alder Weary?
I'll just pick up where I was before. I think it was Professor Comrade Shelton who was up here earlier, who stated, in essence, that government can and should force things on you. Well, poppycock. Maybe it's an old-fashioned notion, but I think we should listen to the neighborhood. The vast majority of that neighborhood clearly said they're against this. And maybe we should follow our plan that we have in place. Those two things clearly spell out how we should act here. I would lose sleep if we didn't listen to them. Now, I had a development a couple months ago, but it was zoned correctly, and most of the people were for it, and we approved it. This one, as we saw from the petition and the number of people who were here and spoke through Alder Grant, they're opposed to it because it's not what they signed on for. We are bait and switching them, and shame on us. Shame on you if you do that to them.
Alder Hinkles.
Thanks, Mayor. And I understand where Alder Grant is coming from when you have a development of this size going in. But the one thing we need to remember is this is 128 acres. This is 10 to 12 years. It's mixed use development, which we want as far as apartments, single families, and duplexes. And from everything that I've heard and know about the developers, if there's going to be any major changes, they're going to come back and they're going to talk to us. I think we would do a disservice to not approve the plan as it's proposed, because I also think that we limit the developer then also with what they can do moving forward. Whereas if we approve it as it is and we continue those dialogues, we'll continue to move forward and do what's best for the city. Thank you.
Any other comments on Alder Grant's amendment? Alder Presley for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Director Renier-Wig. I just wanted to ask, we talk about this comprehensive plan and the bait and switch. Is the comprehensive plan, is it set in stone? Is it something that is up for interpretation by staff, by this body?
Comprehensive plan, of course, is 22 years old. We're working on the new version now. It's passed as a guide for us to use. We amend the comp plan. We've amended it. How many times have we amended the comp plan, Dave? Quite a bit, because things change. I mean, you wouldn't look at a comp plan from 20 years ago and expect, I think, that things would be the same in 20 years. So you have to look at each project individually. But and Dave, you want to add something?
Thank you. So I've heard a couple times everybody going, this is a bait and switch, it's a bait and switch. I think there's a little bit of confusion. The comprehensive plan is a land use plan, not a zoning map. And that has a density. So that yellow isn't an R1 zoning. That yellow is a density of 4 to 8 units per acre. So I want to make that a point because everybody likes to look at the map and say that's R1 because you're used to seeing zoning. It's not the same thing. I do want to point out in the comprehensive plan in 2 sections of the housing, 2 of the objectives under continue to stabilize and improve established neighborhoods while promoting affordable, decent housing. Two of the objectives are housing density, encourage a broad range of housing types, price levels in order to bring people of diverse ages, races, incomes, abilities into daily interactions, strengthening personal and civic bonds. Objective 3, housing density, encourage appropriate increase in housing density in established, new, and developing neighborhoods while discouraging the over concentration of high density dwellings in limited areas. And then I also wanted to point out in this district, and I think somebody had mentioned this, in District 6, the objective in here, the recommendation is neighborhood diversity. Land developers will be encouraged and required to provide some diversity in housing types and densities within every neighborhood. Figure 22.6 indicates a broad range of the same low or medium density housing, meaning that these locations should not be just single family housing on quarter acre lots, but rather include townhouses, duplexes, and apartments. That's specific recommendation. So you look at the map and you see the color, but you have to read the words too. So it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And Chris, I respect you, and we worked on this together back then. But I had to point out, I was just waiting for somebody to ask me. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Clark.
Yeah, if I can, add my comment onto that.
Yeah, Alder Preston.
I think it is in line with the comprehensive plan that it is a document that is up to interpretation, that has been amended, that was passed when I was 6 years old. I don't want to bring that up too much, but I was 6 years old when that was passed. So this is something nearing the end of its lifespan, and we're looking towards the future of Green Bay. And I don't think the future of Green Bay is so severely limited. And it really, speaking of the government imposing things, I don't want to say I'm going to defend developers and I'm the enemy of developers, but I will still defend them here. I don't think we should have developers coming to the city, going through the process, doing every step right, and us still saying no. They have followed every step. They have followed the comp plan. They have followed the PUD. This is a discretionary vote, but it's not an arbitrary one. It's not one we can decide just because we don't like it. We have to have something valid backed in planning wisdom or procedure, and I don't have that. I don't support the amendment.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Alder Grant for a second time.
Thank you. And again, I sometimes wonder the comprehensive plan. I know it's up for interpretation, but I guess I'm wondering why we just spent $280,000 then on it. That's what we spent, residents of Green Bay, $280,000 to rewrite the comprehensive plan, to look at it and say, nah, we don't care what your opinion is. I, now knowing that, I'm not sure I would have approved those funds. Because what's the point? It is a guidance. You're right. So why aren't we letting it guide us? Is it possible that that area was R1 for density because they knew there was a cliff that you can't access the fourth road? Is it that because the two roads around it are county 2-lane roads? These are things that possibly those ideas, when they were looking at this property, knew there was going to be limitations. So consider what was recommended to us by the comprehensive plan. I also urge you to remember why you ran for office. If it was to value the voices of the community and represent them, majority of the residents did say they do not want high density because of the lack of outlets. That's all.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else on this amendment? Alder Weary for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first, Dave Buck, you're a gem. You're a quality human. You're a good guy, real good guy. It's been an honor working with you. You're a straight shooter, so I like that. I appreciate that. I will say, if you look at the map and it says low density, and you just Google low density, it'll tell you residential areas with relatively small number of housing units per land. So I don't know, Mr. Buck or Cheryl, is an apartment low density? It's 160 units. Is that low density?
Be careful. He's going to answer the question.
Oh, I don't. That's fine. That's fine. It doesn't have, you don't have to answer it. I'm just going by what the definition is here, and online, and what anybody would think low density is. So, yeah, while it might be in the super small size 6 font somewhere that you may change this, I've over the years. It's funny because the comprehensive draft comes up all the time, right? I mean, it comes up both ways. It's like, don't worry about it. We can switch that. And it's come up on the other hand as a hammer. Oh, we can't switch that. Oh, God, no, it's a comprehensive plan. We can't switch it. So I've heard both ends of the spectrum. And in the end, yeah, it is kind of what we want it to be. But it should be what we told everybody it was going to be. Now, you guys might, with our $250,000 that we're spending on the new one, decide it should be something else. And then 20 years from now, a new council will say, yeah, you guys were screwed in the head. But maybe we don't need to spend that money on something that we don't follow. But vote against it. They'll still get by. It'll be good. And like our president tried to do here with a compromise, they can still come back and we can dicker back and forth and come up with something good that they will like, that the neighborhood will like. Let's at least try. Thanks.
Thanks. Any other comments on the amendment? So as a reminder, Alder Grant's amendment limits multifamily units in R3 to 100 units. There was a second for that, so we can use the board again, probably.
Yes, please.
And that also fails 6-6. So we've got the underlying motion for approval. Discussion on that. Alder Johnson?
Unless, did you have another amendment or are you done? Sorry. Well, I'm not making an amendment, so
Alder Grant?
Would at least like to lock in the 160 so that it doesn't go above. There's nothing to lose or gain by that. It at least those clear message to my residents that it won't get higher density in there and draw more issues towards everything else that they brought up.
Is there a second by Alder Eck? Discussion on that amendment. Alder Prophet.
I'll stand by my original comments. I would be comfortable with 175, but again, they have other processes. They have expensive work to be done to actually develop the sites. I don't want to arbitrarily cap it at the 160 because that's what they're looking at. Give them a little wiggle room. It would be more preferable on my end. So again, I'm going to vote no on this. If it was 175, I'd say yes. But again, they got a lot of expensive work to do. They got an expensive pipe to get this all started, and we got years ahead of us before they're going to start the actual apartment planning. Construction costs, things change. So I'd be more comfortable with 175, but the arbitrary 160, just because it's what's before us when there's still expensive work to be done. I'm not in favor of that one either.
Thanks, Alder. Other comments on it? Alder Presley.
I'll just once again ditto Alder Prophet and say this just feels like overreach. It feels arbitrary. Things can change. I don't want to be locked into that number. Again, I'm standing up for developer, but I think flexibility is what we need here.
Thanks, Alder. Any other discussion on it? Alder Johnson?
it's a quick comment. It's not arbitrary. It's what's in the plan. So that's very specific. And I appreciate that the plan might change, but they have the amendment process. So you'll find few people in this council that are more pro-development than me. So, but I'm trying to balance the needs of the neighborhood, and so I do support it.
Any other comments on that amendment? Alder Grant.
And just a reminder, the developer can come forward with amendments throughout the process. This does not lock them in. Thank you.
Thanks. Anything final on that amendment? Alder Eck.
I just want to reiterate, thank you, Mayor. I want to reiterate that we're actually approving what they're asking for. So I'm in support of it.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else? Seeing none, there was a motion and a second. This is limiting multifamily units at a 160 level. Board vote. And that passes 9-3. All right. Motion to approve is amended, made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder Eck. Discussion on that. Alder Johnson.
Yeah, I just want to qualify that I am going to support this. And I told Alder Grant that I would likely do this because I supported the amendments because I think it made it a better PUD. I really do. I think that there were some other options we could have explored, and I wanted to make sure that the city had the most amount of options, I guess, available to them when furthering conversations. And so my hope and intent was that if that amendment, the first one or any of the subsequent ones had been approved, that we still go back with the developer and actually come back with an amendment that would have added multifamily back, but just in different styles and density. And there were some other options that we had even talked about with the developer that would allow them to still achieve the density, or excuse me, the total unit goal, but developing undeveloped sites that already exist in the city of Green Bay. And they were open to all those options. So my hope is, and what I expect is that this PUD will likely pass. And my hope is that we can continue to have those conversations over the next 6 months. And if there is something that makes sense, that we bring it back. But the reason I'm going to vote that I won't vote no is because if we reject this, we're essentially rejecting the whole thing now, which is different than the amendment, right? So I want to provide that clarification. It's not a sort of a flip-flop, right? It's just I was supporting something that I felt made it better from a purely urban design, urban planning perspective. But I obviously am not going to be opposed to an entire subdivision development that brings in a lot of those single family and even the duplex lots that I think our community desperately needs. So that's it.
All right. Alder Grant.
Thank you. And I just want to publicly state for my residents that I am committing to continue to work with the developers, and I look forward to working with them. And again, I do want to reiterate that they have been great throughout this whole process. But unfortunately, I know I offered the amendment, but I am also very proud to always represent the majority of my residents. So I cannot approve this, but I have my full commitment to continue to working and going forward.
All right. Any final comments? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it, and that item has been approved as amended. On to item 3. To approve the request for a planned unit development to create a multifamily residential use located at 306 and 308 Mather Street, 709 Alma, 301 James, 305 James, 307 James, and 309 James Street with conditions. Motion to approve made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder Stevens. On this, Alder Galvin.
I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for interested parties to speak.
Alder Galvin makes motion to open the floor. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Profit. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open.
Mark Berglund, 806 North Broadway. I went to the Planning Commission meeting for this development and listened to the presentation. I've talked to some of my neighbors. Some are concerned about their property possibly being devalued. Others would like to see the city vacate the alley in the middle of this project. My address is North Broadway, but we park in the alley behind. So when I leave my house headed south in the alley, I'm looking straight at where this will be. So basically in my backyard. But I'm here to say good things. Refreshing change. This is a transitional living facility is what they want to do. This is exactly the kind of project the city needs. Transitional living for people that fell on hard times, have gotten jobs, want to return to a somewhat normal life. I think this is a great project. We could use more of this. My only comment is looking at the plan layout that would be in your promo package here. Looking at the plan layout, and I understand this is only preliminary, but I just think that it's never too early to start a conversation when you have something of interest. So anyway, the James and Alma side streets only have a few trees on the drawing, some in the easement, some in the property. I think more could be done there. Shrubs, maybe a berm, possibly even a perennial planting bed, some things like that. I'm a garden guy. They may get a volunteer out of it. But I just think that the final plan could have more greenery there for those that live across the street that now we're looking at houses and yards. After this is done, we'll be seeing parking lot, which is okay. I understand that's part of the project. I just think that maybe when they start doing a final layout that they could add some more greenery so it's a little more eye-pleasing to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thank you. Anyone else on this item? Motion to close the floor made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder DeLee. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. You guys have it. The floor is closed. Alder Profit.
So first, I just want to make a comment that the vacation, I don't know if that's the right term, vacating of the alley is going to be on our next plan commission, which is slated for 2 Mondays from now. I have heard from residents on that particularly. Spoke with one tonight who, when she realized this agenda item wasn't related to that, she was like, I'll see you at plan, because she just wanted to speak in favor of vacating that alley. And Mark, thank you for coming here, but also Plan Commission to speak on the landscaping piece of it. I do believe, and maybe I would defer to staff, but I think what's shown in the site plan is not actually what's going to be done. That's just to show there will be landscaping, but it's not necessarily just a few shrubs here and there. I do think the developer is committed to making sure that there is a nice buffer and it's visually appealing to the neighborhood. But I would defer to Director Rainier Wigg's department if they want to speak on, if those 3, I think it's 3 on James, 3 on Alma, shrubs or trees, is that all that's going to be there, or is there going to be more robust landscaping?
Zoning Administrator John Leroy handles this one.
Yeah, so
Been working with him.
that's going to go on to our chapter 44-1964 through 1967, which is the typical perimeter, interior, and landscape buffers. They didn't show the entire plan. So the only deviation that happens with that is that rather than having a 25-foot buffer, they're asking to be down to a 22.5-foot buffer on the west side of the property. With that, the PUD addresses it by increasing the opaque levels from 90 to 100%. They'll need to meet normal standards for trees and shrubs.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else? Alder Morgan.
I was at the planning committee too and also spoke in favor of this. I think it's a great project. From what I've been told by the projects through the NEW community, the people that will be living in these houses are people that are transitioning. They're not being enabled to stay homeless and stuff. When they work with them, these people leave there with a savings account. They leave with a job. And I think this is something that's greatly needed. We need to be able to put these better people in a better path. We're talking about apartments and stuff. Well, most people can't afford a first month's rent or a security deposit and stuff. These people are going to get homes or a place to live in to improve their life and keep going forward in a better path. So it's going to solve a couple problems. It's going to give us affordable housing for these people, but it's also going to improve the lives of these people. And the ones that go there are almost all from our Brown County area here. It's helping our people. So I'm strongly in favor of this project.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? All right, all in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved. On to the report of the Finance Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Profit. Seconded by Alder Stevens. Any items here to be handled separately? Number 9. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved, the exception of item 9. Your wishes on that? Motion to approve made by Alder Profit and seconded by Alder DeLee. On the motion, Alder?
So before I make an official motion to open the floor, I'd just like to remind those who are here to speak that this item is not in relation to schools that receive vouchers, the merits of the voucher, but that's not what we're here to discuss today. I have, for the past year plus, been hearing overwhelming feedback that, hey, what can the city do about this to just help us out here? The school district passed a unanimous resolution, just pleading with the city to consider it. Of note, why do they have to come through us? Because the municipality decides what gets printed. That's all. That's why we're here. We're listening and collaborating with our partners over at the school district. They don't get to go to the county and say, hey, can you add this? They don't get to do that. They have to go through us. That's why it's here. So this discussion, I just like to remind those of the public who are here to discuss it. We're not talking about voucher dollars and whether it's right or wrong. That's not what the discussion is for. It's about the ability to add it to our tax bill to just increase transparency around why our school district continually has to go out for referendum, and to just make taxpayers aware that that money that goes to voucher schools is then levied on our property taxes. So that is why it's here. So with that, I'll make a motion to open the floor. I know we've received, I think, at least 9 formal requests to speak, but I'm sure there's more in the audience here on behalf of that. So,
Thanks, Alder. Alder Prophet makes a motion to open the floor, seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. And I do have the stack that Alder Prophet was referring to, so I'll just read through what I have. And then again, if you're not on this list here, just feel free to approach the podium, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes for testimony. So with that, we'll go with Kate Zeisky first.
Thank you. My name's Kate Zeisky, and I reside at 2234 Skyline Pines Drive in Swamico. Mr. Mayor and City Council, I come before you today as a former Secretary of the Department of Revenue and had many years of experience of working with municipalities. Sitting here tonight reminds me of the hundreds and hundreds of decisions you all have to make on any given day, and I appreciate that very much. But I remembered working with municipalities long and hard about how do we simplify things for the taxpayers? How do we make them so they understand whose jurisdiction comes into play when it comes to the property tax bill? Who do I need to talk to? And we worked really hard so that the taxpayers could understand it. My thought for you today, and what I would ask, my caution, is that you're looking at a very minute program from the school district, your partner, as you mentioned, very minute for the dollars. And if you open this up, there could be a laundry list of different entities from the different governing boards that say, what about this? We should add this. We should have this noted. This particular program only affects low-income students from low-income families. And I would just ask why you would single them out and why you'd start down this path. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions for our guest? Just real quick, Ms. Zeisky, just a question from our Alder Galvin. Go ahead.
It's my understanding that this doesn't apply to just low-income students.
No, the vouchers program in Wisconsin, you have to be a very low-income family to be eligible for the voucher.
I guess there's quite a few people in the crowd that would beg to differ with you. Maybe the laws have changed since you last looked at it. But it's our understanding, and again, that has nothing to do with that, because I don't know how this would target or bring into focus low-income students. For what? You mean harassment from people?
No, my point is the tax bill is a very limited, simplified bill.
Mm-hmm.
The program that you're talking about adding to your tax bill affects less than the amount, less than 10% of the school district in Green Bay. And I just think it seems like that would be singling out a particular program. And this program specifically is the vouchers are only eligible for low-income families.
Okay. Well, we're not really here to discuss who's eligible for the voucher. It's your opinion that obviously that you think it's only low-income people, and that by singling them out, by pointing out that the voucher money goes from the Green Bay Public Schools bucket of money goes to the voucher schools, that's going to be singling them out for special attention. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's a very tiny, minute program within the Green Bay Public School District. And that particular program, that's exactly what it does.
And I think there's other people here that would probably be making some statements about how it's not very minute and how it affects this community. I know that I get a lot of calls every time the tax bill comes out, and they want to know why the city taxes are X amount of dollars and why their taxes went up. And I know that what we're trying to have here is transparency to say that with the Green Bay Public Area Schools, this is how much the schools got, except they got it, and then a portion of it was taken away. And that's what I think we're trying to address here.
Right. And I respect that. I guess I would just say, again, it's a smaller program. There's other programs within the Green Bay Public Schools that would speak to where that money has gone out to other districts, and you're not addressing that. So you're targeting one particular program that's affecting the school district and the loss of money.
Are you talking about school choice?
You mean we're enrollment?
Yeah, open enrollment.
Open enrollment or special needs.
Okay, that money doesn't go into the Green Bay Area Public Schools and then get pulled
Alder
out.
Galvin, just a reminder, not, we don't allow for like a back and
All
forth, right?
That's
Just
right.
I'm sorry
question and
about
answer.
That's okay. Thank you for your question. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Did we have another one? Yeah. Oh, Alder DeLee.
Hi. Thanks for coming tonight.
Sure.
So, why would you say that there's a problem with showing that transparency on what that minute dollar amount is that is getting shifted from the budget of the Green Bay Public Schools over to voucher programs?
You have limited space on your property tax bill, right? And the amount of money that we're talking about, we're not talking about the ins and outs of the program, but the amount of money is less than 10%. And I guess, sure, that's money. I'm not saying it's not, but why are we singling a smaller part when there's many more programs that could be addressed if you're going to go there? And again, as a former revenue secretary, I would just caution you from filling up the tax bill, especially on smaller items when there's bigger items that aren't addressed, but it's going to just get more confusing and not be the simplicity that the tax bill we tried to hold it to.
I would have to say, from a budgetary standpoint, that minute dollar amount directly affects the budget of the school district. And that's why this transparency is wanted.
And there's probably many more speakers that can speak to those budget questions.
So, thank you.
It looks like we got one more. Alder Prophet.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I know we had a very packed agenda tonight, and just one of your comments about where it's being added. Did you have a chance to review the packet where it shows where it will be added and what it will look?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you're aware that dollar amount that's being called out is what the school district then levies for? So even though it's less than 10%, that's less than 10% that gets levied back to our tax property bill, right?
But you're right. And again,
okay,
we're not
and,
debating it,
right?
but we're talking about one piece
yep.
of many pieces, and it is singling out a particular thing.
And then you highlighted that you were the Department of Revenue Secretary. I just want to make sure you saw in the agenda packet that this was run through the Wisconsin Department of Revenue and approved by them. Did you see that piece?
I did understand that, but what I'm saying, I worked with municipalities for a long time, and usually they say, keep it simple for the taxpayer.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. And just as a point of information, it looks like the 25-26 income limits for the program is $68,640 for a household of 4, just so people have that information. Next up, we've got John Gard. No? Okay. Sounds good. I have to note, though, we've got a former speaker and a former secretary in the audience, so appreciate the attendance tonight. We'll move along to John Hatt. Is John in the audience? No? All right. Moving along to Michael Phillips.
Well, good evening. I did not realize that this type was such the marathon thing that you guys put up with every month or so. So congratulations to the longevity of your life to get to this point.
Couple times a month.
A couple
Usually,
times
so,
a month.
yeah.
Well, that's even worse.
Yeah.
My name is Mike Phillips. I'm the administrator of Bay City Christian School here in Green Bay, and also live at 943 Hilly Haven Court. And so my point of contention, first of all, I disagree with the proposal that's being set out, similar to what was spoken before, about singling out a specific taxpayer dollar for this and targeting one particular program. Even though, regardless of how much money is involved in it, whether it's a lot or it's little, this is still what it has been targeted. There are over 3,000 families that use educational options outside of the Green Bay Area School District. These programs make our community stronger by allowing people to have various options and various opportunities, and putting this type of thing, as opposed to being purely transparent, I believe actually is misleading, because it's a complex thing, and you know this to be true. Money comes in from here, goes out there, comes over here. You have other programs that the money completely goes out, it doesn't come back, that's not addressed in this. And so it just brings forth a thing that the taxpayers are looking at something and saying, oh, this is what this is, when it's a much more complicated thing. Keep it simple, stupid, I think is an appropriate terminology for this. The proposal, again, does not adequately represent how the district makes the decision on the levying amount that they're going to do to be able to pull money out from our taxpayers. It is not required to do. The city chooses to do this to be able to fulfill what they feel is the amount that they are owed for students that they are no longer educating. It fails to account for state changes in the laws and how things are done, and it is a convoluted thing. Yeah, you try to get your hands around this thing. It is not a simple idea, and so to oversimplify it into one thing, I think, is disingenuous to our to the voters. And so before voting on the approval, my suggestion would be that you send it back to the Finance Committee, allow them to evaluate all of these parts to it. At the very minimum, let them analyze that particular part of it to see how it is truly affecting the different educational options and different things that are involved in it. And lastly, there is an opportunity, if we get behind and support a decoupling that is in the state assembly potentially coming into conversation. Decoupling it from the property bill, I think, is a win-win. And so I think we could all get behind that if and when I realize that's not this body's responsibility, but nonetheless it allows it to separate it completely from the property tax and allows us to move forward.
Thanks for your testimony, sir. Any questions? Alder Grant.
I know you mentioned it briefly. Just can you a little bit elaborate what decoupling means? So specifically, what does that mean? And how does that look opposed to what's happening right now?
As I understand it, it takes the entire financing thing, push it back to the state. And so therefore the local school districts will not have the ability to be able to levy for the amount of finances that have been removed. So X number of dollars have been spent out. The school, the local districts would no longer be able to levy for that because it's not going into and then out of the public school district's money.
Okay, so come straight from the state, follow the student. It
As
alleviates the pass through. Okay.
As I
Okay.
understand it, so.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Alder.
Yes.
Thank you for coming in. Well, since the subject of decoupling came up, so I was making phone calls today to find out more information about this agenda item, and I wondered, did you know? So the decoupling bill did not pass last year, but were you aware that it was being reintroduced?
I know that there's conversation. I'm not in the inside scoop of anything around here.
Okay.
So-
Yeah. Well, I just found it out today from a state assembly
Okay.
rep
Mhm.
that Jesse Rodriguez did reintroduce it into the assembly. So that I just
Mhm.
wanted to know if you knew that was on the table yet.
I knew that it was out there. To what level it was or where it was, I did not know that.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? All right. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
thank you very much.
Next up, we've got Edmund Kipley.
Good evening. I'm Ed Kipley. I live at 455 Welland Avenue in Green Bay. I had the opportunity to watch the YouTube video of the Finance Committee meeting, and I had to disagree with the spirit of what they're trying to do. To me, the proposal was misleading. It is going to create more concern, more question than it will solve. Because when you have an older couple, or if I saw this on my tax bill, I would say, who do I call to clarify what this means? And there's nobody in this room and probably this city that can clarify school funding and be able to explain it. So what's going to happen when all these people have all these questions? If transparency is the goal, we should have the Common Council or the Finance Committee understand the school financial model. According to what I saw in that video, it was admitted very clearly that they do not understand how the school financing works. So we should not be putting something on our tax bills that we don't understand ourselves. I propose it goes back to the committee for further fact finding, and I truly believe we should put our effort into getting the funds decoupled through the state. The proposal serves nothing but to muddy the waters.
Thanks for your testimony, sir. Any questions? Alder Hutchison?
So, being an alder, I'm asked all the time, what's on a tax bill? I get calls. You know, I'm paying so much a year for my property tax. And I was questioned in detail. Okay, we all have been. And I was explicitly asked how much is going to private schools. And I couldn't look at that tax thing and know. Okay. Having this type of number would be a heck of a lot closer of speaking honestly with a constituent than saying, oh, it's so bizarrely intricate, we can't tell you what that is. Because it's pretty much a student and a dollar amount. And then a little bit of finesse, whatever. But it's not that complicated. You know what I'm saying? I know that to get an exact 0.10 is complicated. But to have it rounded off to the nearest thousandths or even the nearest 10,000ths would be helpful when I'm talking to constituents. Now I've got nothing really. When I'm looking at a bill that they're holding in their hand, if they have this, there's something. Now you're saying that number is going to be way off? Is that what you're saying?
Depending on what source you look at, that number is infinitely off.
Infinitely off.
You know, and I am not a professor on this at all, but I've seen all the different numbers, and it goes anywhere from 2% to 10%. So who's right?
Well,
you know, that number, I don't know if there's somebody, if we're going to pass this, somebody should be able to go to the Finance Committee and explain that number, say exactly how that funding affects the taxpayers in the city of Green Bay. And I don't know if we can explain that to them.
Well, I think the school district can. I think when we are going to write the tax system out, we can ask the school district and they can give us a number.
I understand that, but the school district has a different interest in this. To me, this interest is to get rid of school choice funding, and that's what the interest is.
We just want a number.
Again, just a reminder for alders: the floor is
Right.
open, right? So this is an opportunity for citizens to offer
Right.
their input.
Okay.
Alders have the chance to debate.
Okay.
Once the floor is closed. So if we could
I'm
just
sorry.
keep
Well, thank you
comments-
for your testimony.
Okay.
I don't want to be pushing.
All right. Oh, that's fine.
Any other questions for our guests? Alder Eck.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir, for coming in. You had mentioned the 2% and the 10%. So you were confused about which is what, right? So that there was something said about 2% and then 10%. So I think I wanted to make a clarification. The 10% is the maximum number of students that can be on the vouchers, and the 2% I think was referring to the total amount of the budget.
Yeah, I was
so
looking
just so you did you understand?
I was looking at the dollar amounts and what it actually costs the school district of Green Bay. Nobody truly knows, because what they give out, what they get back from the state, they reclaim money because they can claim those students. I mean, there's a whole litany in there that this isn't the place to argue it. It should be discussed in the Finance Committee before it's put out for an official.
Do you receive the newsletter that gets put out quarterly by the Green Bay Area Public School District?
Yes.
Okay, because I know in there I've seen it where it has all of the different numbers there available. So just thought I'd
Okay.
put that out there.
Yep, I've seen it.
Alder Galvin? Yeah.
So where are you getting your information from? So that, I mean, so we know, so we can check that. Because I'll be honest with you, as I'm on the finance committee, but if you were to ask me, NWTC gets 6,918,240. That's not my job to know what they're doing, where they get their money from, if it came from the state, the federal, the levy, whatever. That's what I see there. I mean, like any other taxpayer, I open it up and I go, all right, TC got this.
Mhm.
This is what Green Bay is getting.
So why? So why?
So
do
what
we
I'm
change-
asking is, where are you getting your information from?
Just all the different sources that I've seen. So that's what I mean. It's a confusing thing. I can't understand exactly what those numbers are, but you make my point exactly. There's an NWTC line item on there, but we don't put out that it's for staff vacations. You know, we don't break down where that NWTC money goes.
Absolutely.
So why are we doing it here?
Oh, because if the city of Green Bay was to receive $200 million and we were going to give out $10 million to Brown County, I would want that on there so that when my constituents say, how come it's $200 million? I say, well, it's not. It's $190 million, but $10 million went to Brown County. You know, if this whole bill was like that, that's how I would want it broken down, just like it is here. Because a lot of people still think what they see on their tax bill all goes to Green Bay, which is why it's broken down here like this.
But it all goes to education. At the end of the day, it all goes to education. So why should we separate it out?
Well,
that's my point. Yeah.
Thanks for your testimony, sir. All right. Thank you. Next, we've got Kim Desitel.
It's not going to get us anywhere. I got to stop.
Good evening, Kim Desitel, 1501 River Pines Drive in Green Bay. I am a proud educator, lifelong career educator, both public and private. And one of the things that I think is really, really pivotal to this conversation is the fact that Green Bay is really special for the way in which we have a healthy relationship between public and private right here in Green Bay. You all represent constituents that are both public and private. I know some of you personally that have had backgrounds, education, years of service, sent your children to both public and private. And we want to maintain that healthy relationship as we go forward. That's really vital and really important to us. I feel like this decision begins to put a wedge and pits public versus private. Three things I want to mention. I am the president of the Grace School System, and we're really and truly proud members of this community that we're educating the next generation of young people to live, work, play, and pray in this community. We're proud of what we do. We're proud of the work that we have done and the high standards that we hold every single day in our schools. To kind of set the table for this particular decision that's important is to review some of the numbers as well. In Green Bay Public Schools, which offers options for children across our great city, really and truly, parents have the option to send both public and private through choice, which is what we're talking about tonight, choice voucher, charter, open enrollment, and also special needs scholarship. So there's 4 different areas in which families can go ahead and choose to send their children and go in that direction. Green Bay Public Schools sees the most families exit the public school system for open enrollment to other public schools. That open enrollment number is about 1,725 that open enroll out of Green Bay Public. That's about $14 million. $14 million that's following that child and going to other publics. That's not coming into Green Bay Public. The voucher program that you're proposing to put on the tax bill is a dollar amount of about 8.9. That's a big difference, 14 and 8. That's really important to kind of keep in mind as this decision goes forward. Open enrollment by far is an option that families are taking advantage of. And that's really what the heart of this issue is. Why is that happening? Why aren't families choosing to stay right in their neighborhoods and attend their neighborhood schools? That's a question that needs to be asked and needs to be explored as well, too. The second thing is that school, you've heard a little bit about this tonight. The school finance piece is incredibly complex with the state transferring dollars in, changing funding streams, all kinds of things doing out through the course of the fiscal year. This complexity makes it almost impossible to figure out where those property taxes are going or landing or supporting or following the children, all of that overall as well. There's much, much to consider with this decision, and you've heard a little bit about that tonight as well. I do think the whole notion of decoupling is the way in which we're going to solve this complexity. I'd like to ask you to join us in that, in advocating for our state legislator to look to that legislation in the future year for the decoupling as well too. Thank you all for your service. We need you. We need you to advocate for both public and private schools as well. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Alder Grant?
Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned decoupling and showing support for that. Have you worked with Green Bay Public Schools at all to address that with our state legislators?
We have not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a handout. Am I permitted to pass this out?
Sure. If you
Okay, fantastic.
wanted to-
We'll just go ahead and pass it out.
Yeah, maybe just give it to Alder Hinkfist and she can, yeah. Great. Thank you. Next up, we've got Melissa Wolkanski.
Hi, Melissa Walkansky, 709 Antelope Trail in Green Bay. Like Kim, I work for Green Bay Area Catholic Education, and we have over 700 students that participate in the choice program, which makes up about 30% of our enrollment. So we are representing these families and these students. After listening to the Finance Committee video conference, I disagree with the proposal being put forth because it really unfairly singles out only one program costing taxpayer dollars. A lot of the people that have already testified have spoken to this about the funding piece and how complex it is. The district chooses to levy the dollars for the students participating in the choice program. They don't have to raise local taxes, but they do. Additionally, the state makes a variety of changes. We talked about that complexity. For example, the state permits the district to count the participating private school students within the district's general aid formula the following year. So that means that the public schools receive state dollars for participating private school students when receiving their state funds, even though they aren't educating them. So they are getting funding from the state. Further, the school's district's decisions on levying property taxpayers can't be looked through only from the lens of the students choosing to participate in the choice program. When the district has declining enrollment, thousands of students leaving to attend other public school districts, and families participating in the choice program, all of these factors go into a district's overall budget and their decision to levy, not just the choice program. And as has mentioned before, the district's annual budget is $465 million. So this 9 million, this 8.9 million is less than 2% of their annual budget. Again, this proposal should be sent back to the Committee on Finance to do further fact-finding, learning about school finance and how complex it truly is so that we can speak to it. It's so complex, it just can't be reduced down to one line on the tax bill. And again, I support this decoupling that we're talking about. It really could be a benefit from a taxpayer standpoint, as it would really take away that funding from the taxpayer and put it onto the state. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony. Alder Galvin. I'm not sure if I understood you correctly, but I thought you said that the Green Bay Public Schools levies for the money that is then given to the vouchers, but they don't have to.
That's my understanding.
So how would the voucher schools get their money if the Green Bay Public Schools didn't levy for it first?
I'm not sure. It's complicated, and
Okay, so this is something you heard,
Mhm.
but you don't know for sure.
Right. So, for example, open enrollment, they can't levy for that. The dollars they're losing.
Those are
from-
right. In fact, we wouldn't
Yep.
be here right now if the voucher schools were directly funded by the state. This would be a non-issue.
Correct. So, if they were to be funded by the state, then that would make this proposal obsolete and misleading.
If
if the decoupling happened.
Okay, so, but if the public schools the only way you get your money is by public schools levying, would you
No.
accept that if that was proven?
That's not.
That's not, you're still pretty sure that's not
There's-
how it happens. All right.
It's all.
thank you.
It's complicated. It's not coming directly from the public schools.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks. Next, we got Tom Kiley.
Good evening, and thank you for hosting us tonight. My name is Tom Kiley. I live at 509 North Erie Street, but I represent Notre Dame Academy at 610 Maryville Road. I don't want to go over the same ground that we've just all talked about and talk about the complexity, but I do think one dimension is that as Green Bay community members, it's unfortunate the proposal was never discussed with the participating private schools about how to get clarity that everyone can understand in a way so that it does not become a political item like it is becoming. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Any questions for Mr. Kiley? No? All right. Thanks for your testimony. Next, we've got Chris Nelson. Chris, no? All right. And then the last form that I have is from Karen Schley. And then again, if folks want to testify, feel free just to approach the podium, state your name and address.
Had cataract surgery, so I'm kind of working with my vision here. My name is Karen Schley. I live at 820 Ethel Avenue on the west side of Green Bay. I am a member of the League of Women Voters of Greater Green Bay, and I am here to address a subject that is of great concern to the League. Looking at my property tax bill for 2024, I noticed that I am paying $2,200 for the Green Bay school system, even though I have not had any children or grandchildren attending school in the school system for over 30 years. I am also aware that included in that amount are funds that are currently being used to fund private school systems through the use of vouchers. These amounts are not listed anywhere on the property tax bill, and we feel that is unfair to the citizens of Green Bay. Now I'm going to take them off and see if I can see a little better. If we are subsidizing private schools in Green Bay, we should have the right to know how much of our tax money is being used to support these schools. The school system of Green Bay is excellent, and it offers a wide range of programs. But if parents feel their children need to attend private schools, which is their right, then it is also their responsibility to pay for it. We are requesting that the tax bills reflect how much of our money is going to support these private schools. It is our money, and it is our right to know how it is spent. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak?
May I speak? I'm virtual, but.
Sure. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jenna Reimer. I am at 3335 Davies Avenue. I attended this meeting originally because I wanted to hear about the Red Smith development situation, but this is a relevant topic to me and my family. We are taxpayers in our neighborhood and also choose to send our children to private schools. I just wanted to, speak from a parent's perspective. I have 3 children, triplets, at Holy Cross Elementary or Holy Cross School, and then I have a senior at Notre Dame Academy. My senior was a beneficiary of this school choice program. I know that this is a politicized issue, and I understand that's not supposed to be the driving force behind the conversation tonight. But I do think if we're going to talk about money that's leaving the district to educate kids in other schools, and you're going to itemize those things when it's about 2.8% of the total tax bill that you're seeing. So the woman that was just up, if you're paying $2,500 roughly a year, that's about $62 of your tax bill going towards this voucher program. The voucher program creates diversity, it creates opportunity in these private schools, and it gives people who don't have maybe the right fit in the public school another option. And I think it's extremely important that we acknowledge that this is an opportunity And I'm speaking as someone who didn't want the apartments in my neighborhood. And we've got a lot of conversation about upward mobility and providing opportunity to people that maybe wouldn't otherwise have it. This is a program that does that for people. And we pay taxes and tuition. So I just want to, highlight, if we're looking at this from a standpoint of why do people choose private? For us, it was a personal choice, but also we have a child that has special needs that gets more one-on-one attention at the private school because he has 13 kids in his class and he has 5-day-a-week intervention. So there are some major benefits. The public school is still involved in his education. We have a special ed teacher that comes into the school to help. So we're still getting a benefit there, but that was brought up to us. We never asked for that. That was something that was brought into us. So I think if you're going to look at this from a standpoint of disclosing where money is going, you should also be disclosing them to the people in this mass exodus that we have of people from the Green Bay district choosing to then go school choice their kids to other areas. I think that there's a greater issue at hand, and this feels a little bit like the school choice program is becoming somewhat of a scapegoat to a greater issue of people wondering where those tax dollars are going and how good of a steward the school district is being with that money. And I think highlighting 2.8% of the total budget for the school choice program, I'll make a private donation of $75 a year if that's what it takes to keep something like this going. I feel like it's a really important thing, and we need to, if you're going to have transparency, you need to be transparent fully, not selectively.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for our guest? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. My name is John Gard, 2234 Skyline Pines in Swamico, Wisconsin. I also have my business address in Green Bay over on Lombardi Avenue. And I have been active with the Grace schools and have coached cross country and track at Notre Dame Academy for a long time. I had served in the legislature previous for some time when we started the voucher program, when we started the open enrollment program, and when we did a variety of different options for parents to choose for their kids. I want to just clarify a couple of numbers because I have been in this issue for decades. I understand the passion. I understand and respect the point of view on both sides. It's hard. Because there is such a challenge for dollars to fund education, which in this state we spend more on education than anything else. It's the right priority to have. The way the voucher program currently works, there's 3 separate voucher programs in Wisconsin. Milwaukee is already fully decoupled, meaning all money. Well, let me back up. When a student leaves a public school and goes to, let's say a student leaves Green Bay and goes to Ashwaubenon. The state money follows that student to Ashwaubenon. When a student leaves a public school and goes to, let's use Holy Cross, was just referred to, the money follows, the state pays the voucher, but the school in both cases is allowed to count the student that no longer is there. Okay? So the levy that is occurring is the state allowed school districts to levy for students that left and are not in that school. The money is not going to the voucher. The money is going back to the public school. Okay? So that's the distinction. And Alder Galvin was asking some good questions about it. So I want to be clear. The property tax money does not pay the voucher. Okay? Now, 3,000 kids from families all over this community choose a different school than the public school they live in. One of the unique things about the private school in the voucher program is often those schools are in the same neighborhood that their public school is in. Those kids are staying in those neighborhoods. When they're leaving and going to Bayport or De Pere or Ashwaubenon, they are leaving that neighborhood and coming back every day. And I think the voucher school, and we've seen it in Milwaukee, we've seen it in Racine, and we're seeing it here. Those kids are staying in those communities. Now, why are we so worked up about this? Because we understand there is a certain tone that occurs from this because people are anti-voucher. And I respect that point of view. I do. But we all understand we have a reading proficiency problem all over the place.
We have an education outcome problem all over the place. And when we started vouchers, now they've raised the income limits a little bit, but it's still primarily focused on low and middle income families. Okay. And those kids that get to choose in our school, we have about 1,150 going to private schools in the Green Bay area, of 16 private schools in the city of Green Bay, that public schools that live in the Green Bay Public School District go to those schools. Over 2,000 are open enrolling and going to another public district. There's about 500 coming from other districts back into Green Bay. So, okay, the final part of all of this is we are really trying to eliminate the tension that exists on this property tax issue. Okay, there's two ways you can go about it. One is to pass a law to not let the public schools count kids that they aren't currently teaching. We're not trying to do that. We understand there's an adjustment for kids leaving those schools. Okay, so what we have tried really hard and are currently trying with the Governor Evers administration, privately, obviously there's a state budget going on. We are trying really hard to do what Milwaukee already does, which is find a way to find common ground between the publics and privates on vouchers so that the money is paid for from the state and there is no ability for the local district to levy a property tax for kids in their school district that they are not teaching but get to keep the money. That's what we're trying to stop, because that creates a tension, and we don't want that tension. We want kids to learn how to read. And so I think the diverse schools in Green Bay are, oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, that's right, there's this, sorry, are healthy for this community. Competition is good, and having a situation like this pop up where none of our friends in the Catholic schools, for example, or the Christian schools knew this was even occurring until somebody found it on YouTube. Now we're asking for some time to work together with you towards getting this decoupling passed, and then we can all find common ground in this issue. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry for the
Oh, that's right. Thanks for your testimony. I think we got a few questions. Johnson. Yeah, Alder Johnson.
Thank you for the testimony. One statement you made that really piqued my interest was that everything that the school district is levying comes back to the school district.
The school district is levying for their budget. It's not going to the voucher school. The state pays the voucher. Okay, so because they get to count the kid that left that school and went to public, or in this case, private.
So this, again, roughly, it's on here 8.9 million, right?
So it's about.
So this is state aid that's coming to the school district, is what you're saying?
No. I'm sorry, Alderman.
Okay.
There's about, in Green Bay, about $3,800 per student that's levied, or eligible student. So that's how you get to the 8 million. Okay. That money comes back to the Green Bay Public Schools. That's on the property taxes. Our preference is it comes from the state. Okay. To eliminate that tension.
So this 8.9 million is the local property taxes.
It's the local property tax, but it's not going to the voucher school. I need to make sure everybody understands that. It's going to the public school for kids that are not there. Okay? Mm-hmm. I need to understand it. So again, I know there's a lot of emotion on this subject, but to that point, I don't want us to be accused of raising property taxes to send that property tax dollar to a private school. That is not happening.
But the 8.9 million does get levied, goes to the school district.
Yes.
They don't have that student, I get that, but then it's still
they keep it in their budget, and then the following year that student is counted in the state aid formula. Okay, so that's why the school aid formula is complicated, because there's a different impact on year 2 and then subsequent years. Okay. What I would go ahead, I'm sorry.
So really they're getting additional state aid in the subsequent year because they're able to count that student?
No, it's there's a student aid count that affects aid, right? And our goal to eliminate this piece of tension is to, and a lot of school boards, public school boards, are supporting us in the effort to decouple. Okay, the governor, when he ran, said he supported decoupling, which is why one of the reasons it happened in Milwaukee. Now, it happened over a 10-year period. Won't get way into the weeds, but the point is, if people are going to put it on the property tax bill, my guess is people know where they're going to vote. I'm just saying there is enough tension in the world of education. Here is a moment where you got about 12 months, 6 to 12 months, where there is I think a real hope for a solution here that eliminates this particular tension. You could very well see this pass in the state budget in June, July, or August, whenever they get to it. You already passed this. You're going to put something on the property tax bill that is not factually true. And I think that's why we're asking for just take a little bit of time. If in the end you say we're just hell bent to do it, then do it. But this is a lively conversation that's going on right now.
I think we had a question from Alder Galvin. No? Yes. Alder Galvin?
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, sir, for coming in.
Mm-hmm.
You may have explained it to Alder Johnson. I'm still spinning around up here a little bit.
Yeah.
So
I served in the legislature for 20 years. I chaired the finance committee for 5, and I still may not pass the test on school finance.
Jeez. So the schools levy money from the taxpayers, from from property owners. The schools are allowed to levy money from
Yes.
property owners. The state also gives each school district a chunk of money per how many kids they got.
Yep.
And you're saying that this amount that we're seeing here on this tax bill, this $8,991,000, is actually that comes from the state, or is it coming from the levied money for that property,
Okay.
or a combination, or is it
None of the above.
none of the above?
The school is allowed to levy for a student they had the previous year.
Okay. And then that.
Do you understand? Because let's say they go to Holy Cross out on the east side.
Yep.
Great little school. That student, the next year, when they take the voucher, is counted as if they're still in the public school.
So how does the school get money then to pay
Okay.
for that student?
You mean the voucher? The voucher follows the family from the state to the school.
Okay, so where is that money coming from then? I mean, if the school's allowed to do
Okay.
that,
Maybe I'm speaking not.
I apologize.
No, it's a legitimate thing, which is why we're like a little bit more time would help. We allow, so a student A leaves Red Smith and
Yep.
goes to Holy Cross.
Right.
Okay, 2 really good schools.
Yep.
That student, when they take the voucher,
Okay.
that student is still allowed to be counted at Red Smith. And that school, in this case, Green Bay Schools, is allowed to levy, because they lose their state aid for that student, but they get to levy as if that student's there. So then the Green Bay School District keeps that money. Okay? So the frustration is we got 3,000 kids that live in this district that don't go to school here.
Right.
Okay? Whether it's open enrollment or whether it's here. I mean, look at Schwabana, the number of kids going open enrollment at Schwabana. Okay? The numbers are significantly higher of what aid goes away from here to other public schools and what goes then.
Right.
But that's a whole nother conversation. So the subject, if I could simplify it, and I probably have made it worse, the school district did the levy for a limited time for that student. And we're saying there's a better way to solve this problem. Let's pass this decoupling thing, get every people together, and you don't have that issue anymore.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Alder Eck, then Alder Hinkvist.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Guard, for coming in. So in the assemblyman that I was talking to today mentioned ghost funding, and I feel like maybe that's what you're referring to, because it says available to fill in the gap for when children move to other schools.
Yeah.
And they could do 66% of year 1 and 33% of it year 2. So does that sound like a
Yeah, some
there?
people use the term ghost funding, ghost kids, whatever. I mean, I prefer to just say people are making decisions right best for a specific kid. I've coached kids at Notre Dame with their brother and sister in the public school, but that school is the best for that particular kid. I think it's a blessing that this community has so much opportunity for schools. Okay, it is viewed, whether people intend it or not, it is viewed as an attack on private school vouchers. It is. You can't. I mean, it's just the way it is. People are entitled to their point of view, especially in the rapid way it was brought forward. So what we're saying is there are better ways to solve this problem. And they do get counted a percentage one year and another percentage the next year. to soften the blow of kids leaving, and a school can't automatically just turn on a dime. It's hard for them. We totally understand that. It's difficult.
Okay, well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's this that we're kind of in I guess a crossroads because my understanding, according to the assemblyman that I talked to, that the decoupling bill was brought late in the year last year, so it was kind of that's contributed to it not being passed.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you have the pulse on what's going on down in Madison, and I know I don't mean to make you try to give the magic 8 ball, but how do you think it's looking as far as that decoupling bill being passed? Because honestly, then it would be a mute reason for what we're talking about.
The mayor understands the legislature too. It's a different kind of place. But I would say this. I think the governor showed in the last 2 years he's really trying on schools. Okay? He signed an increase in the vouchers and got a major increase in public school funding too. He has never been accused of being an ally of vouchers. But I think at this stage he understands we've got 40,000 kids in vouchers in this state, and we're not about to turn that ship around. And we have 80,000, I think it is, in open enrollment. That's a lot of kids and moms and dads that decided, I need to take my kid and put him over in this school. I am optimistic that when this budget is real tough right now, the governor has demonstrated an ability to bring people together, that I think this is one of those issues that he's capable of doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Alder Hinkfus?
Thank you, Mr. Garden. Thank you for coming. Question: you made a comment about the $9 million and the finance committee. Right now, it's our understanding the money comes into the Green Bay public school system, and they determine the check that needs to be cut for private school and vouchers. So it comes right off the top. That's what that $9 million is. Are you saying that's not what that $9 million is?
The state money follows the child.
Right, but that $9 million, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so right now, if we're putting out, I don't know, $150 billion or $1 million, $9 million of that is separate on the tax base that is going to private schools and is not going into the public school system, correct?
The voucher, I'm sorry. Say that.
I'm just trying to make this easy. There's $9 million that is being taken off the Green Bay Public Schools and moved to private or whatever you want to call it.
The school, what we're talking about is the property tax dollars that are going, right? That's why you're putting it on the property tax bill.
Well, there's $9 million. It says Green Bay Area Public Schools, okay? $9 million of that does not go to the Green Bay Public Schools. So that goes somewhere else. That's what we're trying to identify as I go door to door. The biggest thing that I get is property tax bill. And our school, cost for schools, has continued to go up as far as the percentage we're paying on tax rate. And the state continues to bring that funding down. So it's not gone up.
The state percentage is not keeping up as rapidly as the spending's going.
Well, it hasn't for 20 years. Well, but bottom line, my basic question is that $9 million is not going to public schools.
The property tax dollars are going to the public school.
No, there's $9 million that is not going into the public schools, that they're writing a check out. It's going somewhere else. That's what we're trying to identify. These are non-public school dollars. And that's what we're trying to explain to our constituents. And I actually just had a conversation with somebody today about this. And when they talk about school choice, they talk about school choice amongst public schools. So this was a huge aha moment when I said, oh, no. It's school choice amongst all schools. So
I'm going to stand by
my constituents' perspective, I think it's important to them to understand how we're spending their taxes.
Yeah. So I'm going to stand by my comment that the property tax issue, the property tax dollars are the schools allowed to levy for students they no longer have and keep the money. Okay, it's just how it works with the property tax. Okay, the state dollars, the state dollars. I didn't say anything when you spoke before.
If we could just hold comments
No,
from the
we-
gallery while we have speakers, go ahead.
The state dollars follow the student. So
Okay, so they go out there. They can go in or out.
Any other questions? Alder Grant.
Damn.
And I don't mean to keep reiterating this. I'm going to ask a question that maybe might offer some clarity to what I think people are trying to understand. So what you're saying is the voucher program gets paid from the state level to the school. So let's say Green Bay Public Schools, 100 kids for easy numbers goes to private school. They can say, because we lost 100 kids, we are going to increase your property taxes to bring that money back up that we could have gotten, but we didn't because the money from the state went to the private school. The money that they're increasing your property taxes to levy, they get to keep that even though the student isn't there. So they levied $8.9 million to cover the kids that aren't there, but those funds came from the state. Am I kind of understanding that
Yes.
correctly? So ultimately, as a taxpayer, you're paying for these students twice. You're paying for them at a state level and you're paying for them at property tax level. And ultimately, there's only one kid, but you're paying for them twice. And the
Yes.
Green Bay Public Schools gets to keep the part that they levy. That $9 million they do get, and there's not a student in the seat.
correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony. Oh,
Thank you.
Alder Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Guard, for coming tonight. I think I summarized it for all of us when I say holy hell. Good God. All right. Here's my little kick at it. If we're trying to arbitrarily, I guess, put a line item on the tax bill that then can be interpreted, misinterpreted, debated as whatever, couldn't you also say something, of the $311 million Green Bay school budget, 2.8% is for the purpose of allowing state tax dollars to follow the student wherever they are taught. Something like that, either a percentage or the actual amount, 8 million. Would that do a better job? I'm not saying it should be on there, but I'm just saying if we're trying to paint a different, but that's a lot of words. Now you're filling up, then do we have to explain everything, right?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for your service. I know,
And I'm just,
but listen, this is a group of folks who have all been elected by their constituents and have difficult choices to make. Our pitch is, this came up quickly. This is a complicated deal on school funding. If you put something on the property tax bill, it definitely is taken by some as, we understand, we get it. Okay, we weren't born yesterday. We understand it. But there is a better way to go about relieving some of the tension that exists in this program. And it's by eliminating the ability to use property tax dollars in this case at all. Okay. Now, if the council decides to do it, I guarantee you there is going to be wide dispute about whether the number you're using is correct. Because you could put 5 people in this room, there's definitely going to be at least 3 different opinions of whose math is right. And then are you using the right math based on the student count in September? Okay. And we're in April. So my pitch is, we're trying to be respectful here for these school leaders to come and speak. It's not something that they do every day, but we're in your community. We're in your neighborhoods. We're educating a lot of really good kids of all income levels. And there is a better way to solve the tension on the property tax issue than what you are proposing.
all right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
I think you're done.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks
Sorry
for your
for the
testimony.
time.
Appreciate it. Whoever, yeah, come on up.
I'm Dawn Smith, 1100 Kellogg Street. I am actually a constituent, so this would show up on my property tax bill. This hasn't happened quickly. This came before you in January of 2024 and you tabled it. I think it's been to the Finance Committee 3 or 4 times. So this shouldn't come as a surprise. I listened to your meeting back in 2024. It was a different council that got tabled. A lot of conversations about open enrollment. Open enrollment is public school dollars going to other public schools. Vouchers, it's public school dollars going to private schools. Angie Robley, who's the CFO at Green Bay Area Public Schools, could explain this to you very well. She could tell you right away what that number is. She can tell you the math behind it. As your constituent, I'm also the president of the League of Women Voters, so I'm here for the league. As a constituent, I could tell you I live in Green Bay and I would like to see this on my property tax. You are not voting on the value of vouchers. That happens in Madison. You're not voting on decoupling. That will happen in Madison. I work in IT. This has to be a really simple fix to put on the property tax bill. If you pass it tonight and decoupling happens in June, then you don't put it on the property tax bill. Don't make us all come back again because you can't get it done. Thank you.
Any questions? I think we've got a question. Ma'am?
Yes. Sorry.
Speaking. Would you be okay with how I worded it before? That, like a percentage is following the student, the tax dollars, something like that, just to show, hey, of the $311 million school budget, 2.some% is following the student wherever they're taught. That way it gets to what you're saying.
No, because it's that 2% is not following the student to where they're taught, because if it's open enrollment, that is a different, if you toss it in with open enrollment, it is different. Open enrollment is public school dollars going to a different public school. Public schools are held to a different standard. Public school dollars going to other public schools is open enrollment. We are talking about taxpayer dollars going to private schools. Whether you like voucher schools or not, $9 million, right? Green Bay has this huge budget. $9 million is a teeny tiny number. Taxpayers should know. We talk about it at the league. We would like to know how many of our taxpayer dollars are going to support
Understood.
private schools.
Some would say it's those students' tax dollars and their family. It's not yours. It's theirs, following them.
To private schools.
It's following them. It's their tax dollars.
It's all of our tax dollars. It's all of our tax dollars going to private schools
You
that
can
are held
see-
to a different
I
standard.
can see how complicated it was here, just us talking about it tonight, for someone to read a line on a tax bill and to try and explain that. It'll cause far more harm than good. I think the decoupling thing is great. I appreciate your testimony.
I would argue
Thank you. I
that
appreciate
school funding is complicated,
I
and you
appreciate you coming
probably
forward.
can't
Thank you.
explain that either, and that's on
Thank
our
you. My
property
questions
tax
are done.
bills.
Thank you.
I think we have one more. Alder Grant?
You made the comment that private schools are held to a different standard. In what way? What does that mean?
Private schools aren't held to the same standard that public schools are. I don't believe they have to take all students. They don't have the standardized testing that's reported to the state that public schools do.
Really? Because I did find something from the state that said any school that accepts vouchers does actually have to do the same testing and audits. They do have requirements that they have to meet if they choose to accept voucher funds.
That is not my understanding. I would be interested to hear about
Sure.
that.
Yeah. If you email me, I'll absolutely send you the document.
Sure. I'll do that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Hey everybody, John Shelton, 1045 South Webster Avenue. And I'm also president of AFT Wisconsin now since the last time I came here. So this will be another thing that...
Not just in the last few hours.
Not just in the last few hours, no. As a result of this conversation, no. But this will be another thing Alder Weary can accuse me in the litany of being a communist. It's good to know that... Yeah. No. I mean, it's good to know that no matter how high rents get, I've always got space in your head rent free, so that's good. But I wanted to just say a couple of the reason I brought up AFT Wisconsin is because the referenda that we've seen in this city and that we know are crucial for our funding, we're seeing this all across the state. not, members of the public, educators, they're having to fight for funding practically every single election. And there's a lot of reasons for that, right? I mean, state funding is a deep problem, but having two systems of education is part of the problem. All right, that's just the reality of it, right? And I'm sure there are some really good voucher schools, right? We heard from a parent tonight talking about their great experience with the school. That's great. It's great that people have the right in the United States to go to whatever school they want to send their kids to. That's amazing. Love it. But it is factually true that voucher schools that take vouchers, do not have to accept every student. Okay, and there's a difference between public schools and private schools. Okay, difference between public schools and voucher schools. So here's what I would say. All right, if people really enjoy their experience with voucher schools, and it sounds like a lot of people do, and I really do thank all of the folks from coming here and talking about the schools that they run and the experiences their students have, then why shy away from talking about how much money that we spend on it? If it's a worthwhile thing, why can't we let people know what we spend for our property taxes for public schools and what we spend for private schools? That's it. Sorry, it's been a long night. I won't talk the whole time.
All right. Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Alder Grant.
You talk about, talking about the breakdown. Do you think that's the school district's responsibility? They have an annual budget meeting. They do newsletters. Wouldn't they take that opportunity to advertise and talk about it on there where it's appropriate?
I'm sorry, talk about what?
Their budget in complexity. Like they can break down, talk about what's going to private, what's going to open enroll or whatnot.
I'm sure they do, but why would it be just one place? I mean, why not allow taxpayers to know what they're paying as well when everybody gets their property tax bill?
That does get sent to every resident. Just like a
Right,
tax bill.
but why have less information? It seems to me that there's this effort to like obfuscate how much money is spent on vouchers. If it's a worthwhile program, why wouldn't we want people to know?
Well, that's why I'm wondering, why isn't the district doing their own advertising about it and education about it?
I can't speak for what decisions the school district is making.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Was there any others? All right. Thanks for the testimony.
Thank you.
Denise Gomer Hutchison, 3184 Hermans Road. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of and ask you to support the transparency on the tax bill. And I want to go back to what Alder Prophet said, and that is that we're here to create clarity on the tax bill. And this never would have come forward. And like Don Smith said it before, this was brought forward a year ago, and we've met multiple times with the Finance Committee, which is all public record, and everyone has had an opportunity to follow that public record and that information. Why is this important? I can tell you from doing 6 referendas in the Green Bay Area Public School District and doing thousands of doors, that people want to understand their tax bill and they want to understand where the money is going. And I would agree with what Mr. Shelton just said about if we're proud of what's going on, let's share that information. There are close to 20,000 students served every single day in Green Bay Area Public Schools. Some of those children that aren't in the Green Bay Area Public Schools and are at some private schools are also getting multiple services from the Green Bay Area Public Schools. For the woman who was on the computer and was called in, if her child has a special needs voucher, that's additional funding that's given to the private school, but the public school has to provide the services if the private school doesn't have the ability to provide those services. And there was multiple comments about the fact that these numbers are willy-nilly. These numbers are not willy-nilly. The Department of Public Instruction tracks every single child in the state of Wisconsin, whether they are in public schools or private schools, and whether they're homeschooled. Those numbers are then provided to the public school district for them to figure out their numbers and go from there. It's insulting to the chief financial officer of the Green Bay Area Public Schools to say her numbers are willy-nilly. Plus that, it's very transparent. This is a very transparent process. And Mr. Guard, when he said that money stays with the district, well, that's an equalized aid kind of figuring, and it happens over a 3-year rolling average. So all of these things are really important to understand, but the important thing to understand is that the Green Bay Area Public School provides to the city of Green Bay the numbers for the public school kids and for the private school vouchers. And they're very real, accurate, informed numbers. And we just want clarity on the tax bill so that taxpayers understand where their money is being spent. And it's not being hidden, and it's not being fake money or any of these types of things. And it's really very valuable. And this is being done in other parts of the state. And like Don Smith said, if the decoupling happens, fine. You know, it goes into the, and also you should understand choice from public school to another public school comes out of a different pot of money. And also the 8 million, 9 million that we're talking about here is just city of Green Bay. It is not Ashwaubenon, it's not Alloway, it's not Bellevue, it's not Ledgeview, it's not Town of Scott, it's not any of those other areas. It really adds up to, for the whole school district, over $13 million this year. And there was a huge increase in the money for private schools increase.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions for our guest? Alder Morgan.
You said you live on Herman's Road. Is that in Humboldt or what? Where do you live?
It's in New Franken.
Okay, you're in New Franken. Is New Franken's tax bill adding this on?
That will be the request. I believe that the first thing that had to be done was the city of Green Bay, and then the conversations will be had with all of the surrounding townships so that everybody can be part of it. And that's what it's, and that's the challenge is we have 421 school districts across the state, and many of them are not only in multiple townships, they're in multiple counties. And so that's happening all over.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And my kids went to Green Bay Public Schools.
Thanks for your testimony.
Good evening. James Larley, 1027 South Van Buren Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Current Vice President of the Board of Education in Green Bay Area Public Schools. Appreciate you hearing all the public comment tonight, and I know it's a long night. There have been numbers that have been tossed around. I had prepared comments, but I'd really like to address some things that have been said tonight. First and foremost, there is no state dollar. It is an accounting mechanism that happens at the end of the year. We get there's a rolling average for 3 years, which was stated, that establishes a pupil count, and for that we will receive equalized aid, right? In the summer of that year, we then write a check to the state of Wisconsin to cover the equalized aid that they gave us. It does not stay with the Green Bay Area Public Schools. So it's an accounting mechanism and the reconciliation at the end of the year when all the numbers are, satisfied. But that is Brown County tax dollars that are funding the voucher program. So we do not levy for 3,000 kids every year and then keep the money, right? What was described as that ghost funding is part of that 3-year rolling average, where in year one, there might be, in this case, a couple hundred students that have been added to the voucher program that do stay with the Green Bay Area Public Schools. But that is a state formula. That is not Green Bay trying to levy and keep dollars. So when we talk about the difference between open enrolling into another district and open enrolling through enrolling through the voucher program to a private school, the primary difference is it is a unique tax burden on us. There is no state program. And so when they talk about decoupling, yay, right? Because that means the state mandate actually comes with state dollars, right? But right now, there are no state dollars. It's just an accounting mechanism at the end of the year where we pay the state back for what we've collected, right? So it is a false narrative that we are trying to keep dollars or that we are double counting and we are actually in a revenue positive position because of the voucher program. That's just not a fact. So when we look at the accountability aspect, it is not the Green Bay Area Public School District to inform taxpayers of their tax levies and their tax obligations and inform them so that they can make appropriate decisions around referenda and the funding mechanisms, right? That is the tax bill. That's the reason why it exists, right? So yes, we actually do above and beyond our obligation by quarterly, sometimes monthly, sending out information about this topic and other budgetary topics. The number that has been used tonight has been around $8.9 million. That's false. That was the 2022 number. How do I know that? I looked at our budget book, right, under Fund 10, payments to state, and I saw the number. It's a reconciled number. It is agreed upon with the state and us, right? It's not made up, and I can know what it's going to be next year and what's projected to be the next year, right? So a portion of accountability is when I pay that dollar or that tax levy, and I see and I go, where did this money go? I can go to my budget book. You can go to your budget book. NWTC can go to their budget book, right? And they can trace, and it's publicly available, audited financial statements that you're looking at, right? So when I look at that right now, $12.5 million, right? And I try to trace it, which every taxpayer should be able to do, I get lost. I see one line item, and then I go and I say, where did it go? And I actually pulled up the Grace annual report, and there's a line item that's called tuition. I don't know how much of that tuition came from public dollars and how much of it came from publicly paid tuition. So there is an accountability difference. And so I'd be willing to take questions, but yeah, I appreciate the time.
Thanks for your testimony. Looks like Alder Johnson, then
Yes.
Alder Grant.
Yeah, thank you for coming in the testimony. The 8.9 million you said was not correct. 12.5 was correct.
That was a previous budget number. Yes.
Is the 12.5 though for the whole school district? I'm trying to understand if the 8.9 was just city. Of
No,
the
it's
overall?
for the whole school district.
So it is an old number.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, because that was the number that was provided to us. That's why we keep using it. So, the other, so 12.5. If decoupling happened, or if some other policy change happened, does the school district keep that money, or would the state likely reduce?
If there's a
amount you're allowed to levy?
decoupling process, then I think that comes out of general revenue of the state. And again, as stated before, this is not a discussion anymore. We would not be levying for tax dollars because the question is who pays. The state's not paying for that voucher. So the difference is either the taxpayers of Brown County pay through a levy, or the taxpayers of Brown County pay through reduced services within the Green Bay Public Schools, because regardless, that 12.5 leaves, right? We didn't budget, we didn't levy for it. We didn't levy for the 33% that we could have if they were fully enrolled. So the state aid for 3,000 kids that are being educated by private institutions will come out of our budget, right? And so we will either, again, take a 10% reduction in operating revenue, or we levy for it. And so they're correct. It's a choice, but the citizens of Green Bay really are impacted one way or the other.
Thank you. And again, that just for clarity's sake, right? If there were some type of change in state law, it's not like the school district would experience a windfall.
No.
Right?
No.
I mean, so you would just
They're
not
just the
levy for
counting
that
would
12
change.
and a half then.
Right. The accounting would change.
Okay.
Alder Grant.
Thank you. Is the Green Bay Public School District working with the state legislators on promoting the decoupling, or do you support it?
I, as a personal individual, not representing the school board, whatever, I have an opinion on the general revenue decoupling, and I'm a pro decoupling person individually because a state mandate comes with state dollars in my mind. So,
Okay, because it just seems like that is ultimately the easy problem. I don't want to say easy because obviously it's out of our hands, but a problem to or a solution to the problem. So I just wanted to know if we talked about coming together and working together. Is that something that we could do as an area between city, county, public school to advocate for that?
and so I'm not here tonight to give testimony or advocate for a state's issue or my position on a particular bill. Regardless of what happens there, I do not see any impediments or any reason why, in the name of transparency and accountability, this board should not put that number on that tax bill.
Okay.
Just end of day.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony.
Alrighty, thank you alders, thank you mayor. My name is Ryan Spouty, 994 Willard Drive, Village of Ashwaubenon. It is my honor to represent the west side of the city of Green Bay and Ashwaubenon in the state legislature. I didn't intend to speak tonight, which is probably famous last words, but I did not intend to speak tonight. I'll keep it very short and sweet. I'm encouraging you to vote yes, please pass this item. I honestly don't know whether decoupling is going to happen in Madison. My feelings on it are neutral. I'm going to stipulate, though, for a moment that it is a good thing and it should happen. It would seem to me, alders, that this would be a prime opportunity to make it happen. Put the pressure on me. Hold my feet to the fire. Hold the feet of all of my colleagues in Madison to the fire. I know my colleague, Representative Ahmad Rivera-Wagner, has spoken and written in favor of this as well. I want to lift that up. As Alder Prophet noted at the very start of this discussion, folks are starting to ask why. They are looking around, they're asking, why are we going to referendum again and again? Why are we being asked to effectively raise our own taxes again and again? Let's give folks some data. Let's give voters, taxpayers, one little data point. It's a start. I'm encouraging you to vote yes. Please pass this. Knowledge is power, and like I said, hold my feet to the fire. It's my job. It's your job as representative of your aldermanic districts to do right by your voters. I think in this situation, the answer is you vote yes. I'm encouraging, please, knowledge is power, vote yes. And I will take questions to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. I just have to say, you must be getting comfortable in Madison because, I was not intending to speak tonight is something
That is.
I heard a lot.
That is.
I heard a lot in the legislature, so that was great. Alder Prophet. Sorry.
No, it's okay. So first of all, thank you. I saw you in the back there. I was hoping you would step up because the decoupling conversation that we keep having truly is a Madison conversation. And I, at the end, was going to have comments. And if people need help finding their elected officials, both in the state Senate and the state assembly, send me an email. I'll be happy to connect you because that's where that conversation lies. My question, I know you were not in last cycle, but we know it went through and it died. I have seen other bills that had bipartisan support also die in recent memory there. So as our state representative for the west side of Green Bay, what are your feelings on if that comes before our state legislature? I know you can't give me figures and everyone's gonna, but what have we seen? What are the patterns? What may happen?
I don't know.
Exactly.
If I had a crystal ball, it might not be here. I will say this. God, maybe we should have my predecessor in the 89th come up for this one. I don't know the odds. Let's say it's a coin flip. You want to make the odds of it happening more likely? Let's have some radical transparency. Like I keep saying, put the pressure on me. I'm happy to have it. Let's pass this.
Thank you.
Questions? Alder.
Well, here's the feet to the fire. You're my representative. And you said you were neutral on it. So you're neutral on whether you're voting for the decoupling or not. I just thought I'd put that out there because you mentioned it.
Yeah, so it will almost certainly not be a standalone question, a standalone bill. It's probably, if it comes about, it'll be in the state budget. The reason I am neutral is because the devil's always in the details. I want to be more familiar. Again, decoupling, as we've seen in Milwaukee, if it's copy and paste, okay, I probably lean in favor. But if there's going to be some changes, if there are going to be modifications around the edges and it doesn't actually look like what I'm thinking about in my head, I might be opposed. So I'm neutral because the devil's in the details.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thanks again for being here and for the testimony.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
All right, my name is Stephanie Guzman, 2711 Melcourt Drive. I know it was figure of speech, but I think there is a lot of power in words, and I do not appreciate that the leaders of the other side that's coming here and dividing, because nobody here came to divide anything. We came to have a conversation on transparency, something that I thought was going to be super easy and that everybody on all the political spectrums was going to agree on, right? I did not plan to come here and tell you why I'm pro, voucher. Surprise, surprise, I am. I think everybody deserves to have the right to send their kids where they want to send them. I was raised Catholic, matter of fact. And so I'm going to read one of my favorites, and it's Ephesians 4:25. Speak truth to your neighbor. We're about to go into Easter. What are we doing here? We're using jargon. We're using words. We had a whole rep dude that used to be representing the state come here and try to confuse everyone. It is not confusing. It is simple. We, the taxpayers, I am a taxpayer, want to know numbers. I want facts. I want data. And I don't just want it because I'm paying. The people in this body deserve it as well. When I came here with an equal rights report, one of the biggest criticisms I got was that I needed data. And you best believe that I took it to heart and we went and looked for some. And we're still working very ardently to find data, to find facts. So all we're asking for here is numbers, is facts, something tangible, something we can work with. Nobody here said, oh, we're not going to work with you. Nobody here is saying, oh, yeah, vouchers are bad. No, absolutely not. I have family members who go to private school. All we're saying is that as taxpayers, just like NWTC, just like UWGB and all other institutions, we deserve to know a number. And so I do not like that these people had to come here and say, keep it simple, stupid. I went to public schools, proudly so. I am far from stupid. I went to I got my bachelor's degree from UWGB with a hard sweat of my mother and my father, who, yes, were illegal at some point. And I know that that's something on the political spectrum that is being used to divide people. Do not come to Green Bay and try to make this place something that sounds like the national stage, because it is not. One of the best things about Green Bay is that we love our community. We care about the community. And in the same way, I respect the people of Green Bay. I do not call them stupid. I do not think that we need to stupefy anything. I think the people are capable to understand a number on a tax bill. I think people can read. And so I respectfully reject the keep it simple, stupid. I think the people of Green Bay are intelligent. I think they can definitely garnish these numbers and be like, oh, now I understand. Maybe all of this money is not going to the public school system. That is all I'm asking for. Transparency. And please don't put words in the mouths of people. I am not stupid. The people of Green Bay are not stupid. We want to know what's on our tax bill. And yes, we do want to know every single cent and dollar that is going to public, literally vouchers. Because I know that when I get my paycheck, I get even the cent that is going down to all kinds of taxes. Why should it be different for the voucher program? That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Good evening. A lot of what I'm going to say has been covered already, but I'm too tired to edit it on the fly. So let's just I'll just jump in here. Good evening. My name is Laura McCoy, and I live at 740 South Jackson Street in Green Bay. I'm the proud mother of two daughters who graduated from East High School. Go Red Devils! And my husband and I have lived in this community for over 25 years. I'm also the current president of the Green Bay School Board, and I am a taxpayer. Please let me start. I'm going to go a little bit off course here. Please let me start by expressing gratitude to this body for some of the most recent collaborations between the City of Green Bay and the Green Bay Area Public School District. First, thank you for installing the rapid flashing light beacons around town. This was a project funded through the American Rescue Plan and the 2022 school referendum that voters of this community generously said yes to. It is my understanding that this project will be completed this summer, and every time I see those flashing lights, I know that our students and families are safer because of them. Second, the most recent agreement between the city and the district with regard to the land swap. This is another example of cooperation between the district and the city that will be a win-win for our community. I mention these two examples because it perfectly illustrates the connectedness between our city, our school district, and our taxpayers. As to the issue before you tonight, our school board started this process in November of 2023 when we passed a resolution asking, quote, the city of Green Bay and surrounding municipalities in the GBAPS attendance area to include annually on their property tax bills the amount of the GBAPS levy that is for the purpose of capturing the state aid that is withheld from GBAPS to fund voucher and independent charter school payments, unquote. This resolution was not passed in a vacuum. If you recall, our district was in the middle of a deeply painful and controversial process around closing and consolidating schools. We were facing an enormous deficit. The money our district lost to vouchers had just been increased by the state legislature by 22.3% for grades K-8 and 41.1% for grades 9 through 12. This resolution made sense and it passed unanimously. That resolution was brought before this body in January of 2024, and through some procedural maneuvers, it was tabled. But when it comes to taxes and referendums, our taxpayers are not shy about asking questions. And those questions were directed to some of our elders, and they are to me as well. So here we are again before you asking for the same thing, tax bill transparency. After much work and much inquiry from some of our staff, we are asking that the following sentence be added to the informational portion of the city's property tax bill. Quote, on the amount levied to GBAPS, $8,991,023.65 is for the purpose of private school vouchers. Now, of course, that number will change every year. This is the amount that we levied for this year in the city of Green Bay. I got that from our chief financial officer. You'll note that there is no mention of charter schools. We forfeit money to only one charter school in Howard Suamico. They receive $1.1 million from our district this year alone. However, that money is not levied for like vouchers, so it can't be included in this request. It comes directly out of our yearly operating budget, so it is a combination of state and local taxes. I'm going to pause here and just acknowledge, as many people in this room have, the insane complexity of public school funding in this state.
Madam President?
Yes. I'm sorry. Also, it's important to understand that the amount levied in the city of Green Bay does not include the other 7 municipalities that make up our district. In addition to the city of Green Bay, those include Town of Green Bay, Village of Alloway, Town of Scott, Town of Humboldt, Town of Eaton, parts of the Village of Bellevue, parts of the Town of Ledgeview. In combination, local taxpayers paid $12,775,090 for the cost of vouchers in our school district in the 2024-25 school year. That's real money. The state of Wisconsin allows us to then make up that money by levying locally, and we really have no choice but to do that. I lost track a long time ago of how many of my constituents have reacted with utter disbelief when I explained how school funding works in Wisconsin and that we are all living with the consequences of decisions that politicians made back in the 1990s when the revenue caps were put into place and Green Bay was basically penalized for being a conservative, low spending district. My constituents understand about long-term effects of inflation, and statewide public school funding has not had an inflationary increase in 16 years. And here in Green Bay, we have experienced, I'm really sorry, I have a lot to say about this, obviously. And yet here in Green Bay, we have experienced steadfast support from our voters. I know this because we've passed 3 referendums in the last 8 years. We are going to have to pass another one next year. Get ready. Our local voters have stepped up again and again to pass referendums, and our facilities are more up-to-date and safer than those because of those referendums. Our community believes in our schools. I think the least we can do is give them an accurate tax bill. And finally, here's some good news. You don't have to choose between supporting vouchers and supporting taxpayer transparency for your constituents. You can absolutely do both. I personally have never had a constituent ask me for less transparency. In conclusion, I respectfully ask that you vote in favor. Thank you, and thank you for letting me go a little over.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Alder Prophet.
Go ahead.
I have a few. So first, thank you for being here. I think it's complicated. I think that's been very ironed out very clear here. It's a very complicated matter. Why the tax bill? So I think there's been a lot of conversation. There's a lot of different ways that you can communicate these. It's complicated. We know that. Why the tax bill?
We do. You know what? I'll just tell you all. Come to our school board meetings. You will hear us talk about this, especially around budget time. We talk about all aspects of how our district is funded. And so we don't shy away from this, but it is also in our newsletters, and you can look at it on our website. I invite you all to go to our website. It is packed full of information about our district, including our budget. So, it's not like it's hidden. It's easily discovered if you make a small effort.
Yeah. And why just the voucher dollars? I think I know, but why just that number instead of all of the other avenues?
I'm sorry.
So there's choice, the school to school, like the funding mechanism. The reason we're having this discussion about it being on the property tax bill, it's because it's levied, right?
It's levied locally. I mean, the state allows us to recapture that money that we lose to vouchers, and because of we're facing another deficit, right? We have literally no choice but to go back to our local taxpayers and say, we need to make up that money for our budget and tax them.
Okay. That number that we were provided, I'm assuming that I know it came from Angie with the chief financial officer. Is that a conversation? I know Mr. Lyerly mentioned that perhaps maybe that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, and so I'm hoping that if it's passed tonight, that's a line of communication that will continue to stay open. I hope between Director Ellenbecker and Angie.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And then my last question.
Your staff have been excellent. Yeah.
Thank you. My last question, because it's been brought up repeatedly, and I appreciate an assembly person speaking on it, but just your feelings, or maybe, I don't know if you can give the district's perspective, but in support or just around decoupling.
Decoupling has been something that has been talked about in this state for a number of years, especially as the effects of vouchers and open enrollment have accumulated over the years. A lot of people would like to make it more simple. I have literally, no offense, is Ryan still here? No offense. I don't have any faith that this will pass. It's all tied into negotiations with the budget, and that's anyone's bet, right? So I'm not expecting that to pass. It might, but I really don't have any faith that it will.
Okay. I think that was it for mine, but I'm sure others may have.
Alder Grant.
Just again trying to understand this, because Mr. Lyerly did say So I guess what's confusing is you just said you're able to levy to make up the money lost. So therefore, you do get that money that you levy,
We get it from local taxpayers.
right? But you get to keep the money you levy.
Yes.
Okay, because Mr. Larley's shaking his head no, and that's why I'm extremely confused. So,
So, in the when someone transfers out,
Come on up, Jim.
so how it was presented tonight, it made it sound like that for the duration of a student that is transferred out of our district, for the duration of that time, we always get equalized aid, and then we get the levy when we have to give the equalized aid back. But that's not the fact, right? For year 1 and year 2, right? So K4 kindergarten, because it's a 3-year rolling average as they count students, some of that is true, right? But after that, we don't get equalized aid for that student, but they take it, right? So at the end, for 3,000 students, they say, give us the equalized aid for 3,000 students, right? That are going to, from your district, that are counted in private schools, right? So we lose $12.5 million, right? So there's a portion of that, a very small portion. Like this year, there was a couple hundred students that were added to the voucher program. There is some reconciliation there where, yes, we do for a year get to collect equalized aid, but it stops, right? So for the rest of the time, we get no equalized aid, and we have to pay the state for that equalized aid. And that's why they said, well, you can levy for that, right? So again, there's no state money. It's all coming from us, from taxpayers in Brown County. So does that help make sense?
yeah, I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around. So you lose the money,
Yep.
but you get it. So I give Jim $100, but then I can go to the mayor and say I'm going to collect that $100 from you, and now I'm even, but I don't have Jim in my household. No.
So let's use kind of realish numbers. $12,000. Okay. So $12,000 in year 3 to just make it fair. So $12,000 needs to come from somewhere, right? So it comes from the state. They send $12,000 to the private school, but then in June they say, "Give me 67%." Well, actually, give me 67% of that back, right? So that 67%, right? We never collected. We never saw it. It never came in as revenue, but we paid it back to the state in June. Where does the money come from? We put it on your tax bill. We levy for that money so that we can actually not reduce the services of your neighbors that do go to public schools because one person went to a private school.
Okay.
Make sense?
All right. Any other questions? Elder Johnson.
If if one day private schools no longer existed, right, and all these students had to now go to public school, would that change the amount of money that you're levying?
Yes. It would change everything,
Right,
frankly.
but if you're levying an amount right now that essentially goes to that private school, right, and now that private school is no longer getting that money, so would it now stay with the public school if the private school no longer existed?
I'm sorry. It's a hypothetical that I can't quite comprehend at this moment.
Right. I mean, does the overall cost of education go up?
The cost of education goes up all the time.
I get that.
Believe
But-
me.
No, but it's
He just said that they have to levy 65% of that 12,000.
Right.
So if it takes 12,000 for a kid, they'd have to levy another 30.
Let's keep it moving, guys.
right. All right. Look, there's an overarching theme here, and it's complicated.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? 67%. Going once, going twice. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Dooley. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor is closed. I think we have a motion and a second. Is that correct? On the motion, Alder Prophet.
I'll kick it off since I originally brought this request forward, and I just kind of want to, I'll try and limit my comments too. I know it's a late night, and I appreciate everyone who stuck around to have this conversation. It's an important one, and I said at the start, you know, I have been approached by residents since I took this position. I know it was something that was brought forth by my predecessor, and I'm sure lots of people on this body think I'm just following in the footsteps, I'm just reviving it. That's not what happened. So I'm going to explain a little bit. I was asked to attend an academy where there's about 40 leaders in our community that sit down and learn in depth from the school district themselves about the complexities of the school district. We have gone through months, 9 months, learning from the different departments. You can follow the timeline. I'll provide whatever timeline people want to see, but there was one where Angie from the school district spoke for around an hour about the complexities of financing our public school. I sat back because I was invited not as an elected representative for the city. I was invited as a neighbor representing my neighborhood where there's a lot of conversations at the district level that were impacting our neighborhood. I was sitting back, wasn't chiming in, and then all of a sudden, and again, these are 40 people representing major businesses in our community, major nonprofits. I mean, there's a lot of really, I hate to say the word powerful, but there's a lot of heavy hitters at these tables. And one person said, well, why isn't this on my tax bill? And I just kind of shrunk in my chair. I was like, oh, we had this. Well, I was sitting in the audience and just confused at what was all happening in January of 2024 at this body when it was before last time, because we couldn't even get a referral to staff then. And this whole conversation just evolved, and everyone was just like, well, I want to know. Why isn't it on my tax bill? And that's, you know, I spent the next month, initially, you know, I think a lot of people think that there's a political lens, and they likely don't believe me that I don't feel it is, but it truthfully isn't. I sat down and was like, oh, what would I want to see on my tax bill as a taxpayer? I love that in our budget book, we have these pie charts. I'm like, oh, I wonder if you could do a pie chart that represents, like, where does all this money come from for every single tax? I had a lot of thoughts on how this could look. But ultimately, I'm not the expert on the financing of the school district. I approached, had these conversations with those who understand it. I think we all understand here that none of us are ever going to understand the complexity of public school funding or just funding our education system in this state unless there's some changes. So this is what we landed on. And I was hoping we would get the referral to staff so we could answer some of the questions that caused it to be tabled last time around. How much is it going to cost? It's not going to cost anything. It's not a conversation for me about the benefit or not benefit. Should we have vouchers? Should we not have vouchers? I had a conversation today with a gentleman who sends his kids to private school, explained just, you know, here's what we're talking about tonight. After a 2-minute conversation, he's like, well, why would you vote against that? Why wouldn't you want that? It's just more transparency. It's just, I want to know. And does it spark conversation? Are we going to get more calls on it? I hope so. Will we potentially look at adding more lines on our tax bill? I hope so. It's one of the few documents that I look at my W-2 and I look at my tax bill. It's a very eye-catching document. It's important. People look at it, and that's why we're having this conversation. So I went longer than I was hoping to because I could talk about this all night. But again, it's not political for me. It was sparked by being in a room full of people that are like, why on earth is this not called out on my tax bill? So I brought it forth, and I appreciate this body's willingness to refer it to staff to get some of those answers. I appreciate everyone who came to speak on it tonight. It does concern me that it turns political. It's never intended to be an attack on our 2 different education system. That's not what we're here for. We're just opening the door for conversation, and every taxpayer I've spoken with wants it. So again, I brought this forward. I made the motion to approve, and I hope this body supports it.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Hinkvis.
Thank you, Mayor. This one, I think, to me is pretty black and white. I am a product of Grace. I went through private school. My children went through private school. My husband went through private school. So I think what Grace does and the work that private schools do, there's absolutely a need. I also agree with Stephanie Guzman that more people should be allowed to enter into those schools. However, the state of Wisconsin mandates one school system that we have to support through our state taxes. And in that situation, that's our Green Bay Area Public Schools. And to show the amount of money that's coming off and being moved to private schools, I think is something that we owe our taxpayers. And yes, it is going to put pressure on the state. It's going to put pressure on our assembly people because they need to figure it out because it's an unfunded mandate. So I am absolutely in support of having these separate on the tax bill.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Stevens.
I would like to thank everybody for both sides coming this evening to speak. It's been on 5 hours of sitting in this chair, so I would like to call the question to move this along. So, yes. We need a second. So.
Okay. Is there a second for that? Oh.
You can do that. Yes, we can.
Okay, so Alder Weary, just hold your comments. I think Attorney Kocher can explain what that means for council.
Sure. Just to call the question, it requires a 2/3 vote, and it just suspends debate, and then you vote on the underlying motion, which in this case is a motion to approve.
We've been through this. This is our second time through this.
We still get the chance to talk. Two people have had a chance to talk. I haven't.
Sure.
A lot of other people haven't. Craig, you're better than me.
But I'm up next for it.
Vote no.
Okay.
Then I suggest we take a break.
Is there a?
I will remove that. Can we take a break?
Yeah, we could take a brief recess for 10 minutes.
Okay,
We'll be back at 10:36.
Technically, no debate is allowed on that, Alder Weary. No debate.
Recording stopped.
Recording in progress.
All right, I'm going to call us back to order. We had a motion and a second on the floor, but I think Alder Stevens had the floor when he's good. All right, Alder Grant.
I would like to motion an amendment where the verbiage, just to add some language, because if we're talking about transparency, because this isn't in my purview, I don't know the exact number, but what I would like it to read is of the total budget and list the dollar amount, $311 million, 8.9 whatever is levied by the Green Bay Public School District for the purpose of private school vouchers. So it's going to tell you of the full budget and then what's being levied, because that is a little bit more clear to the impact to the district. So it's on the tax bill, transparency is there, but it tells people of their budget how much is going to the levy, because that total budget is not on the tax document. The tax document only discloses property tax dollars, not their total budget. So that is my amendment.
Okay, is there a second for that amendment? Seconded by Alder Weary. Discussion on that, Alder Prophet?
Seeking clarification. So if we were to approve this amendment, you would be in favor of this addition? Okay.
Okay, any other comments or questions about that amendment? Alder Eck.
Okay, and it's probably not about the amendment specifically. I do have a concern. I know that it is mentioned that it's not meant to be political, but it does sound political based on a lot of people that we're sharing. And my concern is that the voucher program really it allows the most vulnerable in our population the opportunity that they may not have to be able to choose where they want to send their children based on where they feel best suits their children and their family's needs. The target for it is low to middle income. So by, in my opinion, shining a light on that particular part of it, it's like a negative light shining on that might cause people to make more noise about it, I guess, and try to get it removed. And I'm just saying the quiet part out loud, I guess. And why would we want to do anything that would possibly negatively affect this option being available to those families? So that is my concern about putting it on there. And I do also want to point out that although it's on the tax bill, that's the request, a lot of people, whether you're renting, you don't own your own home, you're still paying into property taxes through your landlord or the property owner. They're not going to see this. And so I'm still in favor of that, the newsletter being and the website, because that goes out to every family, every home in the school district. Completely, everybody in the school district gets it, and but they're not all seeing the tax bills. So that's my concern.
Okay, thanks, Alder. And just a reminder, we've got an amendment on the floor, so try to keep your comments, to the amendment itself. Alder Morgan, and then Alder Weary.
Okay, I've been paying my taxes in Green Bay to the school board for 50 years plus. And 20 years ago, I was asked to work with the students at Preble. And who I work with at Preble are kids that live in Green Bay, but I work with kids that are in the town of Green Bay, Eaton, Humboldt, New Franken, Bellevue, and in Green Bay East, they've got everyone that lives in Alloy, north of 172, they got Bellevue. They go to Southwest also. There's kids from Hobart. I can't be for anything on this tax bill unless I know it's going to be the fair share of what each person's paying. Who knows, in Green Bay, there might only be $5 million that is for Green Bay students and stuff like that. The other $4 million might be going to any of these townships and stuff. So if we're going to do it, are we going to break it down so that the people in Humboldt, the people in Bellevue know how much they're paying? I think the figures are going to be skewed completely unless we break it down totally. And if we're going to keep breaking it down, are we going to add the school choice ones and all that? I just think it's a total waste of doing it this way. And I think the school should be doing a better job of doing their own promoting.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think one thing I know I agree with a lot of the speakers who spoke today. I am no fan of unfunded mandates. I think we've all talked about that. And I really hated the arbitrary taxing limits they put on taxing entities. We're the ones who have to answer to that to our people. We shouldn't be told how much you can or can't spend. I've always hated that. So I think we all agree probably on that. We should have our own ability. So with this amendment, I really am inclined to support it. I think it does paint a better picture. I'm hoping this other resolution at the state level goes through. To be a little bit sassier again, if anything, maybe it's kind of a suckometer. The higher it goes up, people will say, oh my God, a lot of people are leaving. If it goes down, like, yeah, maybe they're doing a little better job. So I'm inclined to support it. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Prophet for a second time.
Suckometer.
Yeah, I just pulled up the budget book for the district, and I guess I would like to see clarification because there is, out of their Fund 10 general fund, which makes up their total revenue, there's 6 different aspects in which they receive revenue, and I heard tax levy being mentioned and I heard equalized aid being mentioned. So I wonder if it would be worth taking that piece of it that it's actually being pulled out of, since there's 6 different pots, if it would be worth using that number of the pot that it's truly being pulled out of if we're going to use that total number. But I wouldn't be able to speak. I would have to defer to the district on whether it's coming out of the levy or equalized aid, because I don't immediately know that. But I think that would, again, in the sake of transparency, calling out what pot it's coming from would make more sense, because again, this is complex funding our schools.
And which pot were you talking about?
Sorry. There's multiple different pots, and I hope there's still at least a representative. Okay, I'm getting a head shake. We don't know what pot it may come out of. Okay.
Well, you want to ask a question?
Can I make a motion to open the floor?
Oh,
sure.
Can I? We did it.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Can I suspend the rules to open the floor to ask a question to Lori only?
I think we just have to open the floor.
But we can suspend the rules to ask a question to one individual instead of opening the entire floor to everybody else.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody else wants to talk.
I just want to make sure. So.
Yeah.
Because county level does it all the time.
Yeah.
Suspend the rules.
I mean, yeah, different bodies have different rules, but is there a motion to open the floor?
Yes.
Motion to open the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open.
First of all, just to clarify, do I have to say my name and everything again? Okay.
No, that's right.
The amount that we're asking for is just money that is levied to the city of Green Bay. Just the city, not any of the municipalities around us. The full amount that is levied for all the municipalities that make up the district is closer to $13 million. So just because this is the body that we're before right now, we're sticking to that it's 8 million. Yeah, close to $9 million. That number came right from our CFO, and that's what we levied for this year. Again, that number will change next year, but this does not include any of the municipalities around us. Those are separate entities.
You had a question, though, for...
Yeah, so with that in mind, I think it comes out of the levy because you keep mentioning levy, but I think that's an important piece to call out. We're just talking about the residents of Green Bay being affected, and that's why Angie was able to provide us with the figure that's just affecting our city of Green Bay taxpayers. So that is an important piece. Do you think she would be able to pull just what's levied for Green Bay taxpayers and provide us with that number to fill that number? And then I think we're already going to need to update that 8.9 million based on what Mr. Lyerly made.
That will change every year.
Yep.
You know, depending. Usually I'm assuming it will go up. But, and also the other thing that it probably is important to this conversation is the limits, the caps on income and how many people can apply for vouchers. Those are coming off in either next year or the year after. So anybody at any income will be able to apply for vouchers, and there'll be unlimited vouchers. As many people as wants them will be able to get them. So those limits are going away very shortly.
Okay. So do you think Angie may be able to provide us that figure?
Which one?
of what we levy Green Bay taxpayers.
That's that 8 million, close to 9. That's the number.
Yes, but for that's being pulled out for the vouchers. But if we, in the sake of transparency, want to say, here's the pot. So I'm looking at our budget, the City of Green Bay Public Schools budget book, Fund 10 revenues, the tax levy for year 24-25. There's $61,704,961. But that's all of where your blanket and where your
Okay.
students are attending school. Do you think she would be able to pull for us what out of that 61 million is is levied just for Green Bay? So in the sake of transparency, we want to say, here's the pot and here's what's going.
And I
You know
think-
what I'm saying?
Just to jump in quick, I think Director Ellenbecker might have some insight for us.
Correct. For the 2024 tax bill, which was for the 2025 budget, the city of Green Bay levied for the Green Bay School District $76,954,591.31. That comes off the tax levy that comes from the Green Bay Area Public School District, just to go on the Green Bay tax bill.
So that's really
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Diana.
This question for Ms. McCoy. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Motion to close the floor. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Alder Grant.
You mentioned that the whole voucher thing could change. Is that something that would get passed through a bill? How do you know that?
There's the state legislature. I don't know what year this happened, but they decided that those limits are coming off, and that was decided in Madison. So I'm sorry, I can't tell you what year that happened, but it's about to happen in the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like, yeah, Alder Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. President, you lied to everybody.
Alder Weary.
Everybody knows West is best. I'm sorry. That's all.
I can meet you in the parking lot later, and we'll settle it. How's that?
On the bridge.
Yeah. All our high schools are excellent
I
schools.
know, I was, yeah. All right.
All of our schools. Sorry, I didn't mean to limit it to the high schools. All of our schools.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. And I think I was proven wrong. I think somebody else does want to speak. So let's keep things rolling.
I'm
You
sorry.
still
Am
have
I
a
done?
question? Okay, let's go.
Okay.
So, out of the language that was represented to us in the letter versus what Alder Grant is, are you comfortable with the language from Alder Grant on the change?
I would prefer the way that it's been proposed.
Thank
you. Do you have an issue with this amendment that she proposed?
Mike.
Oh, sorry.
I would prefer what has been proposed tonight as opposed to the amendment.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Any other questions for Ms. McCoy? All right. Thanks again.
Thanks.
Something that was stated incorrectly. The state voucher program is not designed to change those income limits in the future. It is a program for low-income families. It was legislated in 1991 in Milwaukee. It's been expanded to Racine, and it's been expanded statewide. There is no plan to take those income limits off. It is a low-income program for families to seek alternate means of education that they may choose. So that statement is incorrect.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thanks. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. So we have an amendment. Yeah, there was a second for that Grant offered. I don't know what that was. On the amendment, Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Maybe I wasn't paying attention, Alder Grant, but you said how much money did you want to be put down that the schools were getting?
Thank you, Alder Profit, for referring to that. So their total revenue. So of the $311,946, 8.9 of the budget is levied to vouchers.
And where is all that money coming from? Because I just heard 76 million.
But that dollar amount is already disclosed on the tax bill in the breakdown, is it not?
Is it a question for Director Ellenbecker?
Again, I don't know all the school funding, but what we're talking about, the 76 million is amount that is levied on the tax bill, city tax bill for Green Bay schools. Just like our budget, you have a lot of a lot of revenues coming in. You take all your expenses, you back off your revenues, whatever's left is what you have to levy.
Right.
So what they're levying is 76 million. I'm sure they get a lot more revenues from other sources. So their total revenues probably includes the 76 million and
It does.
levies they get in from other municipalities.
Okay. And Alder Grant, just help me out here. Why would we want to list 311 million coming from all different sources when we're talking about money that came only from levy?
Because it's their total budget. So when we talked about transparency, people spoke about the percentage of their budget that this is impacting. So that allows people to easily, if they wish to, calculate, divide it out and say, oh, 3% of their budget goes to vouchers or to voucher schools. It's just applying more information to the line to fully be transparent.
Okay, but wouldn't true transparency be that I'm just going to say 8.9 million that the schools have to give back to the state came only from the levy. It's not coming from the federal government or the state or any of the other stuff. It's coming from the actual levy.
Right, but their full budget, they do get money from the state. They do get money.
I understand.
Yep.
I
So that's where
totally
I'm seeing
understand.
it as I do want to show a portion of what their full budget is. That 311 million is not disclosed on the tax bill at all. So if someone, because numbers can be a game, right?
Yep.
So if you divide the 8.9 divided by 311 million, you're going to get a different percentage than what the levy is. But the reality is, whatever percentage that is, that's what comes out of their full budget. That's what impacts their full budget. So that's how I look at it. Big picture, you talked about a pie chart that shows a portion of their full budget that goes strictly to vouchers.
Okay. Alder, thank you.
All right, Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I get what Alder Galvin's saying, and I think, support the amendment if it's tweaked a little bit. And I mean, if we're saying, hey, we're only going to give the city levy compared to the overall school district budget, which includes everything, to have apples to apples, it really should be the total school voucher amount compared to the total school district budget. So the 8.9 that's in front of us is only the school district, only the city of Green Bay levy, right? But at the end of the day, I mean, if you're a taxpayer, I mean, do you really care what city, what's Bellevue, what's Alloway, right? So if we're going to say transparency, I think you ought to do the whole thing and say, this is the total levy amount. This is the total school district budget. That's more apples to apples than saying a reduction in the city amount or a reduction in the voucher amount that's only responsible for city. Does that make sense? Because I feel like that's being more, at least, honest about the way that you're reporting the numbers.
So you're talking about that number that's closer to 13 million or whatever?
Correct.
Versus the 8.9?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a more appropriate comparison, I think.
Okay. Understood. Other comments on the amendment? Alder Presley, and then Alder Hutchison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm getting confused. But to me, I think that the more direct comparison, because we're people are asking us. The reason that Alder Prophet brought this up is because people are asking where this is on their tax bill, what percentage of their tax is being allocated to this. They're not asking what percentage of the full budget. They're asking what part of the levied portion of it. So I think the fairest comparison would be the percentage or the amount levied by GBAPS that goes to vouchers versus the full amount levied by GBAPS. But I think that's conflating it too much. We're gonna have people doing percentages of or doing calculations on there that they don't need to do. I think that what we have right now is fine. It's a clear cut. It's the number. It's how much is going for private school vouchers. People can ask questions, and I'm sure they will. But yeah, I don't want to bring these percentages into it. It doesn't make sense to me.
Alder Hutchison.
Yeah, so we have a levied amount for the school budget that we tax on our city tax. And then we have a levied amount that's going to private vouchers, I would think it would make sense to compare levied amount to levied amount. So then people are comparing what they're paying for. And the notion of comparing it to the full budget is kind of minimizing how much money is going to private vouchers because it's going against the other stuff we're levying for. Okay. So every dollar you levy for schools that gets on our tax is compared to every dollar that's being levied for private vouchers. That would be the fair comparison. Okay. So to me, to put the full budget on there is doesn't make sense because it's not levied tax. That's what we're talking about. That's what people are concerned about. I think that's what they want to know it is. So if we're going to make a comparison versus just putting the dollar amount down, I think it should be the levied amount for the private monies going to the private schools versus the levied amount for the school, public schools. I think that makes sense. And that's what people are really asking about.
Can I maybe explain why?
Yeah, for a second time, Alder Grant.
The reason I'm saying or looking at it big picture is because the amount they levy for vouchers is a choice. They don't have to levy for voucher. So ultimately, they're adding that money back into their total budget. That's why I was looking at big picture. They don't have to levy that money back. It's part of their full budget. They choose to supplement, but it goes towards their full budget.
But what does that mean? I mean,
Alder Hutchison, you have the floor.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay. So it's like you're saying they have a choice to levy or not.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't levy, then that money just goes away. I mean, they would have to actually tax more. So that to me is not flow through thought.
Okay. It is getting late, folks.
Okay.
We have an amendment on the table. There's a second for it. Further discussion on that amendment? Yeah.
Comparing the total budget to the. Okay.
Yes, that $300 million
Okay.
number. Yep. That is the amendment that Alder Grant has offered. Any final discussion on that? Yeah. Board vote has been requested. We will use the board on the amendment from Alder Grant. And that fails 5-7. All right. Underlying motion is in place for approval. Other comments on that? Seeing none, all in favor? Alder Johnson?
Yeah. So we've spent 2 hours tonight talking about school board business, right? And I think we learned a lot tonight about a whole lot of topics. And I think if there's one thing I've learned, it's complicated. Now, we can say it's not, but it is. And I think my biggest fear is that by printing one line, we're being overly reductive about a very complex issue. And there's a reason the desire is to have it printed as it is, because the number creates the shock and awe factor. Percentage does not, right? So to say it's not political is being disingenuous. It's absolutely political. And I'm okay with that, by the way. Let's just be honest about it. And my fear is that we're treating a symptom and really not the disease. School system formula is broken. I think there are folks who have come here on both sides of the aisle who have made very great points. And I think, like most issues, most of America, most people, Green Bay, are really okay with someplace in between. And in this case, for me, I'm okay with vouchers. But I don't think our local school districts should be penalized for it. I like the decoupling issue, and I actually would like to talk with Representative Spouty stepped out about even talking about having this body pass a resolution of support for that process. I'd want to get a little bit more detail around that. But I think there's a way that we can force some additional discussion around that. At the end of the day, though, to me, the cost to educate kids in our community, whether they go to public school or private school, is the cost that it is. We recognize some goes here, some goes there. But the cost doesn't change. And, so when we look at sort of, hey, we all pay, and I think we all benefit from having an educated community. I think nobody would really argue from that. How we get there is really where the debate is today. And, so just we get individuals who don't have kids in a school district who pay, right? Just like but we benefit from that as a community for a variety of reasons: workforce development, tax base, all those things, right? So what I want to be sure of is that when we're looking, this is the state problem to fix at the end of the day, right? And so when I go back to what I feel like is the motivation here is we want to eliminate this. I do feel like it's a desire to change the way the school voucher system works. But what I'm not in favor of is sort of having this vote to basically say, like, I oppose the vouchers because there's only one monopoly, the public schools, that work. I do think there's a discussion to be had about how the state can support that, and decoupling seems like the most common sense way to have that conversation. And at the end of the day, though, when I look at, and this is going to be my last point, right? And so when I'm looking at what is the purpose of a tax bill, and I'm looking at this, and everything on here has a utilitarian purpose. This is what your assessed value is. This is the land. This is the improvements. This is the city, tech college, school district, Brown County, your 4 taxing jurisdictions, your number of acres. If there's one thing on here that I actually don't like, quite frankly, it's that here are the amounts for your school district referendums parsed out. I actually don't like that because we don't have to do that, right? And you can go a long ways on this, guys. We could say, you know what? We should be printing our TIF balances on this. We should be printing how much we are exempting certain entities from paying taxes because we choose to own the property, right? That's a choice. So this isn't a communication piece. This is a utilitarian piece that's meant to communicate something to the property taxpayer, which is you owe this much. Here are the 4 taxing jurisdictions you need to pay it to. Here's where you pay it. But I do think that there's a lot of space here to continue to have this conversation with putting pressure on the state to change the way this formula works. Because if there's one thing I heard from both sides of this discussion and everyone here, it's got to change.
Thanks, Alder. Any final comments in addition? Alder Stevens.
I have a question, and I don't know who this would go to. So currently, the line item is of the amount levied by Green Bay Area Public Schools is $8.9 million is for the purpose of private school vouchers. If we choose to change that language, which I have written something here, can we approve a change, or does that need to go back to the state?
I don't know if
By the Department of
Director
Revenue.
Ellenbecker, if you wanted to.
I think because it's in the informational section on the city tax bill, I think the council really has the say in what they want to put on it. Of course, you would have to work in with this school to make sure the information is correct. But I think it really would be. I would have to look at our attorney, but I think it's city's choice on what they put on that in that informational section. That is the only section that the DOR will allow us to put any additional information on because it's really our space.
There's also just a physical limitation, right? Character limits, obviously, because you only
Correct.
have a certain amount of space.
Okay, so I feel it's a little deceiving there, so I think we should change that language, and I'd like to make this amendment. It should be changed to, of the amount levied by the Green Bay Area Public Schools, the current $8.9 million, eventually that's going to change. So it should read $8.9 million is to fund the gap in funding because of the private school vouchers. Right here it says purpose. I would like to change that to fund the gap in funding. So it'll go as the amount levied by the Green Bay Area Public Schools, 8.9 million, is to fund the gap in funding because of private school vouchers.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
It's a little more clearer because we're keeping that money that we're leveling. What this statement here says that we're taking this 8.9 million to give to private school vouchers for the purpose of that. Well, we are funding that, but we're keeping that money. Right now, it seems like 8.9 million, we're giving it to private school vouchers, but we're keeping that money. So what we're doing is we're funding a gap. So to be transparent, we're funding this gap because of the private school vouchers.
Is there a second for that amendment? Looks like it might fail for lack of a second. Okay.
You want to do something different?
All right. We have the underlying motion still in front of us. All in favor will signify. Board vote has been requested. Motion to approve. Yes. Alder Johnson vote. You know? No. Alder Johnson's no. All right, and with the tie vote, I vote in favor, so it succeeds 7-6 for the reasons outlined by the author of the proposal, Alder Profit. And everything, transparency is a bad thing. It's additional information for our taxpayers. It's not an attack on any way of providing education within our community, but I think this level of transparency is helpful for folks. So with that, we're on to the Park Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any items here to be handled separately? One. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of item 1. Your wishes here.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Profit and seconded by Alder DeLee.
This was another one that was, we had a request for a member of the public to speak, and I see they're still here, so I'll make a motion to open the floor.
Okay.
And thank you for staying.
Yes. Motion has been made to open the floor by Alder Profit and seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. Sir, go ahead. Just state your name and address.
Frank Torres, 1490 Capitol Drive. Thank you all for your hard work this evening. This agenda was absolutely stacked, and you guys handled it very well. I'll be very quick, all things considered. I believe this is the beginning of a conversation for St. John's Park. I believe it's kind of a battleground. I think this is only a removal of equipment, but if you listen to the committee hearing, there was a lot of other issues involved. And I think this is the beginning of a start, and I think a promising new start for that park would be to remove this equipment, which really isn't being used, and to just plan to move forward and have better things in the future for that very, very important piece of Green Bay. Nothing else to add. I'll be available for any questions if there is anything else. Thank you.
I think we got a question for you right now, sir. Alder Galvin.
No question, sir. No question. Just I commend you for sticking it out. You are a soldier.
But it also helps that I'm kind of a development nerd and also a municipal policy nerd as well. And so I'd be lying if I didn't say I enjoyed it just a little bit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Emily Isabart, 1569 Proper Street. I went to the committee meeting as well, where many people expressed similar concerns to what I have. I don't support removing the playground equipment. What I heard at the committee meeting was the concern is the equipment is old. It doesn't have any issues at this point, but it's old. They're removing it because of the cost to put in wood chips around the playground equipment, which was about $3,000. My question to them was, how much is it going to cost to remove that equipment? Probably more than $3,000. This is a park. This is a city park. A park should have playground equipment for children to use. I understand they're saying that nobody's using it, but no one is answering the question why no one's using it. Take a look at the park. There is a definite problem in that park. I don't have an issue with homeless in the community. What I have an issue with is this is not being addressed by the city. Though the park is filthy. People are loitering in the park, they're sleeping in the park overnight. There's belongings in the shelter that aren't being cleaned up. No one is holding anyone accountable in that park. That's a problem. Maybe children would be using this equipment if they actually cleaned the park up. This park is in a low-income neighborhood. I have a problem with that. Why are you not concerned about providing parks and playground equipment for the low-income children? I realize House School has a playground. That's a school. If someone wants to go and play on that playground equipment, they're not going to go to House School during the day. This St. John's Park was where my daughter went to almost every day in the summer when she went to the YWCA day camp. They took the kids down to St. John's Park every day. They can't do that anymore. There's hypodermic needles. There's people doing lewd acts in the park. There's a lot of crime. Why isn't that being addressed? I don't support you removing equipment from a park. How about you remove the issues that are causing people not to use the equipment? Thank you.
All right, any questions for our guest? All right. Anyone else? Seeing none. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Prophet. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from our council? Alder Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Want to thank those that came to speak on this issue. I know Director Ditchite and I had been talking about this along with another potential user group, recognizing that this was the oldest playground. It was scheduled in a rotation for replacement. So it's, I've seen a lot of online chatter, right? And so I want to be clear that we're not removing this because necessarily, or I should say in lieu of addressing the challenges we have with unhoused. However, you make some very good points, which is how we're addressing some of that. Now, I know at a high level, there's been a lot of folks around this. We've had a task force that's Chief Davis over there had convened, and a lot of people were part of that. So I want to be fair that there actually has been a lot of work and effort to try to address it. Unfortunately, it's not an easy problem, and the problem does persist. And there are probably some things that we really do need to address outside of this meeting around maybe more aggressively maintaining the park to deal with some of those other issues, whether it be trash or other issues, right, that are going on there. I think we all know the things. We don't have to necessarily list them all out, but there is an underlying issue that should be addressed. And so I'll admit I was all in on removing the park equipment, but now I feel like we are removing it because it's just easier to maybe do that than there's no imminent need to have to remove it other than wood chips. At least that's what I understand. Now, if there's a bigger issue, I want to allow Director Ditchite to at least address that or another motivation, if you will, to remove it. But if it's just a matter of leaving the park equipment there for another year or two and continue to get used, even though it's the oldest in the park or in the park system, I'd kind of be okay with that, I think.
Thanks, all there. Additional discussion, or maybe go to Director Ditchite for comments there.
Yeah, there's, obviously multiple reasons that we're proposing to remove it. I mean, the immediate issue right now is if we want to keep it as a playground, we have to invest $2,000 to $3,000 to place wood chips there to make it a safe playground. But there are issues above and beyond that. I mean, we have issues with some vandalism on it. Somebody mentioned at the last meeting that there's, graffiti all over the slides. I haven't been out there recently to look at that myself, but that wouldn't surprise me because we do clean up a lot of graffiti on there. So there's also a maintenance issue where we have to go there and inspect it on a regular basis and take care of things like that break down. So it's more than just wood chips long term if we want to keep it there for another year or two. We have regular inspections and other things we need to do. One thing to point out is that if you check out the motion that was actually made at the committee, it's actually to refer to staff to create a master plan for the park itself. And so, our desire is to create that master plan maybe in the next 6 months or so and have that, approved by the park committee and city council. And that will dictate the long-term need or desire of wanting a playground there long-term. We know that is one of our oldest playgrounds, or the oldest playground, tied with a couple other playgrounds in the city. It is due for replacement, but we also know that the issues in the park are not going to be quick fixes, and it's not going to be something we're going to resolve in a year. I would see these issues persisting for several years based on what's, how long it's taken us to get to where we're at right now. And so keeping that playground there and maintaining it for several more years while we try to fix the issues in the park above and beyond just the playground age itself, I would recommend that we just remove it at this point. We create a master plan to determine if there is a need or a desire in the community to keep a playground at that park, or move it to a different park, or just have less playgrounds in the community altogether. And that will address in the next 6 months or so as part of the master planning process.
And I appreciate that additional narrative, Director Ditch. I think, and I do support the master plan as well, right? That's, although I know you made a comment about selling the park online and maybe you were joking, but for those who don't know, this is one of the city's original 4 parks and it stays. So
You got to talk to the Astor
family. But, so I do support the master plan. Obviously the uses of parks change all the time, but I also want to point out that we can do a master plan, but it is currently not in our 5-year capital improvement schedule. There's no guarantee any improvements would be funded, whatever they might be. I am curious though around we have to maintain equipment all the time, everywhere. If there's graffiti, if there's other things, we do maintain it. $2,000 to $3,000 for wood chips. Are these our wood chips that we chip up?
No, they're specially made wood chips, specifically engineered for playgrounds.
Okay. I was trying to wrap my brain around why it was so expensive. That helps clarify that.
Any other comments? Alder Galvin. Also, maybe if I could exercise some privilege and invite Chief Davis to weigh in a little bit, because there obviously has been a lot of work done on the part of our officers in the city of Green Bay. We also have homeless outreach case coordinators and community and economic development doing a lot of great work with people every single day who unfortunately are on the streets. But maybe just go to Chief Davis first for a description of the task force that Alder Johnson alluded to.
Sure. So 2 years ago now, we formed the St. John's Stakeholders Group and included people from the neighborhood, residents of the neighborhood, the Downtown Business Association, some other business representatives, a lot of participation from St. John's Shelter and some of the other homeless advocacy and support groups around the community. And we started by just all coming to a shared understanding of what the problem is, because when we approach homelessness, we all come from our own perspective and silo, and none of us really sees the whole picture. Once we were able to do that, we took some tangible steps to start to reduce some of the drivers of disorder there. One of the biggest steps that we took was consistent messaging from all of these groups that the people of our community have a right to expect the proper use of their public spaces and to expect people to not engage in antisocial behavior. And we connected our behavioral health officer. We have an officer who specializes in homeless issues in our behavioral health unit, who is still plugged in to a lot of the other service providers so that they can share information with each other to more effectively deal with individuals who create problems for us, particularly in St. John's Park. And then we engaged in a lot of enforcement of the city's rules about use of public spaces, like camping in the park, being in the park after hours, and some of the other issues that we were seeing there. I have data for the last full year we have data for in the park for calls for service is 2024. And if you compare 2024 to 2021, overall calls for service are down 81 total for a year from 464 to 383, which is remarkable when you see that self-initiated police activity, which includes enforcement activity, crime prevention calls, are up from 23 in 2021 to 117 last year. So they're up by 94. All of the kind of antisocial disturbance, assault, drugs, all of those kind of activities where there's any statistically significant difference at all of those have actually gone down over the last 4 years. So we're headed in the right direction, and I think that's a result of a lot of hard work, not just from our organization, but from our friends in the Parks Department and all the stakeholders in this group. And so, I think there is a promising future for the area. Yeah, there's a lot of work to do because homelessness is a really big issue, and it's not all focused on public safety. But it's proof that those kind of approaches can work and can turn an area like this around.
Great.
And certainly where it has been appropriate for us to do so, we have held people accountable. I think that shows up in the data.
Right. Well, thanks for that description, and thanks to your officers for the on-the-ground work. I don't know, Director Renier-Wig, if you just wanted to weigh in a little bit on some of the outreach that's now ongoing in your department.
We've really done a lot of work in collaborating, as the chief had talked about, with, there's a number of homelessness agencies, but also the county staff and what they do. We were able to use some of our home ARP dollars to hire homelessness outreach coordinators because we know that, at least in the park, that there's this, I think, a dozen to maybe 20 homeless folks who are just chronically homeless that really have a variety of issues that keep them out of shelter. And so the staff we have 2 staff now, the second one just started. So we've had 1 staff person who's been around for 6-7 months, doing that, like one-on-one working with folks, and has been able to place in permanent housing, I think 4 or 5 up to this point, which is really a good number because this is intense. Help people fill out paperwork, get them right, sign up for their programs, making sure they're getting their funding to them. So it's really hands-on work that's being done that we've had success with. So we have our second person just started on Monday of this week, so we'll have 2. And our goal is to try to reach the most difficult homeless folks to get them into housing.
Great. Thank you for that as well. Director Ditchite.
Well, I do have one more thing to add. We do on a weekly basis team up with the police department to go into that park, and we do a deep cleaning once a week every Thursday morning out there. So, I know there's been a lot of chatter online that park isn't kept up, but we do go in there once a week and do a very thorough cleaning of that park, and we keep it as clean and open to the public as we can with the resources that we have.
Right. Thank you.
So,
Alder Galvin. Thank you, Your Honor. I attended St. John's Grade School from the late 60s till they finally kicked me out in 73. But that was my home parish. I spent a lot of time in that park. Married my daughter out of that church, buried my sister and my father out of that church. And that parish and that area means a lot to me. I spent a lot of time interacting with law enforcement from time to time as a kid out there. But I mean, it's just neat to see what it's still there. And I was worried when I heard that they may be closing it, but I was encouraged when Director Ditchite said that you can't touch it. It's got to be there. And then with Chris's or Alder Weary's amendment to do a master. Oh, I'm sorry, Alder. You guys look the same, so I was just like, But yeah, but anyway, yeah. I like that let's create a master plan. Let's look beyond removing the playground equipment to where can we take this next steps. It's encouraging. I haven't heard an update yet on that park in a long time, Chief, and it's great to hear what you guys and the city employees and the other partners have been able to accomplish. Because I still admit when I drive by, it's like, oh, you know, every time you drive by, it's like, oh. And then some of the stuff I heard at the park committee meeting from the residents and owners of property around there, I think some of that is just anecdotal stuff that's been sticking in their craw for a long time. But I get it, and it's a problem, and it's society's problem. And I'm encouraged, though, that it looks like we're starting to make some headroads to this project we had for the NEW, for the apartment complex, is the end goal of where we want to try and be with our homeless people to get them back on their feet and get them back into society. So that's encouraging, too, to see that we're still taking steps, and it's like a puzzle, and we're putting the pieces together. But I do endorse removing the equipment at this time. I don't want anyone to be fooled into thinking that they should take their children there at this time. Granted, we're doing the cleanups, but that's once a week. And so there's a lot of stuff going on there yet it's still sketchy. The police can't always be there. And for a family to somebody say, oh, let's go to that park and then walk into the middle of that, they could be walking into a problem. And I don't want to see that happen. But I also want to see what we end up with this master plan, to see what the possibilities are as we move forward with our other programs there. Thank you.
Alder Presley and then Prophet.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the Parks Committee, we put this through unanimously, and I think the reason behind that was because it's a question of the use. Is the park equipment being used? And no, the equipment is not being used, so it doesn't look like we should justify more investment in that equipment. But as Alder Johnson said, we can't put our blinders on and pretend that underuse is not because of a larger issue. I am very glad, and I'm going to continue to be in favor of removing this, just because we have that amendment that we're going to look at a master plan for the park. We can't. I know people were saying, well, we need to tell them to address homelessness before we do anything with this park. And I'm not going to tell the Parks Department to fix homelessness right now. But I do think that this is a community effort, and we've heard some of the efforts that are happening. And I'm very glad to have just voted for, as Alder Galpin said, 41 units of transitional housing. I think that's going to be very effective at helping solve this issue. Where am I going? I'm so tired. I'm in favor of it. I'm in favor of it because I think it is a symptom. It has become a lightning rod, a kind of quiet lightning rod right now because the lightning is tired. But it's become a lightning rod for a greater issue, and I'm glad that we are bringing attention to that issue, even if it's not really through the correct channels. But the Parks Department does play a role in cleaning up the park, in collaborating with the police department. And I hope this master plan can look at the use of the park and look at what we can do to serve the people who use it, because it is a public park. People deserve to exist in public parks. They can't be antisocial, but they deserve to exist in these public parks. And we should make them for everybody. So, rambling, but I support.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments on this, Alder Hinkfist or Alder Prophet then Hinkfist?
Sorry, I'll try and stick to my list, and I'll keep it really brief. So first, I thank you for calling on the department heads to kind of talk about how we're addressing this. I do think the city is doing what they can in collaboration with the county. I appreciate the police department's work in conjunction with parks. And I'm really glad that Director Rainier Wig called out the homeless outreach coordinators. We all saw I got emotional early tonight. I'm easy to get emotional, but I actually got to meet one of the homeless outreach coordinators who was moving in a new neighbor to City East. So one of the 4 or 5 that has been helped. And it's a new neighbor of mine, and it was really a cool moment to see that live in front of me happening. So it's important that we have these conversations. And I apologize, Director Ditchite, you're going to get a question out of left field from me. Meyer Park. So this body removed the playground equipment in favor of a dog park at Meyer Park. But when, I talk about my 4 and 6-year-old now, all the time, we drive around, we go to different city parks, the equipment seems to be the same age. So is that equipment that was removed from Meyer Park around the same age of what we're looking at St. John's?
Around the same age, but if you give me 1 minute, I can look it up and tell you what year that was put in if you really want to know that.
We could go to Alder Hinkfist and
okay.
then Jack. Yeah, Alder Hinkfist.
Thank you. Originally, when I saw this on the agenda, I was like, oh my God, we can't do another park. We cannot eliminate another park. But after listening, and looking back historically, because the one thing that I did hear is that people don't use that park. Well, there are childcare agencies down here that used to use that park all the time. The YWCA. I was so happy to hear you mention that because the whole summer program, the young kids, we used to take them down there all the time. There was 2 churches. We used to take them down there all the time. And Compass. They've not been able to use that park since before COVID. So I'm inclined to support this, knowing that we're going to have, within 6 months, a plan to come back to say, where are we going to put them, whether it's at Jackson or it's, back at St. John's. But we do need a park with equipment downtown. And with the $70 million investment that we have, we need to make sure that or with the new development, we're sending the right message.
Thanks, Alder. Director Ditchite, you have?
The playground at East River Meyer Park was purchased and installed in 1999, and the playground at St. John's Park was 1994. So, a difference of 5 years.
Okay. And I'll just say I asked that question because we've discussed this before. We look at individual parks, and I campaigned on this. I know Director Ditchite knows from my neighborhood association hat I still wear. I'm very passionate about our parks. But I think in the conversations I had with neighbors at Doors, they're vital for the framework of our community. But third spaces can be more than playground equipment. A park doesn't necessarily have to have the playground equipment. So I think it's important we look at the user groups that are utilizing it. I'm in favor of keeping the basketball court and just making that a third space that doesn't necessarily have to have that playground equipment. I apologize to the friends at the school district. We sneak onto Howe's playground in off hours because it's just better for a multitude of reasons, right? There's other newer equipment that kids are more drawn to visually when you drive by. We drove by that one and they weren't enticed by it. So I think looking at the user groups and how that's changed, and just knowing that we have other areas that we've done this, we've looked, hey, it's aged equipment, maybe this isn't the best use anymore, and we have this in what's in front of us. We're going to look at a master plan for this park to be mindful of our unhoused neighbors that are there. They deserve a third space too. So I'm in favor of removing the playground equipment. I hope the basketball court stays. I think that will, but sorry, it's been a late night.
Thank you. Anything else? Alder Johnson, for a second time.
Thanks, Mayor. Again, similar to Alder Prophet, I do want to thank the way that you exercised that personal privilege, because I do think it was important for folks to hear that our police, our parks, caseworkers, Pete in particular, I met with him. He's great, doing a lot of good work. So there is a lot of work going on that I think sometimes isn't always visible. And I think if that work wasn't being done, the challenges we have there would be a lot worse. And they were a lot worse, and they've gotten better. And I think it's also important to recognize and remind folks that whether you are unhoused or whether you are the CEO of a bank, you are entitled to occupy public spaces. And it's the behavior that really needs to be addressed, and maybe some of the conditions, right, that are being left over afterwards. And so to me, that is a change in the predominant user group that's using this. So I'm not going to offer an amendment on this. As I said, I'm kind of like split on this one. So I'm going to vote, and what I'm going to say is I'm in support of the master plan. And if you vote in support of this, you are also voting in support of adding this to our 5-year capital improvement plan. I hope, wink, where it can be appropriately slotted so that those park improvements do not have to wait more than 5 years.
All right, thanks, Alder. Any additional comments? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved. Personnel Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here to be handled separately. Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. No public arts report. Report of the Traffic, Bicycle, and Pedestrian Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Prophet. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Sustainability Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Prophet. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none, all in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. No Equal Rights Commission report. A couple of information, or just one informational item, building report for March 2025. Resolutions. Motion to suspend the rules made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens, and that's to take up all of these. Alder Johnson suggests 1 through 8. Take up 1 through 8 with one roll call vote. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Motion to adopt made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder DeLee, and again that's on resolutions 1 through 8. And we will, Alder Johnson.
Just noting the extension on number 2, which is tied to that same agenda item from
Yep.
earlier.
Noted. Thanks, Alder. All right, so we'll use the board. Yeah, there they go. Those are approved unanimously. Now on to AA9. Entertain a motion there. Oh, that was the other vote. I was like, wow, that went fast.
Yeah, I hadn't even voted yet.
Right. There it is. All right, those are approved unanimously. AA9. Motion there. Motion to adopt made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Presley. Alder Johnson.
I don't need to speak. I just want my vote here to mirror what I voted earlier.
Sounds good. All right, we'll use the board on that as well. Seconded by Presley. All right, and that is adopted 10-2. Ordinance is first reading. Motion to suspend the rules made by Alder Prophet. Yeah. Want to take? Well, let's just take. Yeah. Motion to suspend the rules. Take up 2 and 3 with one roll call vote. That was a motion made by Alder Prophet and seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion to advance made by Alder Prophet and seconded by Alder Eck. Again, just on 2 and 3. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Those two are advanced to second and final reading. Back to 1. Motion to adopt is amended made by Alder Grant. Seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that is advanced to a second and final reading. Petitions and communications, adjournment.
That's just the amendment that we voted on?
No, she adopted it as amended. Or approved as amended. Yes. Motion to adjourn made by Alder Eck. Seconded by Alder Hinkfist. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, I missed that. That was the amended part because I was actually going to. It's not a big deal.
Oh.
Because I told these guys. Remember I said, hey, if we hold this one meeting,
Yeah.
I'd be willing to do it first and final reading. So
Oh.
I do it all.